a world of constant war, where villages strive for peace, hoping that the next war would be the one that ends all of the wars together. But no, this story takes place in a realm where battles are endless. You never know when you'll have to take the mantle when someone else is incapable of continuing on. A lifetime of countless, numerous fights. From what originally started between the children of Otsutsuki, Indra, and Ashura, which then led to what became known as the battle for Konoha survival, when Hashirama and Madara took the place of the brothers' endless, perilous fights. It was said that chakra came to be because of a princess who consumed god fruit. And while she was known as a goddess for seemingly ending war, she soon became known as a devil. But thanks to Hagoromo's efforts, he successfully sealed his Messiah-corrupted mother away. It is left to the folktale of legends about the Otsutsuki and how chakra came to be. But chakra isn't the only source of power in the shinobi world. Much like how chakra became a mystery on its own, there was another energy source known that only Hagoromo and Azura knew of, and for the sake of peace, kept this hidden from others, especially Azura's brother, Indra. They discovered something far more potent than chakra. This energy, as he put it, was far more dormant, destructive. It was like, Hagoromo described it, as if the bijou became one being, or if the Ten Tails' power was sealed into this one object. In other words, its power was chaotic. It became known as the Stone of Chaos. A chaos emerald, if you will. But this left them to wonder, were there others out there? How long has this been around? Unfortunately, much like history says, some of the greatest or darkest mysteries are left unfolded. The emerald became something lost within history itself that not too many people know about it. The artifact's location resides in what's known as a Gaia temple. Legend says that there's 7 in all, scattered across the elemental nations. And when one person discovers one of the emeralds, it will allow them to not only follow their dreams, but forever change the shinobi world. Third-person POV. Most heroes are known to have a background where it shows they'll be destined for greatness. Whether good or bad, there is always a way to show that they'll one day achieve great things. However, what if the same could not be said for one boy in particular? You see, he's been dealing with a burden since the day he was born, something that his own father had given him, in hopes that it would grant his own son a path to greatness. However, something along those lines fumbled and showed that at the time, it simply was not meant to be. This is the story that takes place in the world of shinobi, where their inner strengths and special abilities are all centered around 3 important things: chakra, dojutsu, and bloodline limits. It takes place in a village in Konohagakure, or Konoha for short, and our story is centered around one particular boy. He's got blonde, yellow spiky hair, blue eyes, but the most unique feature about him are his whiskers. This boy's name is Naruto Uzumaki, and this is his story of how he found solace in the overwhelming hate around him, found hope to take things seriously before giving up, and shows the shinobi world that he can not only become Hokage one day, but that they made a grave mistake of spitting on a certain someone's legacy. It was a regular day in Konoha. The skies were blue, the sun was shining, and people were seen going about their business. From merchants selling fruits, veggies, clothes, to the shinobi that roamed the streets enjoying their days off with loved ones. Kids ran around with laughter and smiles on their faces. All in all, it seemed that all was right in the world for this time of peace, but not everyone could agree with that. One person in particular was suffering on the inside, but always hid it behind a face with a smile in hopes that one day he'd be acknowledged and accepted. He may fool himself, but even others could see it was a long shot. Naruto Uzumaki. But what's so special about him? Well, believe it or not, the boy actually holds something dangerous within him. Something far more dangerous than anyone would ever conceive. He's a Jinchuriki that holds a dormant tailed beast at bay inside of his body. But not just any tailed beast. No, the one he holds is the Nine Tails itself. the Bijou, who is classified as the strongest among all of the others. And Naruto keeps it at bay merely by staying alive. You'd think because of that fact alone that he'd be hailed as a hero for what he does, right? If so, you couldn't be any more wrong. The village Naruto resides with treats him as the Nine-Tails Reborn. From the day of his birth, Hiruzen honestly had wondered what went wrong after that day. Naruto had been returned with the retired third Hokage, who'd soon be reinstated. And somehow after that, it had leaked around the village that Naruto was the human sacrifice, Jinchuriki, of the nine-tailed fox. He couldn't have been any more pissed at the fact that his village chose to spit on Minato's and Kushina's dying wish to treat their son as a hero. In fact, the old Hokage was more than certain that they've been fumbling around somehow within their graves from the moment Naruto was treated spitefully. As of now, Naruto is currently 6 years old. He has no friends and is currently roaming the streets of Konoha. He's keeping an impassive, stinky look on face. The reason for doing so, it's him. Why does the third even protect it? It mocks the fourth even to this day with its presence. The Dem. Sure, don't say that. You'll get in trouble. Let's just stay clear of it. It's yet another day for Naruto, where he's dealing with the constant whispers of being called a demon boy for something that was out of his control, something he had no say in, and more importantly, something he doesn't even know the reason as to why either. That's not to say Naruto hasn't asked the Sandaime why before. It's just, the old Hokage refuses to give Naruto a straight answer. Flashback no Jutsu. It was a day after his 4th birthday, October 10th. One day after the Nine-Tails Festival, where the Konoha villagers celebrate the 4th sacrifice. Unfortunately, this was the start of what Naruto came to know as Depression Day. This day was supposed to be his birthday, a day where he could get together with family, friends, and celebrate the one day of the year that was dedicated to him. And from the rooftops, he'd watch as people hailed the name of the 4th Hokage. Parents roamed the streets with their children. They played games, ate food, even had the chance to win prizes. And Naruto had to bear witness multiple times to children hugging their mother or father, an embrace that held so much love, care, and attention. It made the whiskered blonde's hands clenched tightly in jealousy and loathing. Why didn't he have a mom or dad? Why didn't anyone want to adopt him? Why did he have to be the one that doesn't know who his parents are? Ah yes, the million Rio question of Naruto. Who are my parents? Naruto could remember how heartbroken and jealous he was as he watched other kids walk the streets with their parents on this day. On that festive night, he remembered how close he was to breaking down into tears, feeling as though he'd cursed the gods above themselves about why he was alone and why he was hated. Unable to stomach watching the display below any further, he ran back home, doing his absolute best not to cry. The old Hokage, as much as it pained him to admit, he wouldn't have been surprised if Naruto ever became spiteful and grew to hate the village. But that was why Hiruzen had taken it upon himself to do as best as he could to mend any hatred that Naruto may fester from his treatment. As lopsided as it was, he hoped that his thought on the situation counted. It was the next day around nightfall. This will be the 3rd or 4th time that Naruto has encountered the third. It was nighttime, and he was making his way back to the orphanage he was in when he ran into the Hokage. Naruto, old man. The boy had run straight into the aged shinobi's arms. He had embraced him tightly, trying to choke back the tears that threatened to fall from his eyes. He wanted to remain strong, show that he had the makings to be someone great. But at that moment, he just had to know. Naruto, old man third. Hiruzen, yes, Naruto-kun? The boy's lips quivered, but mustering up the strength to ask. Naruto, WF, why do the villagers hate me? Did I do something wrong to them? I want to change their minds. Show them that I'm not a monster, but what do I do? I am upset, angry even, but I don't want to answer violence with violence. Just, what I do wrong? What choice do I have? What can I do to show them? The sorrow in Naruto's voice, the pain, the confusion, the hate he must have been holding back. Hiruzen felt very sorry for Naruto. He'd admit that much, but he was also extremely pissed at how the villagers were treating him. And in that moment, he couldn't help but feel as though he had let down a certain someone. The boy wasn't even a decade old, and he's already facing a near overwhelming burden on his own. But he couldn't reveal why. Not yet, no matter how much he wanted to. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun, listen to me. The boy looked up to meet the Hokage's eyes. Hiruzen, don't you ever call yourself something as atrocious as a monster again. You are nothing of the sort. In fact, you are a hero who should have been seen as such. The villagers, they're idiots. I can admit that much. But know that they are suffering just as much as you, Naruto-kun. And listen to me as I say this. Do not let them get to you. If you ever feel as though you want revenge, you'll only be proving them right, and I know you don't want that. Before you had asked me who your parents were, and unfortunately, I cannot answer that question. However, I remember you asking me at one leave you behind in this world. Unfortunately, they did, but it wasn't for a bad reason. They had no choice. They were heroes, and you are one too. You just need to make the villagers see you as such. Naruto, how do I do it, Gigi? I'll do anything to prove it. The hope in the blonde child's voice made the old Hokage chuckle softly. He placed his left hand gently onto Naruto's loft of hair, gently stroking the boy's cranium. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun, let me ask you something. Do you know why I chose to become Hokage? Naruto, because you were strong, and villages need strong people like you and the fourth Hokage to protect them. Hiruzen, you are partially right, Naruto. Come, sit with me. A moment later, Naruto was now sitting next to his surrogate grandfather, listening to him explain what being a Hokage means. How a Hokage is simply more than being a strong shinobi with a ton of ninjutsu and strength at their disposal. It meant being able to lead your shinobi in times of war. When you fear the world may be seen in black and white. It's up to the Hokage to lead the village out of said darkness. Be the light that gives them hope that allows them to be at peace. Not only does it mean they juggle the dreaded paperwork of finances, education for future shinobi, etc., but the Hokage isn't something just anyone can be. The role of Hokage is given to someone who not only loves their village more than anything, but is also willing to put before their own well-being. And Naruto was amazed. To Naruto, Hiruzen did so much. And not just him, all of the Hokage that chose to lead the village. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second, Senju Tobirama. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. And most importantly, Naruto's idol, the fourth Hokage himself, Minato Namikaze. Naruto, wow. Being Hokage sounds so cool. But old man? Hiruzen, yes, Naruto-kun? Naruto, aside from the Hokage, what does it mean to be a shinobi, was it? Hiruzen, indeed, Naruto, you got it correct. What does it mean to be a shinobi, you ask? To be a shinobi means to be able to endure. Naruto, to endure. The old man nodded his head. At this moment, Naruto seemed even more confused, which prompted him to continue. Hiruzen, there are no easy ways to explain Naruto, but what I can say is that to be a shinobi, like the Hokage in a sense, you must be able to lead others, be able to protect your comrades when the darkness threatens to take it away. In times of grief or sorrow, there's got to be at least one shinobi who can take their comrades' hands and help them see the light on the other side. And I believe that wholeheartedly. You could be one of those people should you choose to be a shinobi, Naruto. Naruto, you really think so, old man third? Hiruzen, I know so, Naruto. You may not know what you want to do, or how to feel about the hate you're given. I can't tell you how to feel, but for your own sake, for my sake, I want you to be strong. Face the abyss, but don't let it consume you, Naruto. Only then will you be able to be seen for who you are. Naruto's eyes were full of hope, full of wonder. Maybe, just maybe, if he became a shinobi, if he could show people he could protect the village, that they could trust their lives with his hands. Maybe they'd accept him, recognize him, acknowledge him. A fire was lit in Naruto's eyes. From that night forward, he said something that he would stop at nothing to achieve. No matter how hard people push him down, tell him to give up, stay down, and that it'll never happen. He'll make the oath, right here and now, that he'd never, ever go back on his word. Naruto, old man Hokage, I think I know what I want to become. I think I know what to do. Hiruzen, Naruto, one day, I'm going to become Hokage, but not just any Hokage. I'll become the strongest Hokage this village has ever seen. More gifted than first, smarter than the second, faster than fourth himself. I'll show them all that I could be someone they recognize as Naruto Uzumaki. The Hokage could feel the passion in Naruto's voice. It wasn't devoid of hope, seeking answers. It brought a warm smile to his face that made him chuckle. Naruto, who, huh? What's so funny, old man? I'm serious. I'll do it. I'll even become a Hokage better than you. The aged Hokage gently rubbed Naruto's head again. Hiruzen, I don't doubt that, Naruto, but you should know, the road to greatness isn't easy. You'll have to face many treacherous trials. You will face enemies and hardships that will stop at nothing to see you crumble and give up. Do you think you have what it takes? Naruto, I'll make you a promise then, old man. One day, I will become Hokage. I'll show them all that Naruto Uzumaki is a hero. And I won't stop until I do so. I give you my word, GG, and I won't go back on it. The will of fire, the determination, so bright for such a young boy. It kind of only made sense considering who his parents were. Hiruzen, mental, you'll make them so proud one day, Naruto. Of that I have no doubt. Hiruzen, then be strong, Naruto. Know that I'll be holding you to your word. I look forward to seeing what you become. Now, you should head back to the orphanage. It's late. You should get some rest. Naruto, okay. Bye, old man. The boy then got up and ran off into the streets of Konoha. The Hokage couldn't help but smile more. If only Naruto knew the truth too. Flashback end. One important thing that Naruto discovered. No matter how much it hurt him, he was alone. There were only a few people in this village that acknowledged him. And even then, he could count them on one hand and still have enough fingers left over. They were the third and a very polite old man and his daughter, Tuchi and Ayam. When Naruto was kicked out of the orphanage he lived in, he struggled for days to find food, water. Restaurants he went into either overcharged him or ignored his presence altogether. So much so that a boy who was not even 10 years old had to resort to going out of Konoha into the forest to find food. It had become a habit of Naruto that when he got hungry, he would go into the woods, find a stream, fish, set up a fire pit, and eat. But somehow, a saving grace was given to him. An old man and his daughter had chosen to feed Naruto when he was hungry. No, not hungry, starving. A night when it was raining, business was slow. Naruto didn't feel like he had the energy to leave Konoha and fish for food. And by Kami's mercy, they didn't see Naruto as demon child and monster or the fox reincarnated. They saw a young boy who was dying for a meal. Anything that would satiate his hunger, and they fed him until he was full. Naruto had then made it a habit to always come to Ichikuru's ramen whenever he was hungry. Currently, though, it was the middle of the day. You may be wondering, too, why Naruto is out and about. Well, he's actually supposed to be at the academy. Unfortunately, his efforts in learning and trying to better himself are being sabotaged by the senseis and professors who don't see Naruto for who he is. They only see what he contains and can't realize they're stunting a young boy's growth for their own self-satisfaction under the belief that they're keeping the Nine Tails weak. It cut Naruto's heart like a knife every time he heard parents tell their children to stay away from him, or when he's told that he can't be trusted. No one lends a helping hand to him. not even during the academy. It was the reason he had left in the first place while classes were going. He had lost to Sasuke Uchiha in a taijutsu spar. Not like anyone was rooting for him anyway, apart from one person in particular. Naruto saw Sasuke's life as something he yearned for. Acknowledgement. The Uchiha had everything he didn't. He was strong, quick, skillful. He even had his own fan club because his personality was cool, as the girls called it. What's more is no matter what the situation was, if Naruto was involved in some way, shape, or form, he would always be blamed. No one would defend him, unless it was the Hokage himself. No one really believed in him, and that had caused him to run straight out of Konoha to clear his head. He needed time to himself, so he wouldn't break down and cry. As much as he hated to hide his sorrow, his pain, his anger behind the face of a smile, he knew he had to remain strong, no matter how much his body told him to let out his sadness. 3 hours later, in the forest of Konoha, the boy was simply just wandering around at this point. When it was time for him to head home, or when the old man grew worried, he'd come back. For now, though, he just needed some alone time. He just couldn't wrap his mind around things. He couldn't understand. He tried so hard to get people to pay attention to him, so much so that he began a prank streak on the village. Every chance he got when no one was looking, just so people would acknowledge his existence. He didn't even care that people would be yelling at him for what he did. It was just so people would pay attention to him. He's a young boy without a father or mother, you know? Geez, what do they all think is so special about that loser anyway? Everyone thinks just because he's an Uchiha that he's automatically the strongest. Why would give a tear that cocky bastard one? He had a rather pouty expression on his face. He was so submerged in his thoughts that he didn't even realize how far out that he was exploring. He soon came to a stop and realized something. How long had he been walking in this direction? He decided to take a left and walk around a little longer before going back, just a little closer. Maybe he'd find yet another river and go fishing for some fish. However, while walking, he ended up finding something really odd. It was submerged by trees, moss, and the architecture looked very old and ancient. The realization hit Naruto. This must have been a temple of some kind. Maybe he'd find some treasure inside here. He could give it to the third, and then maybe he could get a better living arrangement. He'd be able to pay for his own goods, no matter how bad the villagers try to overprice him. The day had just gotten a little better in Naruto's book. Naruto, maybe I'll find some gold here. I could sell it for a bunch of Ryo. The boy immediately rushed inside, but came to a stop. There wasn't any treasure in here. He couldn't even see in here. Okay, that'd be him exaggerating. All he found himself in when he entered was some type of corridor. It was illuminated with green fire, and the walls had these weird writings written on them. This temple must have been old. Naruto, wow. Talk about a buzzkill. I can't even understand what it's even trying to say. Oh well, might as well at least see what I can find here. With his hands still in his pockets, he began to venture inside, walking down the corridor for about a full minute until he came to the center of something, a little pillar perhaps, and in the middle seemed to be something that was glowing, radiating perhaps. Regardless, Naruto was entranced by it. It was a green emerald. It was beautiful, and any person with common sense could tell that it would tell that this must have been some type of priceless jewel that one could sell for a buttload of Ryo. And because of his young age, Naruto's eyes had somehow comedically shifted into Ryo's signs. Though before he could decide to take the emerald, he was stopped by the writing below it. He bent down to get a better view of what it read. An enigma of chaos itself lies dormant within this stone. A server to 1 to 7 chaos. Chaos is power. Power enriched by the heart. Naruto, what the heck is it talking about? This emerald supposedly has a lot of power? Is that why it was glowing? He then read the bottom text. Only the person worthy of unifying the chaos will not only be able to remove this stone, but be granted power to hopefully bring upon the age of peace. Now, the blonde's interest was piqued. He honestly could just imagine it now. An orphan, once labeled as a demon, harnessing energy way more powerful than his own chakra. He could be known as the savior, the guardian of Konoha with its power. Maybe it'd even make a shoe-in for becoming Hokage. All he needed to do is just work on his leadership skills. But he was positive he had the makings of a good leader already. After all, he talked about it a lot with the Hokage. Naruto, maybe I'll even be able to show those at the academy. Then they'll finally accept me as one of them. I won't be outcast if I can show them I'm strong. The boy then, without hesitation, reached for the emerald, but the moment he had grabbed it, something happened. The temple began to shake. Debris began to fall, and Naruto began to slowly lose balance. Had he done something wrong? Did he unknowingly activate a trap of some kind? Naruto, whoa. Hey now, put me down whoever's doing this. This isn't funny. He slowly found himself being pulled off of the ground, which caused him to spaz, kicking his feet and waving his arms in hopes that whatever was pulling him would let him go, but it didn't. Instead, the boy found himself being pulled away from the center of the pillar towards some picture. It had 7 emeralds on it surrounding something, but before Naruto knew it, the picture lit up in a bright white light, nearly blinding him. And after about 5 seconds, his world went black for a few seconds. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto soon found himself awake in what appeared to be a sewer. Okay, now he was certain that his mind was either playing games with him, or this was just some sick, elaborate joke made to make him feel stupid or crazy due to being called a demon. But he saw nowhere else to go but forward. He began his walk forward towards the bright light, which took a while, but upon reaching it, he noticed something. There was a giant cage with some type of ceiling tag that was way out of his reach. But what was in that cage? It wasn't until he overheard the sound of tremor that shook and vibrated the water below his feet that almost caused him to lose balance. What was going on in there? It was only then he heard a voice. It was booming. Uehi all are. Naruto's blood ran cold when he heard that bone-chilling roar. His forehead had paled to almost a shade of blue. He felt like he was going to be sick. He slowly leaned in, just close enough, and what he saw shocked him to his very core. There it was in all of its frightening glory. A giant fox. It had dark orange fur, claws so sharp it could pierce a human like a knife. Its maw was salivating like it was ready to swallow the nearest morsel that'd dare disrespect him. But how did Naruto know for sure? Well, why not count all of the 9 tails that were majestically swaying behind the beast? But it seemed to be focused on something else. All Naruto could see before the 9 tails' right hand came down to crush whatever it was talking to. The blonde boy then saw a blue blur. His eyes couldn't even keep track of it. It was like it just vanished, without even leaving behind a puff of smoke. And behind the towering tail beast, that's when Naruto got a good look at who or what it was. Like the 9 tails, this animal appeared to be anthropomorphic. But unlike the tailed beast, it was standing on its own 2 legs. The animal resembled that of an overgrown blue hedgehog. The most unique thing that Naruto noticed about it were his sneakers. They honestly looked way cooler than the shinobi sandals in his opinion. Geez, Furball, did I interrupt you nap time or something? You know, it's considered rude to try and attack someone that you just met, you know? Almost immediately, one of the fox's tails tried to strike the hedgehog, but to Naruto's amazement, it disappeared again. It was dodging the 9 tails' attacks like it had all the time in the world. Just how fast was this hedgehog? Before any more questions could run through the young Uzumaki's mind, he saw something that would forever leave an impression of greatness on the hedgehog. The blue hedgehog reemerged in front of the 9 tails, only to then curl itself into a ball. But it was somehow spinning and also defying gravity in the process before it launched itself straight towards the right side of the 9 tails' face, striking it directly in the face, causing its body to jerk to one side. But that wasn't all. The hedgehog had then proceeded to rebound itself off of the walls in the cage, ricocheting itself to repeatedly strike the 9 tails' face. It happened so quickly that Naruto honestly didn't know how many times the hedgehog had hit the overgrown fox, 30 strikes in 3 seconds. Seriously, how fast was this hedgehog? He then watched as the hedgehog proceeded to bounce itself off of the ceiling, curling itself repeatedly before delivering an axe kick straight onto the Ninetales' head. Or at least it tried to, had it not been for one of the QB's tails, suddenly sending the hedgehog flying away from the Ninetales and into a wall opposite of the cage, right into the darkness. Naruto then watched with pure fright as the tailed beast raised its maw-channeling kami knows how much chakra into a sphere that made itself visible in its mouth before firing it straight towards where the hedgehog had landed. An explosion had occurred that caused tremors and quakes within the sewer of this place. A bright light that had enveloped the inside of the cage for about 5 to 6 seconds. And when the light died down, he assumed the worst. But to his surprise, the hedgehog had appeared. It was leaning against the left side of the wall inside of the cage, like it didn't consider the Ninetales of all things a threat. You've really got a lot of anger issues, you know that? You remind me of my edgy pal. Almost as if after saying that, another voice had spoken, but it didn't belong to the Ninetales, nor did it belong to the blue hedgehog. For the last time, you insufferable fool, I'm not your pal. I'm surprised you even let yourself be knocked around by this oversized fox. One hit is all it can manage? How pathetic. And it calls itself the mighty Kyubi no Yoko. Another hedgehog made itself visible. Its arms were crossed as though it seemed rather aloof with what had just occurred. Like the blue hedgehog just fought toe-to-toe with the Ninetales, and this other hedgehog is acting like this isn't too big of a surprise. And as expected, the Ninetales didn't take that insult lying down. You dare insult me, you insignificant rodent. I'll crush you and feast on your life essence. You're annoying. You and the blue hedgehog can fight your differences out later. Right now, we've got a visitor. Almost immediately after saying that, all 6 pairs of eyes landed on the blonde child, who snapped out of his trance. But rather than being focused on the QB, his attention was turned towards the blue hedgehog who had dashed out of the cage to stand in front of the boy. Huh, so you're the one who awoke me and Shad, eh? To be honest, I didn't think a little kid would be the one to harness the power of chaos. Naruto. Oh, that emerald? So that's why I'm here. B, but where am I? Am I dead? And why is the Ninetales of all things here? The tail beast only scoffed at the insinuation before proceeding to calm itself, albeit very begrudgingly. It rested its head onto its hands and stared at the kid as though he wasn't even worth its time. I thought it would have been obvious, Runt. We're inside of your mind. It seems as though when you touched that stone, you were thrusted into your mindscape to meet your gifters. Naruto, I guess that kind of makes sense. Boo, but how are you here? I thought you were killed by the 4th. Everyone said so. The mere assumption that a human could have befell a demon caused the Ninetales to howl with laughter that shook the cage. After settling itself down, it spoke with pride, sounding considerably smug, before it took on a tone of annoyance. You naive little runt. If you truly believe that a mere human can kill me of all beings, then you're sorely mistaken. I'm a massive chakra, a demon of epic proportions. I cannot be killed. Unfortunately, that bastard of a Hokage had managed to seal me inside of Uou. I'm beyond disappointed that some snot-nosed, stuck-up brat is my jailer. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. The blonde fell to his knees. It all made sense now. The constant glares, the whispers of Demon Brat, the fox reincarnated the demon child, the Hokage's avoidance as to why the villagers hated him, why the children avoided him. Tears had welled up in his eyes. He tried not to let them go, but at that moment, all Naruto felt was anger. He now knew why he was treated as the village's scapegoat. It's pariah for the villagers' frustrations. Their anger, it was because of this stupid fox. Naruto fell onto all fours. He had banged his right fist into the ground, as though it were a way of begging that this wasn't real, but it was simply undeniable. So, slash why you're, slash the reason why I'm hated, why I can't make any friends, why people avoid me, why they want me to just die or disappear. The boy had never cried before. He would always do his best to choke back the tears and not show his weakness. But he couldn't. Not this time. He was overwhelmed with emotion, mainly anger and sadness. The Ninetales only looked at the boy and scoffed, before smirking. Maybe he could play this into his favor. You know, Runt, it wasn't entirely my fault that you're treated in such a way. It is the villagers' fault that they can't see the sacrifice the Fourth had made. You should be hailed as a hero, yet you're seen as my reincarnation. Even the old bone of the Hokage lied to you about this. He could have told you, so that you could have found solace in at least knowing that you weren't outright hated for no reason. But no, he took advantage of your naivety. And the fact that the Ninetales was telling him this instead of the Hokage only made Naruto feel even more betrayed. So this was just some sick way of keeping him happy. He could go around blind to the world, hoping one day that the villagers will stop treating him illy, but knowing that the reason for their hatred is because he's got the very beast that attacked the village sealed inside of him, and that the Hokage refused to tell him. Lied to him? Nah, that can't be the reason. The blue hedgehog spoke up. The dark hedgehog spoke up as well. There's got to be more to this story that we're not hearing. Brat, what's your name? A tick mark had appeared upon Naruto's forehead upon being called a brat, but after wiping his tears, he spoke up, standing up straight. Naruto, I'm Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Sonic, well, Sonic's my name, and Speed's my game. Pleasure to meet you, Naruto. Shadow the hedgehog. Naruto, mentally, he really is reminding me of Sasuke right now, and he's the last person I want to be thinking about right now. Naruto, it's nice to meet you, Sonic. Shadow, hey Fox, what's your name? The Ninetales' eyes snapped open the moment that was said. His eyes had slowly darted towards the blonde before growling. What makes you think my name isn't Ninetales? You dare question me? Naruto, it's just, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want me just referring to you as that. You may be sealed inside of me, but I can at least show you some respect by calling you by your actual name. Wait, you mean Ninetales is your name? Now that it caught the beast off guard, just a moment ago, this kid seemed to hate him, and now he was asking for his name? Was this kid mentally challenged, or was he just plain stupid? And then it seemed that his last question was correct. Naruto, you not going to answer? Well, fine, be that way. Sonic, all right, with introductions out of the way. Explain what you meant earlier. Well, with the first hedgehog cutting of the Ninetales' and Naruto's chat, attention was then turned solely back to the blonde-haired child, who then proceeded to take a solemn look on his face as he relayed his past to the two hedgehogs, informing them about how, since he could first speak and walk, that he was treated illy, how he was kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 5 on the day of his birthday, how he had been living alone ever since, how no one pays attention to him, treats him as the fox they've met, reborn, how there's only one spot in Konoha that will accept his pay for their goods without overcharging him. By the end of the story, both hedgehogs had looks of sadness and pity for the boy. Sonic knew the pain of being mistaken for something else. It had always infuriated him. And Shadow, he could only sigh at the stupidity of the human race. Their species was so dumb that if it wasn't for a certain someone he had sworn a promise to, he would have questioned why he should even bother. Sonic, we're sorry you're going through this, Naruto. If it's any consolation, I think you're a pretty strong kid for getting through it. You've definitely got yourself an A in my book. Shadow, I acknowledge your mental fortitude. I can only imagine how much hate you must harbor towards them. Indeed, the Ninetales had spoken once again, prompting the three smaller life forms to turn their attention towards the towering Bijou. However, I can grant you the revenge you desire. I can see it in your eyes. You may act like you don't care, but you're suffering. That could be seen as plain as day. Why not take my chakra and get revenge on those who've mistreated you? After all, you weren't born a demon. They'd be responsible for turning you into one. They're the ones responsible for nurturing the hate that you now harbor. Sonic, oh, can it? You oversized furball. The Ninetales had immediately widened its eyes before snarling in a low tone mixed with rage. You dare talk down to the Might Dash. Sonic, blah, 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 yeah, I know. You're the oh-so-great Ninetales. You're the strongest of your kind. Geez, if I had a ring for every time I heard somebody like you ramble about how great they are, hyping themselves up, only to get there but's handed to them. Don't you realize that if he chose that route, he'd only be proving them right? He's gotten far enough by choosing to tolerate their hatred. Going back on all that hard work seems pretty dumb if you ask me. Shadow, more importantly, we've got more pressing matters to attend to. Naruto. The boy had immediately turned his attention towards the Dark Hedgehog. Shadow, you're the reason that Sonic and I are inside your mind. That means that you're the one who'd be chosen to harness the power of chaos. Naruto, oh yeah. I remember it said that on the pillar. Boo, but what exactly is chaos energy? Is it like chakra? Basically allows you to enhance your speed, strength, and use ninjutsu, jinjutsu, stuff like that? Sonic close, but not good enough. You see, I'm willing to bet that chaos energy is far more potent than this chakra you're going on about. That chaos emerald you tried to pick up? It's basically like the fox in that cage. It holds unlimited power within it. However, it's highly unstable, hence why it's called chaos energy. Only the one capable of unifying it will be able to properly wield its power. That means only a select few people will ever be able to use the emeralds properly. Otherwise, they'd just be seen as priceless jewels. The Chaos Emerald is capable of turning your own thoughts and emotions into power. They can not only enhance your strength, speed, and whatnot to superhuman levels, but they even hold the ability to warp time and space itself. Naruto's jaw had nearly dropped to the floor when learning this. He was basically in possession of something that was just as strong as the Ninetales itself. That meant, though, that he'd have two strong sources of power to fall back on. He knew that with the tailed beast inside of him, there will undoubtedly come a time where he's got to rely on the beast's chakra, but if he's capable of using that chaos energy too, maybe he's got some sort of special bloodline that allows him and only him to hold this energy. Now, he was excited. Shadow, but I wouldn't get too excited if I were you. I'm more than certain that even with the emerald, there will only be so much energy that you're able to use. Your body will need to become much stronger in order to handle all of the power that a Chaos Emerald can grant the user. That only served one thought for Naruto. He needed to train and try to get stronger. But how? Naruto, I appreciate the help, guys. It makes me happy knowing I'm worthy for such a thing. But I'm just an orphan with no parents. Everyone sees me as the big fox over there, and no one wants to help me improve. So what's the point? Slap. Naruto had stood there in shock. He just got slapped. And damn, did it hurt. Shadow, you disgust me. Just a moment ago, you were spouting some nonsense about being Hokage or whatever, and now you're doubting yourself. Sonic, hey, lay off him, Shad. He's gone through enough already. He's probably just feeling insecure, is all. I wouldn't be surprised if he had begun trying to hide his pain by assuring himself that everything would be okay. No worries, Naruto. That's why Shad and I are here. We're going to augment and train your body so you'll slowly begin to be able to use more of the Emerald's power of time. Shadow. And I'm sure it goes without saying, but you need to keep that Emerald hidden. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to the destruction of Earth itself. Now, that is what shocked Naruto. The tail beasts were pretty strong, destructive, and dangerous enough. But now, this Chaos Emerald that he'll be wielding if someone evil got a hold of it, could not only put his village, but the entire planet in danger. That was a lot of responsibility. But then again, he got forced into being the Ninetales' Jinchuriki without his consent. Besides, Hokage doesn't run away from something like this, right? Naruto, I understand. I'll guard the emerald with my life, and I'll make sure I can live up to your expectations. Sonic, you got spunk, kid. I like ya, but you're going about your thoughts all wrong. You shouldn't feel the need to do this to make us proud. Do it for yourself. You're supposed to be showing US that you can do this. Naruto could only stare in awe before simply chuckling. He gave a foxy-like grin before nodding his head. Naruto, then you can count on me. I'll become the strongest ninja ever known. I'll protect the emerald, and I'll show the village that one day I'll get them to look past their hatred and see me for who I am. Shadow, you may be the second human to ever earn my respect. Don't make me regret it. Now, Sonic, I'm sure you know what must be done now. Sonic, you betcha, Shad. All right, Naruto, prepare yourself. Before the boy could ask what they meant, there was a bright, blinding light that caused Naruto to shield his eyes, and before he knew it, he was then looking at two floating balls. One was bright blue, and the other was dark with crimson shade in the center. And then, they shot themselves straight into Naruto's stomach, causing the blonde to fall to his knees, clutching his abdomen. He could feel his body surging, like somebody got a rush, a high off a soldier pill. The feeling was indescribable. Naruto's height grew just a bit. His physique didn't change as much considering he was only 6 years old, but it would make itself slightly more apparent as he grew older. However, the most important feature about Naruto was that he's now got what appears to be rings on his wrists. His whiskers have even got a slight crimson trace below them. His canine had become a little sharper. More importantly, he felt as though he had a rush of energy. He felt alive. Back in the temple, Naruto's body was still levitating, but then suddenly his fist clenched and then he let out a loud roar. Naruto, Hairobiha. A pillar of light had erupted from the temple. In Konoha, the third was currently in a never-ending battle with his greatest enemy, paperwork. He honestly was hoping that Naruto was doing well at the academy. Yes, the boy may still feel lonely, but he had hoped at the very least that he would make a few friends who would be able to see him for who he truly was. Though suddenly, he had looked out the window, only to see something shining from miles away. A pillar of light. A bright green light. What was going on? Was there a fight going on? He hadn't scheduled any of his ninja to leave for a mission yet today. Something was off. He needed to get checked out. So immediately, he called for the Umbu. Hiruzen dog. Chiate. Bear. The three Umbu had immediately appeared in front of the Hokage, awaiting orders. Hiruzen, I'm positive that you noticed and felt that fluctuation of energy. It felt like chakra, but at the same time, it wasn't. It felt far more potent. I want you to check it out, and I don't know why, but I get the strangest feeling that Naruto is somehow involved. Check the academy and make sure he's still there. If not, find him immediately. Dog, cat, bear. Yes, Lord Hokage. With that, they had dispersed. The aged Hokage could only hope that the blonde boy wasn't causing too much trouble. Yes, he knew of Naruto's prank streak. It was probably a way to get those around him to at least pay attention in some way to him, but hopefully he hadn't taken it to some extreme level. The only consoling part about this was that that pillar of light wasn't red. So it wasn't the Nine-Tails' chakra. That put him at ease, but still, he didn't know what was going on, and that could have been a sign that his village could be endangered. Back in the temple, when the light died down, Naruto had dropped to the ground. He looked at his hands, clenching them into tight fists, before then running a hand through his hair, only to then notice his hair felt a little wilder than it already was. He'd have to get it checked at later. Little announced to him that he's got a bit of blue streaks within his golden hair. He was noticeably a touch taller. He was already interested in seeing what had changed about him. But before doing that, he looked at the green emerald before taking it and putting it in his pocket. He'd have to think of a way to be able to keep it with him at all times. So Naruto, how do you feel? He was surprised by the voice, but he didn't see anyone around him. So that must have meant, Naruto, Sonic? Whoa, you can still communicate with me? Sweet. Sonic, heck yeah, I can still communicate with you. You're going to need me and Shad's guidance if you're going to get stronger. And besides, you said that you don't really have anyone to help you grow, right? Well, you better be ready for the ride of your life, cause from Heron, Shad, and I will be the ones in charge of your growth. Shad, do see to it that you don't disappoint us. Now, unfortunately, due to the fact that we just had augmented your body, it will take a while before you're actually ready to call upon the Emerald's power. But until then, Sonic and I have granted you some of our abilities, something that should benefit you in the long run. Naruto, that's awesome, Tebeo. Thanks, guys. So what can I do? Sonic, how about one word for you? It's all you'll need to do to see what you got from me. Run. Naruto, what? Sonic, you heard me. Raise your head and run. Now, to say that Naruto was confused would be an understatement. But they were Sonic and Shad were one of the first two people to not only acknowledge Naruto, but actually want to lend a helping hand to him to better grasp his future. So what did he have to lose? The blonde boy bent down, getting ready to sprint, when suddenly he felt something happen. His heart rate began to accelerate. The world seemed to slow down. And the moment he took off, BOM, he had left behind a gust of wind in his wake. Naruto could hardly believe it. He was going so fast that the world around him seemingly was moving so slow. He relished this feeling. He loved this feeling. He felt so free. He felt so alive. He didn't have a care in the world. It was as if he could just run to where the wind takes him. Naruto W. This is so awesome. The boy was ducking in and around trees, leaving behind a yellow streak in his wake. He had even looked down to see that his feet were moving so fast, he could barely even keep track of them. He decided to put something else to the test. Naruto immediately leaped off the ground to a tree branch, only to then grab a branch and then flip over to another tree, before then performing a front flip to the next tree. He continued the tricks until he found himself leaping out into the open above the trees. Never had he felt so elated, so excited about something, so happy. After about a full 15 minutes of running around aimlessly, he skidded to a stop. Naruto, no way. You mean to tell me that you are seriously that fast? If this is how it feels running like that, then I honestly pity the way I've been enhancing my stamina and reflexes. This is so cool. Shadow, don't get cocky, Brad. Just because you've got the hedgehog's speed and reflexes doesn't mean anything. You get stuck in a situation where you can't move. You're a sitting duck. Speed may be on your side, but you'll also need to know how to properly wield it in a fight. And that's where I come in. If you got the hedgehog's speed, then that means... Naruto, that means that I've likely got something strength related to you, right? Shadow, you're smarter than I give you credit for. You guessed correctly. Make no mistake, I am just as fast as the blue idiot. However, I hold the edge in terms of raw power and chaos utilization. So until you're ready to properly use the Emerald's power, I'll be teaching you how to fight. And I warn you now, I'm very ruthless with my opponents. So you're going to be in for one hell of a time. Sonic, I'll also pitch in and give you a taste of my style as well. Though I'll warn you, I'm more of a kicker than a puncher. Shad is more of an all-around with those, but with my speed, you'll definitely be able to keep an edge. Shad and I fight in a very unorthodox way. It's important that when fighting your enemy, you don't give them any sort of way of following along with your strikes. Your best bet is to keep them in the dark, so they don't have a pattern to follow. Naruto sounds good to me. However, I should probably get back to Konoha now. Now doubt Hokage Gigi saw or felt what happened when I was in that temple. If he finds out I'm not in the village while the academy's going, I'll be in trouble. For now, though, I need to get back as quickly as possible. And thank you both Sonic and Shadow for the chance. I'll definitely become Hokage, but not for others. For me. Look out, Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki's going to show you what happens when a pariah finds hope after thinking all is lost. You dare insult me, you insignificant rodent. I'll crush you and feast on your life essence. You're annoying? You and the blue hedgehog can fight your differences out later. Right now, we've got a visitor. So slash why you're slash the reason why I'm hated. Why I can't make any friends. Why people avoid me. Why they want me to just die or disappear. Naruto. I'm Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Sonic. Well, Sonic's my name. And Speed's my game. Pleasure to meet you, Naruto. Shadow the Hedgehog. Naruto, mentally, he really is reminding me of that duck-butt bastard right now. And he's the last person I want to be thinking about right now. Shadow, you're the reason that Sonic and I are inside your mind. That means that you're the one who'd be chosen to harness the power of chaos. Naruto, oh yeah. I remember it said that on the pillar. But what exactly is chaos energy? Is it like chakra? Basically allows you to enhance your speed, strength, and use ninjutsu, jinjutsu, stuff like that? Sonic, close but not good enough. You see, I'm willing to bet that chaos energy is far more potent than this chakra you're going on about. That chaos emerald you try to pick up? It's basically like the fox in that cage. It holds unlimited power within it. However, it's highly unstable, hence why it's called chaos energy. Only the one capable of unifying it will be able to properly wield its power. That means only a select few people will ever be able to use the emeralds properly. Otherwise, they'd just be seen as priceless jewels. The Chaos Emerald is capable of turning your own thoughts and emotions into power. They can not only enhance your strength, speed, and whatnot to superhuman levels, but they even hold the ability to warp time and space itself. Naruto, then you can count on me. I'll become the strongest ninja ever known. I'll protect the emerald, and I'll show the village that one day, I'll get them to look past their hatred and see me for who I am. Shadow, you may be the second human to ever earn my respect. Don't make me regret it. Now, Sonic, I'm sure you know what must be done now. Sonic, you betcha, Shad. All right, Naruto, prepare yourself. In a recent turn of events, a miracle was bestowed upon Naruto that would actually allow him to follow his dreams in becoming Hokage. He has not only made 2 friends, but now knows of his status as a Jinchuriki. However, he will not let this get his spirits down. He may now know why the villagers spite him so, but this leaves questions. How will Naruto break this news to his surrogate grandfather? Will he trust him enough to at least hear him out? Will Naruto have enough faith in Hiruzen to tell him about his new abilities? All will be answered now. Now back to where we left off. The run back to Konoha wasn't that long at all. In fact, it allowed the young Uzumaki to test out his speed to obtain a better grasp on how to utilize it. And there was one thing that Naruto noticed that completely blew him away. He had complete control over his body's agility and reflexes, courtesy of Sonic, which the blue hedgehog was all more than happy to gloat about. Naruto was alerted that he will need to let his body adjust to moving at such a fast pace. If his mind can't keep up, it will cause complications, such as the boy second-guessing himself and losing momentum in whatever he's doing. Luckily, Naruto is only 6 years old. He's still young and has plenty of time to learn and grasp the blue hedgehog's speed. As for the dark hedgehog, he planned on having Naruto learn more about his abilities when they begin training, and he promised Uzumaki that it would be anything but easy. But Naruto was expecting that. If he wanted to become Hokage, then he needed to make sure that he was strong, but not just physically wise, mentally as well. He's finally gotten the kickstart he needed to better himself. Things can only improve more from here, which will show if the boy will be destined for greatness or if he will possibly still succumb to the hard life of a Jinchuriki. But most importantly, as for the Nine Tails, well, Naruto and him aren't on well speaking terms at the moment. Even the young blonde could see that the bijou was very vain about itself, so it would take some time to get past the exterior that it presents. Besides, even the mightiest of things can hide their true feelings. Naruto's race to Konoha only took about 15 to 20 minutes. That was on the account of him wanting to grasp an appropriate handle on his acceleration. More importantly, because Konoha is a village hidden in the leaves that left the boy to his devices of weaving and dodging the many trees he passed by. He had to be on his toes, lest he prefers running headfirst into a tree or a rock of some sort. When Naruto did arrive back, he had stopped before he reached the gates of Konoha. He had thought of a prank that he could utilize with his speed. He'll have to go to the Hokage's office first to inform Hiruzen of where he's been, but most importantly, he's got some questions that need answering. He won't stop, nor will he let anyone see him. Naruto. Okay, by just walking around the village, it'd take about 5 to 10 minutes to reach the tower. On the account of people glaring at me, avoiding me, or trying to keep me away from wherever I'm going, could add on to it. My goal is to get there within 10 seconds or less. Let's see how fast I can really go. And with that statement, the boy had rocketed off, this time, however, without leaving that noticeable of a yellow streak behind him. If you saw something, it would have either been a gust of wind blowing, or for the briefest of moments, if you were a villager, you would have seen a flash of yellow. This would have caused people to pause and rub their eyes. Had their eyes held true to what they'd seen, the fourth couldn't return from the dead, right? They'd think about that later. Naruto had ducked, weaved, made quick turns, until he finally made it to the Hokage Tower. However, deciding to have a little fun, he had made a dash, discovering something extraordinary. He could use his newfound speed to run up buildings horizontally, and that just made this all the more outstanding for him. When he reached the window of the Hokage's office, he spoke with excitement and vigor. Hiruzen was informed by Dog that Naruto was not in the academy. Apparently, he had left the academy after losing to Sasuke Uchiha. The aged Hokage knew that there was likely more to the story than that, but would have to talk to Naruto about it when he sees him. As such, they were then told to see if they'd be able to find anything out about the flash of light they saw. As such, the Umbu then proceeded to leave the village to see if they'd have been able to pick up anything. Until there was any info he could receive regarding Naruto, he simply continued his endless fight with his gravest enemy, paperwork. To Hiruzen, this abomination seems to only get stronger as the days progress, while he slowly yet gradually grows weaker. Though while working, he placed his left hand onto his forehead, letting go of a tired sigh. Hiruzen, mentally, please be all right, Naruto. When suddenly, out of nowhere, Naruto, hi old man Hokage. The aged Hokage had jumped, voluntarily flinching because of that voice. It was obnoxious, but he knew it all too well. More so, it seemed to have more vigor in it than he usually hears when the boy is chirpy. He looked to his window, and as fate would have it, Naruto was there. Hiruzen took a moment to catch his breath before smiling softly. Hiruzen, don't scare me like that, Naruto. If I were anyone else, you'd have probably been sent flying for popping up so abruptly like that. Naruto, sorry about that, old man. I'm actually here because I got to talk to you about something. It's rather important. The Hokage had noticed the sadness in the boy's voice. He had sounded so happy, but now he sounded nervous, as if he was trying to deny something. The Hokage was more than happy to put his paperwork aside for the moment and place his undivided attention onto his surrogate grandson. Hiruzen, what is it, Naruto? Naruto, it's about the Nine Tails. The Hokage's eyes had widened, if only slightly before reining his emotions. He should have known this would come soon, but how'd the blonde find out? The boy himself believed that the fourth had vanquished the beast. Almost immediately, Hiruzen had discreetly notified the rest of the Umbu to leave. Afterwards, went through hand seals before ending on a ram sign. The room was then soundproofed and sealed off from the outside world. Hiruzen, who told you this, Naruto? The Hokage may have sounded calm, but at the same time, he was worried. Who told the boy about his secret? Would he have to perform an investigation about whoever let it slip? To the third, it really seemed as though someone was going to be punished for letting their grief get the better of them. Naruto, believe it or not, old man, I found out myself. I'm sure you noticed that flash of light from outside your window a while ago. That was me. And don't worry, I'll explain everything soon enough. But first, I have to know, why did you lie to me? I saw you as someone I needed, someone I trusted. Hell, I'm sort of tempted to even say a grandfather figure. The Hokage could feel the hurt in Naruto's voice. He felt the weight of guilt striking him in the face like one of the slug princess's punches. He had to tread carefully. Naruto's head hung low, obviously still trying to hide his hurt. He probably had never felt so betrayed before. Now that his excitement was gone, the pain and sorrow had returned. Hiruzen, Naruto, I know to you, you feel as though the one person you thought you could trust betrayed you. But I promise you, I have my reasons. Let me explain, please. Naruto only nodded his head. Hiruzen, you obviously know your birthday is on the day when the Nine Tails attacked the village. However, when you were told that the Nine Tails was defeated by the fourth Hokage, that was a lie. Tail beasts are masses of chakra with consciousness. Therefore, the only way the beast could be kept at bay was by sealing it into a newborn baby. Naruto could only clench his fists in a bit of contempt, as misguided as it was, and Hiruzen could tell by it that Naruto was likely getting the wrong idea, due to the fact that he's trying not to disclose too much info to the boy, no matter how much he wants to. Naruto, so the fourth chose me, because I had lost my parents on the day of the attack. It's easier for someone who is alone to bear the weight of having a beast sealed into their gut without having anyone who can really care for him. So against my will, before I could comprehend anything, I was chosen to hold the beast. I'm going to be honest, old man. You know that the fourth is my idol, but I can't help but feel like I should hate him for doing this to me. I'm forever doomed to bear the hatred for something I had no say or control over. Hiruzen could only sigh, knowing that if he tries to explain anymore, he could possibly disclose information to Naruto that he was not supposed to be briefed upon until he became of age or became a chunin. He really wanted to keep a tight lid on the truth regarding Naruto's lineage. However, what came out of Naruto's mouth next shocked him. Naruto, but also, I get the strangest feeling that you're still lying to me. You're not telling me the whole story. If Hiruzen was surprised, he didn't show it. The boy was definitely more perceptive than he gives him credit for. He could try and end the conversation here, but it would lead to straining the relationship between him and Naruto. If the boy loses the one person he thought he could confide in when his times were rough, he may grow up cold. He could grow to hate the village when he asked Naruto not to. Shiruzen, I am Sore Naruto, but I can't disclose this information to Naruto. Old man, I want to trust you. I know there's a reason behind this, but you aren't being honest with me. How can you expect me to be honest with you when you aren't giving me the same courtesy? Is it because you also see me as the beast inside of me? The Hokage knew things were only going to get worse from here. Something had to give. Either he tells Naruto the truth now and save him the heartache he'll soon be going through when he does find out, or risk the boy losing his trust in him, hating him, and then when he does find out about his heritage, he'll have all the more reason to despise Konoha and likely try to take his assets and leave. What's more is he won't be able to stop him. The Hokage could only rub his head. He'd always put the village first, as it was his duty. He couldn't show favoritism, but this had nothing to do with that. Naruto was a justification. He's the village's lone Jinchuuriki. He has no one. Hiruzen, Naruto, I swear on the graves of the first and second Hokage that I do not in any way, shape, or form see you as the beast that resides inside of you. It's that the information could put others, more specifically you, in danger. Naruto, just like how the information of me being a Jinchuuriki could supposedly put me in danger, yet it seems the entire village seems to know, which is the reason as to why I'm hated. The third flinched at the accusation, but wanting to save a little bit of face, he spoke up, hiding the urgency in his voice. Hiruzen, that isn't true, Naruto. The older generation were forbidden from telling their children also. Naruto could only nod. He had definitely noticed that. Naruto, let me guess. If the kids my age don't know, you must have done so, in hopes that I make a few friends. But you must not have anticipated the older villagers telling their children to stay away from me. Hiruzen noticed how Naruto said children. It was obvious that the whiskered blonde held jealousy in his inability to have a family like the other kids, which could only make the third sigh, knowing that Naruto was right on the analysis. Naruto, as long as I can remember after I was given my own apartment, I'd ask you about my parents. Until that one particular day, I didn't ask for much. At the very least, I wanted to know their names, what kind of people they were, and what did you say to me? Hiruzen, there's no use in asking that. What good would you knowing do? It won't bring back the dead. Hiruzen remembered that very well, putting on that indifferent face when he said that. He could only shut his eyes in remorse and guilt. Naruto, I remember looking out from my balcony, watching you walk away. I felt so upset, knowing that there could have been the chance that you did in fact know my parents, but for some reason, you just refused to tell me. Other orphans got to know their parents. But me? I was given the cold shoulder, left in the dark whenever it involved me. The young blonde's hands clenched into firm fists as he took a deep breath to control his anger. Something a 6-year-old likely would have never done, as someone his age would have just likely thrown a tantrum. Naruto, tell me, old man, not as the Hokage, but if you were just a citizen of Konoha, if you had now realized that the one person you trusted more than anyone in this village was lying to you, would you still trust them? The aged Hokage knew full well the answer to that question. No, he wouldn't. This talk was a losing battle, and slowly it was beginning to wear down his fortitude. Naruto, and even now, you sit here continuing to assure me, or likely yourself, that me not knowing about my burden was for my own good. You say to trust you when you can't give me the same courtesy. You say it's for my own good, when it's really only done the opposite, as I've lived day after day, wondering why, whenever I walk along the streets, I see the adults glare at me. Why they whisper such hateful, fearful thoughts about me. Why they tell their children to stay away from me. You only believe that I wouldn't understand if you told me then, that I likely won't understand if you tell me now. Be honest with me, old man. You likely still see me as an idiot just like all the other villagers. That I can't understand, or likely I don't deserve to understand yet, despite everything I've suffered from up until now. At this point, unable to hold it in anymore, Naruto let a few tears slide down his eyes. His sadness had reached the brink. For once, this wasn't the boy who had begun playing pranks, yelling that he would become Hokage, or the person that was always putting on a front with an overzealous smiling face. Hiruzen knew at this point that Naruto had definitely lost a deep amount of respect and trust in him. Hiruzen knew he only had two options now, especially considering the fact that Naruto knew about the Nine Tails, more specifically, him being its Jinchuriki. 1. Hiruzen can keep his mouth shut and likely make the same mistake again should Naruto find out about his lineage, and this will likely lead to a situation where Naruto undoubtedly ends up hating him and the rest of Konoha. Or, Hiruzen can be truthful, allow Naruto to hear it from his own mouth while he's still willing to hear the old man, save Naruto from the pain he'll likely feel later. And most importantly, be able to assure him that his parents did undoubtedly and unconditionally love him. Hiruzen, all right, Naruto, but first, answer me this. What are your feelings towards Konoha? The aged Hokage could feel the apprehension and dread clawing away at him, wondering if his worst fears would be realized. Yet despite that, Naruto's glare, his anger, seemed to be replaced with longing and sadness. Naruto, I've said it once. I'll say it again. I don't want to answer their violence with violence. Me hating them back won't fix my problems. However, this is my home. Besides, running away likely wouldn't solve anything either. Hiruzen could only wince at the fact that Naruto even contemplated running away, but knew that should that have happened, he would have had to send out Anbu in hopes of locating him, seeing as Naruto was not only probably the most important child in Konoha, but he was also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a Biju that belonged to Konoha. Naruto, yet, I know I could grow to like, maybe even love Konoha. The only people here who really even acknowledge me are the two at the ramen shop, excluding you, old man. I want to be able to love the village, maybe even have the love for it that the first Hokage did. But as of right now, Konoha is definitely not in my category of what I like. At most, it's borderline what I hate. But those ramen people, they're the ones keeping me sane, really. So short response. No, I don't really like or enjoy Konoha apart from the ramen. And you've yet to give me a reason as to why I should if that was the reason for your question. Hiruzen felt his heart tear because of that response, but it mended slightly knowing that Naruto admitted that he could still grow to love the village he was born in. Yes, him hating it was completely justified given his life, also considering the fact that he, the Hokage, had been lying to Naruto and completely avoiding the one main question he stopped asking him. He had a choice to make: be honest or twist the truth and lie again. Hiruzen mentally forgiving Minato for what I'm about to do. However, I see this as the only way to get Naruto to stay without him leaving or anything bad happening in the future because of me. Hiruzen, Naruto, what I'm about to tell you is classified as an S-rank secret. You're the only one besides me and two other people who know about this. What I'm about to tell you, you have to swear that you will not tell anyone. Is that understood? And for the first time ever, when instructing the boy about something, he had leveled some killing intent at Naruto. It did make the young Uzumaki flinch a bit, but compared to what he felt from the Nine Tails, this wasn't as bad. He only nodded. Hiruzen, Naruto, before I give you the whole story, I want you to think about something. Do not give me the answer when you realize. You obviously now know that your birthday resides on the day the QB was sealed inside of you. However, I want to ask you three important questions. They'll give you an answer to who one of your parents was. And to say Naruto was shocked would be an understatement. So he was right. Old man Hokage actually knew who his parents were. This would finally be his chance to learn about them. The boy steeled himself and nodded again. Hiruzen, question 1. What's the one thing you were taught about the fourth Hokage in the academy? Naruto, that he was a very noble person, respected by many. He was the only person in the entire elemental nations to earn its entire fear and fearing respect. Hiruzen, question 2. You may be an orphan, but do you honestly believe that your parents would have left you behind in the world without an appropriate reason? Naruto could only ask himself what the Hokage meant by that exactly. He felt like he could understand. No son or daughter would truly believe that their parents would leave them without reason. But if that was the case, then what were his parents' reasoning? There was a lot that he still wasn't understanding. Hiruzen, final question. The aged shinobi took a deep breath before steeling himself. Hiruzen, Naruto, I want you to take a deep look at yourself. And while doing so, I want you to imagine yourself without your whiskers. Then think about who you see yourself the most as. Now, the boy was beyond confused. Nonetheless, he complied. Man, did he hate Hiruzen's riddles. He closed his eyes for a moment and pictured himself without his whiskers, leaving only his blonde hair and his blue eyes. His eyebrows furrowed as he concentrated on the deep thought. There is only one other person in Konoha that was said to have blonde hair and blue eyes. Take away his whiskers, and you get Naruto. You mean? The realization hit him like a freight train. How could he have been so stupid? Even he should have been able to see the comparisons between himself and the fourth. But even still, he just couldn't believe it. The fourth Hokage was his father? The very same person who sealed the Nine Tails inside of him? He was the lone son of the fourth. Hiruzen. He couldn't ask for anyone else to give their child for it, if he wasn't willing to do the same with his own son. Naruto fell to his knees. So many overwhelming emotions filled him. anger at his own father, condemning him to a life of loneliness, sadness in knowing that his old man now had a valid reason as to why he couldn't be with him, excitement for knowing that he was directly related to a Hokage. And would he have guessed it? He was related to the fourth Hokage of all people. But most importantly, confusion. He only trusted his son to be the bearer of the Nine Tails. But why? Naruto. Boo, but wouldn't someone else from a clan with a family have been a better choice? Hiruzen. A fair assessment, Naruto. However, there's another reason as to why you were specifically chosen. That reason being is because you're an Uzumaki. Once again, Naruto's brain halted. Because he's an Uzumaki? What's so special about him being an Uzumaki? Hiruzen. Naruto, you're not a clanless orphan. In fact, your clan would have been one of the most feared within the elemental nations had it not been for the Second Great War. Uzumakis were the only ones who could efficiently hold the Nine Tails at bay because of their outstanding chakra. While you may believe that you being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was because you're the only available baby, no, it's because 50% of your body holds the vitality and chakra needed to properly hold away the beast. However, this also means another thing. You obviously know your father was a Namikaze, which could only mean that his mother was an Uzumaki. That's why he's the only one who could hold the Nine Tails. He may be half Uzumaki, but he's still an Uzumaki nonetheless. And when the Hokage saw that the realization hit Naruto, he continued on with his explanation. Hiruzen. However, despite being an Uzumaki, it would seem that your father's genes were more dominant in the process of your making, which is why you have his blonde hair and blue eyes. It honestly astonishes me that even you couldn't figure it out. It baffles me that the villagers can't see either. Now, Naruto had never felt so stupid in his entire life. Was he seriously that naive? He could only facepalm himself at his own naivety. Naruto. So, the fourth is my father. Boo, but why couldn't you tell me before, old man? Please be honest with me. Hiruzen. Because your father had made many enemies, Naruto. I'm sure you were taught by now about the Third Great War. Your father had single-handedly secured victory for Konoha against Kumogakure and Awagakure. If word got out that he had an heir, you would be facing kidnappers who would likely either have tried to torture you for the rest of your life, seek you out to kill you, or abduct you simply for the desire of making you a breeder for the skills your father had. So, you have your mother's surname. Naruto, you were afraid of me blurting it out. You thought I would have used it as a crutch to get the villagers to stop hating me. After all, they practically worship the fourth. Hiruzen could only nod his head. Naruto was taking this much better than he thought he would. He could obviously see the boy was still upset, confused, and bewildered, but he was still willing to think rationally in a situation such as this. But that's when Naruto realized something. Naruto, but that's not incredibly fair to assume, old man. Why did you just assume the worst with me? And if that was the case, then surely there would have been someone who would have wanted to adopt me, right? Hiruzen. I apologize, Naruto. You may not want to hear this, but like I said, no one aside from myself and a select few others are aware of who you are and your parents, your legacy. As far as everyone else knows, I told them that you were a baby that was found after the disappearance of the Nine Tails. And it was only about a year or so after you were born that someone had apparently leaked the information of you being the Nine Tails' Jinchuriki. It was far too late for me to perform damage control. The best I could do was try and make sure you knew there was someone that at the very least cared about you. I'm aware that I couldn't do much due to my role as the Hokage, and I can't apologize enough for the loneliness and hate you were obviously close to drowning in. But please understand that the village was too weakened at the time to know whose legacy you represented. Naruto could only clench his fists in contempt, anger, and frustration. To Naruto, his father seemed like the catalyst for all of this happening. Did he not love him? He discarded that thought for now, more interested in one peculiar person, his mother. Naruto. But Why couldn't you at the very least tell me about my mom? If we have a last same name, couldn't you have at most assured me that I had a mom? Hiruzen. Yes, I could have. But listen to me well, Naruto. I had honestly planned on telling you about her when I informed you of your burden of being a Jinchuriki. Naruto. But what was her name? Hiruzen. Her name was Kushina, and believe me, Naruto, she was maybe just as feared as your father. Before she became pregnant with you, she grew up to be quite the kunoichi. Not only did she possess a unique chakra, but she was also a member of my Umbu. She was known as the Red Hot Habanero and the Red Death. That was on the account of her skill with a blade. With her sword, she was described as a literal maelstrom. Naruto could only smile. Who would have thought that him? The bearer of the nine tails, the village's pariah, the current dead last of the academy would turn out to be the son of not one, but two of Konoha's deadliest ninjas. Tears slowly began to stream down the boy's eyes. He finally let go of the emotions he kept bottled up, and at that moment, Hiruzen had embraced the boy tightly. Hiruzen, you're a strong boy, Naruto, and you may not believe me, but it cut my soul every single time I was forced to lie to you. Your father did not want you learning of him until you were either married, a chunin, or at an appropriate age. As for your mother, if I'm being 100% honest, I would have told you about Kushina when you had become a chunin and your father when you had become a jonin. I so badly wanted to abide by his wishes, but I now see that by doing so, I would have failed him. And in case you're wondering, they did love you, Naruto, more than anything else in the world. In fact, you should have seen how much Kushina was prepping for your birth. Heck, even Minato while he was Hokage. He was so nervous, but excited when he learned that he would be a father. Their only regret was being forced to leave you behind in this world without their guidance. But they hoped that in time, when you did find out, you'd forgive them. Kushina had practically cried as she begged me to give you a normal childhood, and I'm aware that I've failed in that category too. Naruto's tears continued streaming down his face. He only buried his face further into his surrogate grandfather figure when he was told that his parents did indeed love him. That knowledge only completed him. No child should go on without knowing whether or not his parents loved him. Inside Naruto's head, the hedgehogs, having overheard everything, agreed that now they'd have to push Naruto a little harder now. The boy now knew of his legacy, and they knew for certain that he'd want to train harder in order to live up to his parents' expectations. The beast, however, hearing about Minato and Kushina, could only growl. It may have despised humans, but even he had to admit that the fourth was unparalleled in terms of brilliance. And that's one of the things he hated most about him. As for Kushina, oh boy, did the Nine Tails hate that woman with every fiber of its being. Her abominable chakra had practically kept him chained within her for as long as he could remember. Not only that, just thinking about the other thing made it snarl. Naruto, thank you, old man, for telling me everything. I'll admit, I want to hate my dad. I want to hate you even. But I know you did it for a reason. I can't hate anyone without hearing the full story. I guess that's why you told me to try and look past the village's misplaced hatred of me, right? Hiruzen honestly found it hard to believe that this was Naruto. Since when did the boy become so mature? Then again, it would have happened sooner or later. Or rather, this was because Naruto was actually speaking without masking his hurt. His true face was actually on display at this moment. The aged Hokage could only take solace knowing that he had potentially steered Naruto clear of a life full of hatred, where he would stop at nothing to get revenge. It was then that Naruto looked up at Hiruzen with newfound vigor and determination in his eyes. Naruto, then I guess I've got all the more reason to try and pass the academy to become a ninja, right? How about to make my parents proud? This just gives me even more reason to become Hokage. I promise you, old man, I'll get the village to see past their hatred, and I'll show them all that as long as I'm alive, they won't have to fear me or the tailed beast within me. Only then, when they acknowledge me, will I be able to become the Hokage. Believe it. The aged Hokage could only laugh at this notion. Hiruzen, I have no doubt that you will do so, Naruto. Naruto. However, This also means that I have all the more reason to start training and work myself into the ground. Konoha may not know who I am, but we can't put it past other villages as well then, old man. I need to become strong enough. So if I meet someone who can connect the pieces as to who I am, I'll be strong enough to protect myself and those I care for. Hiruzen, indeed, though, I have no doubt that you will be able to do Naruto. Now before anything else, I believe you also owe me an explanation about that light in the forest, along with the reason as to why you weren't in the academy. Naruto could only rub the back of his head in an embarrassed manner. He then sighed and proceeded to relay everything to the third. Naruto, okay, but you may want to sit down for this, old man. Naruto started from the beginning, right when he left, reasons being because of the tests they had, which revolve around kunai and shuriken target practice, taijutsu sparring, and then the ninjutsu showing. Unfortunately, not only did Naruto fail the shuriken and shuriken target practice, but he also failed the taijutsu portion, and against his pride, due to the old man's assessment, he begrudgingly admitted that he left because not only did he lose to Sasuke, but he was also just real angry that he's got no one there who'll support him, which caused him to explain that he hasn't made any friends yet, since most of, if not all the kids avoid him, berate him, and laugh at him when he fails. He was just tired and needed to clear his head, which led him to roaming out of Konoha to stroll through the woods to clear his head. After that, he told Hiruzen about how he stumbled upon some old temple that was very, very far out in the forest. Naruto, and to keep the rest of the story brief, I found this emerald that's got a lot of power stored inside of it. Turns out that when I touched it, I was chosen to be the wielder of chaos energy. I was told it works a lot like chakra, but it's far more potent and destructive. If I were to describe it, unlike that of chakra, which was described in the academy as spiritual power, I would say that this is more along the use of life force energy, A/N. Keep in mind for those watching that chakra and ki are two very different things. Naruto, good news is though, that unless you were deemed worthy to use the energy in the emerald, it's basically useless. Just looks as though it's a priceless gem. Hiruzen had so many thoughts rushing through his head. But first and foremost, he needed to know, Hiruzen, and do you have this emerald with you? Naruto nodded and reached into his back pocket, pulling out the green gem. It was glowing a bright green. Needless to say that the aged Hokage himself was in awe of how rare and priceless it looked. If the council found out that Naruto was in possession of such a thing, he didn't even want to think of that. Not right now. Hiruzen, then I trust that you will keep this a secret, right? Don't let anybody else see that you have this in your possession. Not unless you trust them enough to keep this secret. And I thank you for trusting me with this knowledge, Naruto. However, are you sure it would be wise of you to use this energy instead of your own chakra? You do have the strongest of tailed beasts inside of you well. There would come a time where you may need to use its chakra as well. That actually only made Naruto clench his fist that wasn't holding the emerald. Naruto, that's actually why I came to see you. When I touched this emerald, I met two souls that were inside of the emerald. They turned out to be hedgehogs. One was really kind, and the other kind of reminded me of Duckbutt Uchiha, but I can tell that he means well. I can communicate with him in my head, much like I can with the Nine Tails now. While I learn more about how to use my chakra, they'll be teaching me how to fight and use the chaos energy. But I'm going to be honest, old man. I highly doubt if I'll ever willingly use the Nine Tails of chakra. Now, that was something he wasn't expecting. Most Jinchuriki would take advantage of being able to have an abundance of chakra at their disposal. Before he could ask why, Naruto spoke up. Naruto, why would I use the chakra of the being that has caused my life nothing but pain and loneliness? If I use the fox's chakra at any given point, I'll likely only reawaken their fear of it, which would only make things worse for me. And even if I was able to use the chakra without any potential drawbacks that could come with it, would the villagers really be all right with me? Would I really be able to earn their respect by using the chakra of the very thing that caused them and me pain and sorrow? Hiruzen couldn't refute the boy's logic. It definitely made sense. Plus, Kushina had become a very strong kunoichi in her own right without relying on the beast's chakra. Naruto's attention is then focused back on the emerald in his hand. Naruto, I was actually sort of wondering if I could get this emerald sealed in me in some way. That way I can keep it protected at all times. Hiruzen was honestly surprised by this. He couldn't hide his surprise anymore. The boy was speaking as though he wanted to learn the art of Fuinjutsu, art of sealing. Naruto, not only that, but I think by touching this emerald gave me some sort of special Kekiai Genkai, old man. When I use it, I'm incredibly fast. Hiruzen, really? How fast, Naruto? Naruto, well, you remember that pillar of green light? You could probably tell that I was really far away. My speed allowed me to run all the way back in less than half an hour. But it's worth mentioning that I believe I can go way faster than the time it took for me to get back here. I wanted to better grasp my speed and then figure out how fast I can go as I go along. Hiruzen's eyes had visibly widened just a bit before calming himself. Naruto was going to be capable of some great things. He could only smile. Hiruzen, I'm unsure about getting the emerald sealed inside of you, Naruto. However, I can give you something that will allow you to seal the emerald somewhere safe. Which brings me to the next topic. You now know of your heritage, along with your Jinchuriki status. I think it's only fair that I show you where your parents lived. It'll be up to you to decide whether or not you want to move into your father's estate. You may not know this, but he had it all planned out and built for when they were ready to welcome you into the world. At the very least, you can have some sort of memory of knowing where you'd stay was built with them in mind. Naruto, I'd love to see it, yes, but I think I'm okay with living in my apartment. If anything, I just like a more comfortable apartment, since mine sucks. Hiruzen, well, maybe we'll do something about that. Naruto, also, you said something about sealing. How would that keep the emerald safe? Hiruzen, it's called Fuinjutsu Naruto, which means art of sealing. I think you'll learn that you may have quite the talent for it, considering you're an Uzumaki. Their knowledge in Fuinjutsu is what almost earned the entire shinobi world's fear had they not succumbed to a combined attack in the Second Great War. Naruto, got any way that I could try and learn then, old man? Hiruzen, indeed, but first and foremost, come here, Naruto, and look at this portrait. The blonde proceeded to walk over behind Hiruzen's desk till he stood in front of a picture that had his father on it. It was only now with the knowledge he bore that he realized that he indeed did look like his father. Hiruzen, bite your thumb, but do it in a way where you'll draw a bit of your blood. Smear it across your hand, and then place it on the wall where your father's photo was. Naruto did as was told. Luckily, his canines were sharper than others were. He opened a little cut on his left thumb and then smeared it across the palm of his right hand. Once he then placed it on the wall, it glowed a bright white glow for a moment before it seemingly allowed something to push out. They were two scrolls. Hiruzen. Before they passed on, they had these notes written away for you. When it came time that you were ready to know their legacy, they wanted me to be the one to give you if I was still alive. Thus, they kept it in the Hokage office, where only I would know where it was. Before I take you to your father's estate, you can take the time to read the notes if you'd like. Naruto could only nod his head eagerly. A chance to hear words from his parents would have been a dream come true. He may not hear them vocally, but he'll take any form he can get. After all, he's been without them for 6 years, and will continue to be without them until the day he finally dies. And he does not plan on dying early. The blonde took a deep breath, deciding to first read his mother's scroll first. The word mother was even written in a red kanji. The moment he opened the scroll, he began reading, Dear Naruto, if you're reading this letter, sweetheart, then it means that your mommy is no longer among the living and that I have succumbed to my injuries on the night of the Ninetales' attack. Before anything else, Naruto, I want you to know that even if you can only hear this from the scroll, know that as your mother, I love with all my heart and soul, you know. Nothing would ever change that, and I only wish I could be with you to tell you personally. As of now, this likely means that you've also found out about the nine tails inside of you. I can only imagine how rough your life, as Jinchuriki is. Do not worry though, I can sympathize with you, for I was the nine tails as Jinchuriki before you. With this knowledge, I want you to know, Naruto, you are not the nine tails. You are no more the beast than the kunai sealed inside of a scroll. However, if the village is found out and you are being treated illy, please do not hold it against them. I've learned long ago that most of the Konoha village is brain dead. There are only a few that you'll really be able to call true friends. Now, first and foremost, by now you've likely learned of your lineage. You know that since you have Uzumaki blood in your veins, that you not only possess massive chakra reserves, but you will also live a long life. And with that said, you better not let me see you up here, unless you've died of old age. Your mother is not the best with her temper. So if I've learned that you died because of something stupid, I'll beat your soul the very moment you arrive. Now, by reading this note, it's also safe to assume you've chosen the path of a ninja, just like your father and I did. I wish I could have been there to help you every step of the way. My biggest regret is never being able to hear you say mama to me, nor being able to see you take your first steps towards me. However, what I can leave to you are a few personal late birthday gifts. In the first kanji below contains my sword. Your mother was very crafty with that blade, if I say so myself, you know. The second kanji contains my very own kenjutsu style that I bequeath to you. Should you choose to take up kenjutsu, you'll have your mother's blade, along with some lessons on how to properly wield the sword. The third kanji contains a key for your father's estate. You'll find a room that this key goes to. In the room will be books filled with all my knowledge in Fuinjutsu. Your mother was a mistress in the art, you know. I can personally say that this is the most versatile in the shinobi arts. You'll go far if you learn it, and I'm sure you'll become a Fuinjutsu master yourself. And in the final kanji, contains my special wedding ring your father gave me. When you find the girl that you know is right for you, you can propose to her with it. It should also go without saying that I'd better not learn that my son has become a pervert. Otherwise, I'll spank you into the ground of the clouds when I see you. Stay strong, Naruto, and know that I'm very proud to be your mother. I love you so much. With all the love in the world, your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto's arms were trembling with the scroll he had just read. He had tears that were threatening to spill from his eyes. He could feel the warmth of his mother's sincerity, the fear of his mother's threats. But overall, the love is what he felt the most from the letter. He could only hug the scroll as though it were a way he could hug his mother. He even learned that she had the verbal tic that he's got. She must have been the one he got it from. Naruto. Okay, one down, one to go. Could you hold my mom's scroll, old man? Hiruzen. Of course, Naruto. Naruto then proceeded to roll up the scroll and then hand it to the aged shinobi before opening up his father's scroll. He took a moment to collect himself and then began reading. To Naruto, my son, if you're reading this letter, that means that I have passed away. By now, I'll assume that you're either a chunin or finally of age to read this letter. So in case you are, or in case you stumbled upon this scroll by accident, allow me to clear some things up. The person writing you this note is Minato Namikaze, and as you've probably realized, the fourth Hokage. I bet you're feeling very awestruck to know that you're the son of me, right? I wouldn't think so, considering you probably look just like me. By now, you likely know about the nine-tailed fox that you have inside you. This will be the toughest part of the letter. You probably despise me and curse me from the living world for the burden I placed on you. However, I hope that within time, you will know that I had no choice. Your mother pleaded with me to reseal the beast inside of her, but she had suffered enough. The main reason I chose you to bear the beast is because, unlike your mother and her predecessor, I wholeheartedly believe that you'd be the one to master the nine tails of chakra. I believe that you'd be able to make the beast work with you to forever change the shinobi world. You may be thinking I have high expectations of you for believing such a thing, but can you blame your old man? You are my son after all. Next, I humbly ask that if you do end up harboring hatred, don't direct it at Lord Third. He was only following my request that you not be informed of my identity until you were at the very least strong enough to protect yourself. I had made many enemies during the Third Great War, and you'd have been a prime target for those who'd wish to settle an old grudge against me. If you do choose to hate me because of this, then I fully understand. I only hope that you will forgive me within time, and it may not be much, but hopefully some late birthday gifts will make up for your father being unable to be there with you. Unfortunately, I was an orphan, so I don't have any special Kekiai Genkai, Kekiai Toda, or a unique dojutsu to give you. However, what I can give you are some things that help me earn the entire shinobi world's fear and respect. In the first kanji of the scroll contains the very jutsu that earned me the title, the Yellow Flash. They're improved notes of Nidaime-sama's flying Raijin jutsu. I hope that you'll be able to improve upon them and become a ninja greater than I was. But to do so, you'll need to learn Fuin Jutsu. That was something your mother had personally taught me before I became a master in the art myself. This may sound a little smug of me to say as well, but it'll definitely help you become Hokage should you choose to take that mantle. The second kanji contains a jutsu that I taught myself personally. It's called the Rasengan, Spiraling Sphere. This was a jutsu that took me 3 years to develop. However, I was unable to properly complete the jutsu. I bequeath this jutsu to you as well, hoping that you not only learn it, but master it as well. The third kanji contains a key to somewhere special in my estate that your mother and I shared. I assume that with your status, that you barely have proper people that will help you. In case people did not see you as the hero I wanted, I hope this will at least set your father on the path to earning your forgiveness. This will allow you to not only make your own taijutsu, but hopefully improve upon it. Take it from me, you may have a base for your style, but make sure it's unorthodox. The more bizarre or hard to follow your style is, the better it is against opponents. If you need any advice, make sure it follows the elemental nature. Move akin to that of a raging river. Strike with precision as sharp as the wind that blows, as fast as lightning itself, as pugnacious as a wildfire spreading, and as strong as the planet Earth itself. With these gifts, I hope that they will set you on the path to becoming a strong shinobi. I'm sure that you're plenty strong enough though already. You have no idea how proud I am of you though, my son. I do hope that when I see you again, that you can forgive me in case you haven't already. And if you did, then know I promise to make it up to you when we meet again. However, please do not die, unless it's of old age. I already can imagine your mother giving me an earful already about spoiling you with these. I wish you the best of luck, Naruto, and I love you, son, with all my heart. A father-son love is something no one else will be able to give. I hope that this scroll shows you how much I care, even though I'm not there with you. Best of luck, son. Your father, the fourth Minato Namikaze. Naruto, GGRK, Ashashefka. Naruto at this point was stifling a sob. He luckily managed to roll the scroll up before throwing himself into the aged Hokage's arms. Hiruzen could tell that his parents' words must have touched him deeply. After all, the boy never openly cries. But maybe this was for the best, so he doesn't have to keep his emotions bottled up. Hiruzen, let it go, Naruto. You shouldn't leave your emotions bottled up. I'm sure you've forced yourself to stop crying many times. Do not do so this time. Almost instantly after Hiruzen said that, Naruto began to sob. The old Hokage wrapped his arms around the young Uzumaki. He gently rubbed the boy's head to comfort him. Except, there was more happiness in it than sadness in the blonde's cries. His parents truly did love him. They even went as far as to leave him with their own personal jutsus as late birthday gifts. He definitely now had a lot more to live up to. It's going to be a while before he becomes a ninja, but now he's got more than enough determination and reason to focus his efforts in improving himself, to make his parents proud. Otherwise, his mother would never forgive him. When Naruto finally collected himself, he rubbed away the last of the tears in his eyes and gave Hiruzen a bright smile. Naruto, old man, you better enjoy that hat while you can, because I'm going to snatch it right from you soon enough, believe it. Hiruzen, I'd be more than happy to give you the hat when you're ready. Naruto. Until then, you must become stronger and show me that when the time comes, that you deserve the position of Hokage. Understand? Naruto, you got it. I guess now, I'll go and check out my dad's estate, if that's okay with you, that is. Hiruzen, but of course, just be sure to keep this to yourself, though. No one is to know that you have access to these things, okay? Naruto, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm capable of even outrunning and hiding from Umbu. And I do in my orange jumpsuit, too. Maybe I'll try to get something in orange, though. Yeah, I think about that when the time comes. Anyways, thanks for this, Gigi. Hiruzen, no problem, Naruto. Enjoy the rest of your day, but please take your time in the academy seriously. I know you may not believe it's worth it, but trust me, you'll find friends. People who will see you for you. And I'm sure that a teacher there will too. Naruto didn't really understand the last part of what the Hokage was hinting at, but nonetheless nodded his head. Once Hiruzen had released the seals he activated, Naruto then proceeded to put away the scrolls into his jumpsuit. He then made sure he still had the emerald as well, which he did, in his back pocket. From there, he dashed out the window, leaving behind a gust of wind that blew some of the paperwork that Hiruzen was working on off of the desk. Now, he was going to have to reorganize that. He wanted to groan, but couldn't help but feel as though this was karma for keeping such a secret from Naruto when he deserved to know it more than anyone else. Hiruzen, mentally Naruto, you're going to change the shinobi world in more ways than one. Of that, I can personally guarantee. Minato, Kushina, I can only hope I can mend the bridge I had with Naruto if it'll make him certain that Konoha can give him love and care. I'm sure the last thing we all would want is if he decided to desert the village. I pray that he'll see the good in Konoha soon. When the Umbu had returned and informed Hiruzen that they could not find Naruto, the Hokage had informed them that he had shown up a while ago with some news about that light they saw. However, the information itself is classified and only he can know about it. This, however, did open up the Hokage's eyes. Maybe with his age, he had become too lenient in simply hoping for the best in certain situations. He was the Hokage, damn it. He's obviously got to improve himself, and he knows just where to start, with the damned council. More so the elders. They've long since overstepped the boundaries that were given to them by his sensei, Senju Tobarama. Not only that, but he's got to start reminding two certain elders of their place, Koharu and Hamura. As for Danzo, well, he was still an enigma in itself. While the aged leader was certain that his roots still existed, he had no evidence to prove it. It's time he put his foot down and starts taking back his authority. After all, Naruto trusted him with his knowledge as he trusted the boy with the knowledge of his lineage. He could expect the boy to do great things for Konoha when the time came. Until then, he's got to continue leading the village. And he'll do so in a much more headstrong fashion this time. No more letting the civilian council do as they please. It'll take some time, but he's certain he'll get back the authority that the shinobi had. He's just got to obtain enough info to use and counter them as all. As for Naruto, we now find our whisker-faced boy now in front of the estate of his father's building. The building he would have called home had his parents not passed away, where he would have been raised. However, it had taken him a while to find, considering he didn't know what it was like. It wasn't until he found one particular building that just seemed to stick out to him. More importantly, it looked untouched, as though no one had been there. He first had to make sure none of the villagers were around. And after doing so, he let himself inside, not before cutting his thumb yet again and sliding his blood across a seal that opened the gate to let him inside. The moment he was inside, the gate closed itself slowly, and once done, the seal relocked itself. But once he was inside, he was amazed by the field. The garden was beautiful. The grass was flourishing. Flowers were blooming. Overall, it didn't look too extravagant, but definitely gave off the impression of home, despite it being an estate to one of Konoha's most deadliest ninjas. /in. Imagine Naruto's home in Boruto, but in this, it's slightly bigger in a sectioned-off area and blocked by a gate/seal. Naruto, wow. Dad and Mom must have really wanted me to live comfortably from the looks of this. Sonic, they may not be with you, Naruto, but know that you've got me and Shad in the meantime. Shadow, regardless, you should come here whenever you finish with your academy stuff. Sneak in here, and we can take advantage of the privacy to properly train you. After all, if your father was one of the deadliest shinobis this village raised, then that's all the more reason that you make your own name in this world. Naruto, thanks guys. Also, sorry about breaking down. And I'm sorry you had to see all that with me learning about my parents and all. Sonic, hey, don't worry about it. I'd have been the same way if I didn't know who my parents were. Like Shadow said, we have all the more reason to whip you into shape. Leave learning your fighting style to us. Your old man said to make sure it was hard to follow. And considering you have my speed, I'll make sure it's just that. Naruto could only smile, knowing he had two people who'd have his back and help him through thick and thin. They may not always give him the answers and leave him to figure some things out himself, but he's fine with that. These next 6 years were only going to get more interesting. Though the most important thing he's got to learn is to just accept the misplaced sneering, jeering, and mockery he gets. The boy had even thought about showing off the very moment he gets better, but Shadow advised against it. He told Naruto that as a ninja, he should keep up his position as dead last for deception. After all, if he showed off what he learned, it could cause more problems before he actually becomes a ninja under the Hokage. The Dark Hedgehog had learned more than enough about the council through Naruto's and Hiruzen's chat that they were likely an obnoxious bunch that would always try to get their hands on anything that seemed strong. In short, he saw them as over-greedy bastards. The blonde understood. As much as he would want to show off just a little, he was told to hold off until graduation exams. Until then, no matter how much he wanted to show off, he should just hold off in doing so. Sonic was the one to inform Naruto that there was nothing wrong with being confident in his skills, but since he's human, he shouldn't become overconfident. As someone who's had their fair share of close calls because he got too cocky, he didn't want Naruto going through that at all. All in all, it warmed the boy's heart knowing he had two people at the very least with him who'd have his back. When Naruto had finally entered the estate, he was astounded by what he saw. It looked like what many would expect. It wasn't overly extravagant, but still held just a bit of expensiveness to it. That was likely due to his mother's part, no doubt, though it definitely held a homely feeling to it. Naruto had then taken out the scrolls of his parents and decided to check out the one thing that he had been curious about, the basement. But first, he decided to explore the house. Admittedly, he did get a little too distracted whenever he saw a picture of his mother, his father, or the both of them together. One thing that Naruto noticed immediately about his mother was her red hair, and he loved it. He could already see why his father had chosen her. He honestly wondered if he'd have a chance of experiencing that kind of affection. Fat chance. Not as long as people still saw him as the Nine Tails. Well, he wasn't really focused on that. Besides, he couldn't really worry about that stuff until he knew he'd be strong enough to protect himself and the person he'd hopefully be together with. When Naruto made it to the basement, the first thing he did was check his mother's library. It honestly didn't surprise him that his mother and father had separate studies. They may have been ninjas, but likely wanted to keep some secrets to surprise the other with. He could only imagine how much they must have had in common. After opening his mother's scroll, cutting his left thumb again, and smearing some of the blood on the third kanji, it glowed before a key slowly pushed out of it. Naruto then used it to unlock the door, only to see that there were quite a number of books in here, ranging from books about the study of Fuinjutsu to some likely projects that his mother had experimented with. He could also see some ninjutsu books in here as well. Needless to say, he was greatly impressed by the study. He would definitely come here to learn when the people at the academy would refuse to teach him. He now had a way to continue learning without the worry of the academy teachers treating him unfairly. Next came his father's study. Now, he was really interested to see what his father had in store for him. Though, he couldn't help but wonder, how did the seals know to react to his blood? There must have been something special about his parents' seals that he wasn't understanding. Maybe it would be in his interest to study Fuinjutsu on the side. One thing was for certain, he now had to start. And even if the Academy thought they were going to stunt his efforts, then they've got another thing coming. Naruto, sorry about that, old man. I'm actually here because I've got to talk to you about something. It's rather important. The Hokage had noticed the sadness in the boy's voice. He had sounded so happy, but now he sounded nervous, as if he was trying to deny something. The Hokage was more than happy to put his paperwork aside for the moment and place his undivided attention onto his surrogate grandson. Hiruzen, what is it, Naruto? Naruto, it's about the Nine Tails. Hiruzen, mentally forgive me, Minato, for what I'm about to do. However, I see this as the only path that'll get Naruto to stay, to keep him from leaving, and from anything bad happening in the future because of me. Hiruzen, Naruto, what I'm about to tell you is classified as an S-rank secret. You're the only one besides me and two other people who know about this. What I'm about to tell you, you have to swear that you will not tell anyone. Is that understood? Naruto. You mean? The realization hit him like a freight train. How could he have been so stupid? Even he should have been able to see the comparisons between himself and the fourth. But even still, he just couldn't believe it. The fourth Hokage was his father? The very same person who sealed the Nine Tails inside of him. Hiruzen. He couldn't ask for anyone else to give their child for it, if he wasn't willing to do the same with his own son. Naruto. And to keep the rest of the story brief, I found this emerald that's got a lot of power stored inside of it. Turns out that when I touched it, I was chosen to be the wielder of chaos energy. I was told it works a lot like chakra, but it's far more potent and destructive. Good news is, though, that unless you were deemed worthy to use the energy in the emerald, it's basically useless. Just looks as though it's a priceless gem. Naruto, old man, you better enjoy that hat while you can, because I'm going to snatch it right from you soon enough, believe it. Hiruzen, I'd be more than happy to give you the hat when you're ready, Naruto. Until then, you must become stronger and show me that when the time comes, that you deserve the position of Hokage. Understand? Naruto finally discovered his heritage. However, he sworn a promise to the Hokage that for now, he would not reveal to anyone who he is the son of. That doesn't mean, though, that he can't take advantage of his inheritances. How will Naruto use the exploits to grow? How will the others at the Academy feel when they've realized that the dead last of the Academy is about to leave them in the dust? Let's find out some of those answers now. Now, back to where we left off. 6 months later, Naruto had been given a lot to think about. Upon learning some things, he never opted to really take the time out of his life to try and understand. For so long, he's always turned a blind eye on the villagers, hoping that one day they'd stop treating him like an outcast. He'd fool himself into believing that they'd grow to at least not hate him when he shows them. He's just like every other kid without parents, a child that craves attention. But now, when you couple the knowledge of learning why he's been treated in such a way, along with the fact of him receiving 2 sentient spirits that were contained within an emerald that'd grant him power to rival that of a tailed beast, and then allowing him to learn of his lineage, it definitely gives a 6-year-old a lot to think about. For one thing, it made the young Uzumaki realize some things. For one, as much as he did want to despise Hiruzen for keeping such a secret from him, it wouldn't have changed anything. In all likelihood, it would have just proved the aged Hokage right, that he wasn't ready to learn. Yes, he deserves to know the people who brought him into this world. As their son, he's the most important person who should have access to said knowledge. Yet at the same time, Naruto knows for a fact that had it been any time before, he knows for a fact he would have blurted it out unintentionally. But this also left Naruto with some unsavory thoughts. Some stuff that he wanted to get off of his chest. So, in order to keep these feelings from being bottled up, much like he did with his anger, his hatred, his sadness, he decided that every other week, he would come to the Hokage's office to speak to the aged Hokage about it. 1 month after Naruto's discovery, Naruto had asked the third if he could come by every now and again to talk to him about his parents. Hiruzen told Naruto that would be fine, but he must not come by so often, otherwise his timetable of when he drops by may arouse suspicion, to which the boy understood. This was the first time Naruto had come by, wanted to clear some things up. Upon telling the Hokage about why he had come, the old Sarutobi activated the privacy seals and dispatched his Umbu to give himself and the young Uzumaki some privacy. The talk of Naruto's parents was something Naruto immediately wanted to take advantage of when the third was able to. Currently, they were in a discussion about the time when Naruto would have been told again, and during it, Naruto only nodded his head, even if the last part sounded like a long shot. From the sound of things, it did make sense, and it did show that Sarutobi tried to have the boy's best interest at heart. The requirements just mainly revolved around when he was either humbled enough to learn, strong enough to learn, or was simply just mature enough. Yet still, Naruto, what would have happened, though, if you weren't around, old man? And I'm not saying this to be rude, but you're only getting older, so what if something happened to you, and it left me without the one person who actually knew where I came from? Would I still have been left in the dark? Now, that was a question that Hiruzen didn't have the answer to. He could appreciate that Naruto didn't say this just to spite or mock him, but did raise concern. What would have happened to the blonde if he had not been around to tell him when it was time? All this time, the Hokage was convinced that overall, he had Naruto's best interest at heart. But even now, that only just seems like clouded judgment. Empty words that'd make him feel better about his choices that he'd within time later regret. Naruto, more so, what did you think I would have done when you finally told me? If I'd been any older, that'd have meant for most, if not all my life, you'd have lied straight to my face. Do you believe I would have been able to look at you the same way, or even be able to trust you? Now that part is what made Hiruzen sigh. He couldn't hide the incoming regret that he was soon to be feeling. Frankly, it was still very hard to comprehend that this was the boy that'd give him headaches with his constant pranking around the village. But then again, it's highly likely that Naruto would have hid this behind the facade of an idiot. Naruto Uzumaki could have very well grown to spite him and the village for keeping such info hidden from him. The worst part is that by then, Sarutobi would have to live day after day with the reminder that he's the main reason the boy would either look at him with contempt or always try to get as far away from him as possible. Hiruzen, it's only now that I realize how jagged my beliefs were. How foolish I'd have been to think you'd simply brush off the lies I've told you like a chip on your shoulder. Unfortunately, all I can do at the moment is just apologize for the hardships I've put you through, Naruto, for the difficulties I would have put you through should I have kept my mouth shut. I promise you, though, like your father said, it was never my choice. I was merely trying to honor his wish. No matter how much it hurt me to lie to a boy who was suffering in silence without knowing why he was frowned so illy upon. Naruto, and you telling me that only makes me want to hate you and my old man more. But even so, I just can't, you know? This just seems like early lessons for me of what I'll probably have to do when I become Hokage, right? The old shinobi could only chuckle at the irony in that statement. Frankly, that was what Naruto would have to do, unless he changed that somehow. Hiruzen, indeed, but I have no doubt that you'd change that in Konoha, so no one would have to suffer like you had. Naruto, dang right that I would, old man Hokage. A short moment of laughter had made itself known between them. Afterwards, Naruto could only smile. Naruto, at the very least, I'm upset that you kept this from me. As someone who trusted you from the very day I learned how to walk and talk, it'll take a while before I can fully trust you again. So consider the secret I shared with you earlier to be an investment on my part that I hope you keep to yourself only. After all, you told me that ninja should always keep their deepest secrets to themselves. But at the very most, I'm happy to know you care enough about me for that. It's more than what I can say for others at the moment. And I guess I'm kind of glad that no one knows about my dad yet. Now, that had caught Hiruzen off guard, he had mixed feelings about the situation. The first was disappointment, but expectancy, as he couldn't put it past the blonde for not trusting him as much as he would originally. The second was relief knowing that the boy wouldn't forever hate him and still trusted him to a degree. And the final feeling was determination to earn the young Uzumaki's trust back. However, one thing of interest was quite peculiar for him. Why did Naruto feel it was good that the villagers didn't know his parents? It would end his suffering, would it not? Why would that have been the case for Naruto? Hiruzen, how come Naruto? Naruto, well, apart from my resemblance, which they can't seem to even piece together, once you gave them enough evidence to show that I'm the son of the fourth, I'm sure they begin to kiss my ass like Duckbutt's fan club does. What would the use of me becoming Hokage be if everyone just recognizes me because of my father? But I wouldn't be imposed on using him as a bit of a baseline should I be given the opportunity. But don't worry, I don't plan on revealing it to anyone anytime soon. That remark made Sarutobi chuckle again. Even he could not lie. Konoha did have its bad points, with one of those being its greed, which was no doubt due to the advisors of Konoha and the villagers. And it was his own fault for letting them have so much power over him. Though, he felt relieved that despite this, Naruto could still trust him enough to inform him about the life-changing event that was given to the blonde. If it meant Naruto looking at him like how he used to, he'd take the secret with him to the grave. Hiruzen, you'll want to make your own name before you start honoring your father's legacy? Naruto, well, it's only a matter of time before people start piecing it together. I mean, my orange jumpsuit and whiskers are likely the reasons as to why people can't see our resemblance. I bet you, old man, if I tried to wear something that wasn't orange, people would probably begin seeing the resemblance I have to my dad. Hiruzen, well, I trust you won't make it public for now. I know you'll want the truth to come out soon. So, just when you do, make sure you know you're strong enough at the very least. Naruto, don't worry, I've got this. Besides, if anything, I'd tell me being self-taught in a way is better than what I learned at the academy anyway. Hiruzen, how come? Naruto, well, I don't have to worry about being treated as biased. And I'm not going to lie, old man, there's only so much you can do, which means, like it or not, I'm still going to be treated unfairly. Only Iruka-sensei so far treats me equally. The Hokage could only nod his head. Something's got to be done about this, but he's going to need some time to right the wrongs of himself and the council. Naruto, anyways, I got to get back to training. I'll see you later, old man. 3 months later, Naruto's been making steady improvements in taijutsu thanks to his 2 spiritual mentors. It most certainly took quite the amount of effort, but he's got the basics down for how their styles operate. Sonic's main selling point in a fight were his legs. Thus, Naruto had spent some extra time further enhancing his flexibilities by going for runs, balancing on rocks, the top of trees, etc. Though, they weren't always successful. There were times where he'd fall and tumble into the leaves of trees, and up with a bad itch because of poison ivy, he'd fall off of a rock and bust his head on another one that wouldn't be too far. There was even a time where he lost his balance and ended up at the top of the tree, poking him in the... Well, you get the picture. Long story short, it was extremely unpleasant. The most difficult part of Sonic's fighting style was simply allowing his body to follow through motions without overthinking. However, Naruto was informed the reason for this being was because of his lack of experience, especially when it came to actually combating someone. He'd have to let his body naturally adapt to it. As for Shadow's fighting style, well, the Dark Hedgehog was aggressive and ruthless, but he wasn't without strategy. He struck quickly and effectively. What's more is Naruto learned firsthand what chaos energy was capable of, and being on the receiving end of one of those blasts. They really hurt. It's a good thing that it occurs within his mind. In a way, it's image training, something that Jinchuriki can take full advantage of. However, this doesn't have too big of an impact, rather than refreshing their skills or possibly unlocking even more chakra. Anything more physically wise, they need to train to be able to reciprocate. Within Naruto's mental scape, image training with Shadow Naruto was in a plain, sewer-like environment. The only difference was that the QB was around to berate anyone with snide remarks. Uzumaki was currently squaring off against his second sensei. He'd really have to thank Kami later for the speed enhancement his body had been given. Otherwise, he'd just be a punching bag. That's not to say he still wasn't being subjected to being one. A bright yellow-orange, amber, blur, and dark crimson blur were seen clashing in various spots. One moment they were clashing in the air, leaping to strike one another, and the other moment they were on the ground, causing a bit of a tremor and some of the water to splash due to the enhanced strength from their striking speed. Boom! Crash! Wham! By the next clash, they then broke away. Naruto was taking deep breaths, trying to make sure he wasn't overwhelmed, but it seemed that his body wasn't used to this output of speed for extended periods of time. Naruto? Ha! 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 Shadow? Giving up already? Naruto, don't count on it. The boy immediately vanished in an amber blur, appearing right in front of the dark hedgehog. Punches were exchanged, to their legs clashing every now and again. A straight punch blocked by a forearm, a roundhouse caught with the aid of a hand, and wrist accompanying to cushion the blow. But most importantly, fists were clashing left and right, creating noticeable concussive shockwaves before they then switched to kicks, which involved both recipients ducking, dodging, and flipping over the other, trying to land a solid hit on the opposing adversary. Shadow went for an axe kick to Naruto's skull, which the blonde had countered with his left forearm, only to then go for a horizontal boot straight towards the hedgehog's chin, to which he had vanished, not even leaving behind a blur. He just vanished, in a blue flash. The boy's eyes had widened, before suddenly feeling an intense spark of pain in the back of his head. He was sent flying in the opposite direction, before the hedgehog flashed again, reappearing directly in front of Naruto. He executed a 180-degree horizontal kick straight into Naruto's chin, sending him into the air. The hedgehog then proceeded to execute an immediate spin dash before shooting himself directly into the airborne Uzumaki. Only then did Shadow's body begin to ricochet off of his surroundings, from the ceiling to the walls. It felt as though the hedgehog's speed had doubled, tripled even. Now he knew how the Ninetales must have felt when Sonic was wailing on the beast. 1 strike, 5 strikes, 9 strikes, 18 strikes. It was in such a quick, consecutive fashion that Naruto's body wasn't even allowed time to process the pain, which just staked itself very quickly until his body was able to register it. But by then, he couldn't even scream or yell in pain. He could only choke on the air that was barely left in his body, only to then feel something smash right into the crook of the left side of his neck, sending him hurling downward to the ground. Amy. Water had erupted, the ground had cracked, tremors had shaken the ground as the dark hedgehog landed on the ground. Naruto could barely even find the strength to get back up. It hasn't even been a year, and he can already tell that this training is going to be rough. Not only does he have to train, so his body can keep up with his newfound speed, but he's also got to compensate for the 2 new fighting styles that he's learning. Then, he's got to take it a step further with chakra and learning how to utilize chaos energy. He's got his work cut out for him. Naruto and Energiash. Damn, yo, you're a tough hedgehog. You know that? Shadow, what did you expect when you're under the tutelage of the ultimate life form? Naruto could only roll his eyes, but then again, the hedgehog had every right to be vain in this situation. The blonde Uzumaki practically got his ass handed to him on a silver platter. But there's some stuff to take away from this. 1, he really needed to enhance his senses while in this realm of his mind. If he could, it would make his fights less difficult to follow, especially if he's up against someone who has no proper pattern to follow with their attacks. Naruto, Enargent, don't count me out just yet. Shadow, enlighten me then. Naruto immediately rushed forward, using his breakneck speed as a means to obtain an edge in the fight. But as of so far, he hasn't made any progress, let alone even come close to hitting Shadow. The hedgehog simply proceeded to duck, dodge, and flip over any kind of attack that Naruto had dealt. Naruto threw an onslaught of punches. Some were aimed at the hedgehog's face, other strikes were aimed toward his abdomen and chest. He even threw in a few kicks as well, trying to use complex maneuvers to gain the upper hand, but Shadow's experience after countless fights with another hedgehog outweighed Naruto's determination. The young Uzumaki was then met with a near jaw-breaking kick right to the side of his face. It had sent him flying away, tumbling atop of the sewer water, before he finally managed to flip himself over and halt himself. He still wasn't fast enough. He needed to go faster. But before his body could heed the request, Shadow raised a hand. Shadow, that's enough. I've collected everything I know about your fighting style thus far. Furthermore, I could see clear as day what you were planning, so I'll warn you now, your body is not ready for that level of speed yet. As of yet, you've barely even scratched the surface of how fast that blue idiot can go. All in all, your performance was pathetic. You barely even lasted half an hour. If I were an enemy, I could have killed you within an instant. Naruto could only grit his teeth in frustration at that thought, but took a breath to ease himself. Getting angry wouldn't solve the issue here. Shadow, though I suppose I can't fault you entirely. You haven't had anyone to properly aid you. Thus, I should be rectifying that issue even more personally now. You may have the blue idiot's speed, but as I said before, without proper control, you're an amateur at best. We may have gotten you on the road to handling the pace he runs and fights at, but you've a long way to go before you can execute the spin dash technique. By the time you make it that far, you'll possibly be ready to handle moving at Mach light speed. Also, the entire time you were fighting me, you charged straight in without thinking if I had a trap raise for you. You didn't even stop to think about the full variety of my abilities that you didn't know. From that alone, I had the fight completely in my favor and could have killed you at any time should I have desired to. Naruto's fists had clenched tightly, but the hedgehog wasn't wrong. He was a ninja for crying out loud, not a samurai. He's supposed to fight deceptively, ruthlessly, and quickly. Maybe that was his own fault for believing people that the Hokages always fight head-on due to how powerful they are. He's obviously going to have a lot of work to do. Still, this opened up a new window for the various opportunities that he could do with this pace he could travel at. Taking it a step further by learning the spin dash, but then going beyond that to move at light speed. He'd be able to make the fourth look like a snail with that kind of speed. Naruto, then I guess you and Sonic are going to be pushing me even harder. Don't worry, I've got about 6 years left in the academy before the finals. That's on the account of me not trying to graduate early again. But seeing as how I have you guys, I'm going to need all the time I can get. Shadow, I'll tell you this right now. If you even try to graduate, knowing you aren't ready, I'll get you so fast that not even that overgrown won't even be able to heal your dying carcass. Understood? Naruto merely raised an eyebrow at the threat. If he did that, then wouldn't all of this be for nothing? A simple don't would have been enough. Naruto, geez, you're starting to sound like the Nine Tails due to the way you threaten me. I can only deal with so much pride in one sitting. I already deal with enough on a daily basis, you know? Shadow, TC, whatever. We're done for now. And you said you've got 6 more years? Then for the first half, we'll work on adjusting your body to your speed output. It's imperative you get the hedgehog's speed under your complete control. While doing so, you'll also figure out how to combine our fighting styles into your own. Naruto, fine by me. Shadow, you succeed by then. We'll begin working on you handling the Emerald's power, as well as taking your training to the next step. Naruto, sweet, yet another step closer to becoming Hokage. On the Hokage monument, when Naruto finally opened his eyes, he noticed a trickle of seeping from the left side of his mouth. He must have been focusing so hard that his body somehow suffered a physical repercussion from that training. Well, now he knows what he needs to work on. But first, he's got to continue getting stronger. Naruto, man, that was awesome. Can't believe I was able to do that. It felt like I was actually training, though sadly, I didn't get anything too physical from it, apart from learning a new angle in terms of when I battle. I've got to be able to find a way to get my body to keep up with what I learn. Maybe there's a way I'll be able to do so if I check the library. But before all of that, he stood up from his spot, which was atop of the fourth's head. Naruto first spat out the rest of the blood that was in his mouth, before then jumping all the way down to the ground. Anyone who was watching and noticed Naruto would have been a villager or two, likely hoping that the demon brat was committing suicide. However, their hopes would be dashed when the boy landed on his own 2 feet, though it appeared that for a moment, his body had to take a moment to adjust to the weight in his body, shifting so steadily before abruptly halting when he hit the ground. Naruto, got to get used to that. And now, I may as well go and get some of Ichiraku's ramen. With that, the boy placed his hands behind his head and began his walk through the village, where he was again becoming a victim of whispers, people leering at him, parents telling their children to steer clear of him as he cannot be trusted. He could only imagine how they would have been acting had they known who he really was. And it likely would have proven the very thing his mother wrote in her scroll about them. Most of Konoha village is stupid. 2 years later, Naruto is now 8 years old. A lot has occurred within these last 2 years, though he'd notice a bit of troubling developments that his two guardians couldn't help but comment him on. For one, when Naruto was 6 and returned to the Ninja Academy the next day, people were remarking about the golden rings that he had around his wrists, asking if he had stolen them. They were also asking about the bit of blue stands that were methodically laced within his hair. Naruto simply brushed off the first remark, saying that it was treasure that he found, not that they'd care anyway, since no one had bothered to get to know him really. Sakura and Ino thought that the dead last was trying out a new look that would make him look cool. The Pink Academy student berated Naruto by saying that he should give up the act and that he'd never be like Sasuke, which was piggybacked by Ino, but the blonde simply chose to ignore their remarks. Sonic had to console Naruto mentally, obviously displeased that this was what the blonde boy had to go through every single day. Shadow hadn't said anything, but it was obvious to Sonic that he'd have had a mind to shut all of their traps if he could have. Shikamaru commented on Naruto's new features, saying that he had a nagging feeling at the back of his head that the blonde was about to become more troublesome than he already was. Kiba took the opportunity to berate the Uzumaki by saying a new look won't make up for his lack in skills and just grant him new abilities overnight. That comment, however, made Naruto snicker a bit. If only they knew, he thought. The only one who didn't say anything about his new look was a very shy girl named Hyuga Hinata. He met her one night when he was 5, around the time when the Hokage had given Naruto his own home. He ran into the heiress on the night of the death of Hyuga Hisashi. The blonde was unaware of what occurred or why she was out in the cold, but he had taken her back home and told her that as long as she has people she cares for, then she shouldn't cry. After all, he's been alone for as long as he can remember, and he's never broken down like that. Since then, he's been left in the unknown of the impact he's had on the heiress, which began to grow and fester inside of her. When Naruto began to attend the Ninja Academy, after having yet again coming to her aid when he saved her from 3 bullies. If only he knew the crush that was beginning to rage within the heiress's heart, something that could one day save him from the darkness that still ever so often clouds his soul. Naruto's known as the class clown and dead last. He isn't good at kunai and shuriken throwing. His taijutsu was subpar, and that's being nice. But he also failed at performing hinge, transformation, kourimi, substitution, and bunshin clone. Because of these setbacks, he's been known as the failure of the academy, and a lot of kids make fun of and belittle him because of this, including one person in particular, Sasuke Uchiha. From the beginning of the academy, Naruto and Sasuke have been rivals. That was as clear as day for everyone to see. Sasuke was everything that Naruto wasn't. And because of that, the blonde always sought to try and outdo the Uchiha in anything he could to prove that he could grow stronger and beat him one day. However, because Naruto tried too hard, this always led to slip-ups that ended in failures. It also didn't help him because of Sasuke's fan club. It was composed of a bunch of female students who all had hearts for Sasuke, including Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. The thing that stuck out the most in Naruto was the acknowledgement and praise that Sasuke had for his skills. It led Naruto to believe that if he could one day best Sasuke Uchiha, then everyone would acknowledge and respect him. That belief was squashed by someone in particular within Naruto's mind. Shadow made it perfectly clear that the blonde shouldn't have to bend over backward for a bunch of ingrate beings that go out of their way to critique him at every point and turn. And as much as Naruto didn't understand, over time he did begin to see that as well. Plus, since his little feature switch, Naruto's few acquaintances Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Kiba Inuzuka somewhat have been trying to figure out what caused Naruto to do what he's done, but Naruto only gave them his signature-like smile before replying. Naruto, let's just say, you'll soon see that there's more to me than you previously thought. Believe it. Though, there wasn't much that was really done after that to combat that statement. Naruto still fell asleep every now and again during Iruka's lectures, and the boy still continued to play pranks every now and again. But to humor his sensei, Naruto began to make it look as though, ever so gradually, he was beginning to pay more attention, before ultimately slacking off again, which never failed to irk the last nerve of Iruka. But all the man could do was scold Naruto and punish him in hopes that this act would be cleared up soon. XXXX. Sonic and Shadow made it perfectly clear that unless whoever talks to him is willing to try to get to know who he really is, then they're not worth his time. Naruto tried to refute that statement by saying that as Hokage, he would need to show others that he can trust them, but that point was shot down immediately when Shadow told him that it was likely still too soon. With him knowing why the kids at the academy treat him such a way, along with why the adults seem so keen on keeping their children away from Naruto, while whispering snide remarks behind his back, it was made abundantly clear that now just isn't the time that people will see him for who he truly is, and that it'd be better to simply spend his time bettering himself. When people begin to listen, only then will you show them who the real you is, Naruto. Those were Sonic's very words, and they've stuck with Naruto ever since, which would be likely considering the only two besides Hiruzen and Iruka that seem to give a damn about him are the two sentient hedgehogs in his head. Since Naruto's learning of his heritage too, he's begun to make use of his father's estate. First by actually using the basement, and Naruto has learned many things because of it. In his mother's study, she had left him a knowledge of where to start with Fuin Jutsu, should he choose to take up the art of seals, as it was likely his mother's intuition that he'd follow in her footsteps. Now, Naruto wasn't the smartest. He'd openly admit that when no one's around. But strangely enough, when he concentrated enough, he could feel as though he could somewhat understand the knowledge behind the art of sealing. Not to mention, there were many new avenues that he could expand upon, from simply sealing something into a scroll. He learned that certain seals could be used to further enhance his training by placing certain types of restrictions on his body. Once his body adapts, he can adjust said seals to a new level so his body can steadily improve. And that was something Naruto was eager to learn. He also tried to do some research on if seals could be placed on one's body to seal objects away, which was a possibility as well. This left Naruto with practically a bunch of stuff to figure out in his free time when he wasn't training physically. So behind closed doors, when no one was looking, Naruto would be reading up on the volumes of Fuinjutsu books left by his mother. With the 2 years that have passed, he's about a quarter of the way through, close to being halfway. It was actually right before he turned 8 that he figured out how to apply seals to his body. And the first thing he had learned how to do was apply a type of weight seal to his body. This was a part that his father's study had provided some more in-depth assistance in. Now, that's not to say he made it entirely easy. Rather, it was just shortened notes that would take time to properly decipher before one could grasp the meaning behind what purpose was being explained. And after 2 months of reading, half a year before Naruto turned 8, he figured it out. He felt as though he'd have a real knack for sealing arts. Also, thanks to Naruto's early stage of pranking, due to him having to actually teach himself how to read and write, through constant graffiti he constantly did to the villagers' home whenever they ignored him for an extended period of time. Actually writing down the intricate seals wasn't as difficult as he thought it'd be. Though he did make a mistake that almost cost him his left arm. Thank Cammy, he rectified it. He ended up miscalculating a seal that outweighed the limit he was trying to set. But it was worth it because he's now got a special type of gravity seal, S, on his shoulder blades that'll help strengthen his arms. He also applied it to his legs, but had increased the weight just a bit more, considering how his legs have been given an earlier head start than the rest of his body. As such, there was no use in making his body unbalanced. This, however, did take time to adjust to, as there were times where he'd stumble periodically. He'd even trip and fall while running. But by the time he had turned 8, thanks to the rest of the months he had through excessive training, he had just about almost completed the first level on his shoulder blades and the 2.5 level on his legs. Also, thanks to his prankster and dead last reputation, not a lot of people seemed keen on believing Naruto would ever improve. Irika was the only one that felt like it'd be a long shot, but still believed in him. In fact, Hiruzen was the only one who wholeheartedly believed Naruto was going to go above and beyond. To the Hokage, it was just a matter of time before the boy showed his true colors. Which brings us to where we are now. 26 weeks later. Half a year has passed, and now it was time to check on the student's progress yet again. Within the past 2 years, Shadow has also taken it upon himself to tell Naruto he needs a new style. Of course, said Blonde was offended by the statement, as orange was not only his favorite color, but he loves this jumpsuit. And after all, if it was so easy to spot, then why was it that whenever he was in the middle of pulling a prank, no one noticed him until right around when it was finished? As good as a point that it may have been, the Hedgehog made it clear that he doesn't want his successor looking like a highlight firefly in the broad daylight. So Naruto cut him a deal. He'd change one aspect of his clothing, but at the very least, he gets to wear one article of clothing that's still orange, which the Hedgehog reluctantly agreed on. A/N. This is also about 5 months after the Uchiha massacre. So imagine the class's surprise when Naruto came in wearing, well, he was still wearing orange pants and a pair of black sandals. But for his top, instead of the jumpsuit, like they were all expecting, it was a black uniform jacket with an orange zipper and buttons on the waist and sleeves, which can be folded up at times. He's wearing Naruto, the last outfit. So imagine him with it, just without the haircut. He was still wearing the ring accessories around his wrists, but he had gotten something extra to place them over. Orange tongues. A/N. What Shadow wears below his inhibitor rings, but instead of the tongues being red, they're orange. It gave Naruto a bit of a cool vibe, as Naruto stated. Bad news about the top and the pair of orange clothing. His allowance suffered a blow due to the person wanting to overcharge Naruto. However, luckily Naruto managed to get part of his allowance back after informing the Hokage about how much he had to pay, along with the civilian's mind getting probed by Inoichi when they tried to lie and say the brat was trying to leave without paying. Long story short, the Hokage took Uzumaki's word. And the moment Naruto entered the class, people started commenting. After all, what other student had patented whisker marks on their face? After the 2 years that have passed, the slight crimson trace beneath all 6 whisker marks became a touch more bold. What the hell? Is that Naruto? Kiba, wait a flippin' second. What the hell is up with the new look dope? Sakura, oh, get a rest already, Baka. No one's going to think you're cool, even with an outfit change. Naruto merely gave a toothy smile. Naruto, really, Sakura-chan? I seem to recall you, along with Ino telling me I needed to ditch my Sus atrocious? Yeah, that word. My atrocious jumpsuit. Now that I have, you assume I'm doing it to be cool? What if this was my way of saying, I thought it was about time I take Irika-sensei's classes seriously? Now, that was something no one was expecting. In fact, that was so out of character that Irika didn't believe that the boy standing in front of him was Naruto. Irika, all right. Who are you, and what have you done with the real Naruto? Naruto. Huh. You're funny, Irika-sensei. Though, just because I said I'll be taking your classes more seriously, don't think I won't fall asleep if you get too boring, which is usually what you always do anyways, so I don't think I'll have to try taking this too seriously. Irika had a tick mark appear on his forehead. As tempted as he was to bonk the blonde on the head for that remark, it made him realize, Irika, nope, you're Naruto, all right. Only he would sass me like that. A certain heiress was simply staring at Naruto and his new look. The new clothes had fit him rather well, considering it was one more year before he entered the preteen stage of life. There wasn't too much to see, but the slight muscle did make itself somewhat noticeable, and her face had flushed as red as a tomato because of it. Irika, well, Naruto, hurry up and take a seat so we can begin class. Naruto, all right, Irika-sensei. Naruto looked around for a moment, spotting the only available seat was by Shikamaru, who had Choji sitting beside him and Shino along him. The blonde sat in the free seat and kicked his legs up onto the desk, still keeping the portrayal of a class clown visible. That act made almost everyone think, yep, still the same old Naruto. Shikamaru, something told me you were going to get more troublesome than you already were. Looks like the signs that I took note of were correct. Naruto, what do you mean, Shikamaru? You act as though just because of my clothes change, I'm an entirely different person. I mean, I'm still wearing orange, am I not? You guys seriously didn't think I'd ever stop wearing orange, right? Now, that was true. Even if Naruto changed his attire, there was going to be 100% possibility of him having the color orange somewhere, somehow on his clothes. However, the talking and interrupting that was currently going on. Irika, Naruto, Shikamaru, stop talking. I'm trying to teach a lesson. Naruto only turned his attention back to Irika and gave his signature fox-like grin. Naruto, all right, Irika-sensei. This is your second chance at making class interesting. Don't waste it. If I fall asleep, it means you failed. Some of the boys in the class couldn't help but snicker at his statement, while all the girls just sighed and shook their heads in obvious annoyment. XXXX. We now find ourselves outside in the practice area of the academy, where the class is about to take their kunai and shuriken throwing portion of the test. As always, they were to proceed in alphabetical order. The kunoichi who had the best overall score in kunai and shuriken throwing was Yamanaka Ino, who had a 4 out of 5 on shuriken throw and a 3 out of 5 on the kunai throw. Some of the civilian boys in the class were practically gaping and drooling at the spectacle. Ino had pretty looks and looked to have the makings of becoming a promising kunoichi. Sakura had tried to replicate said feat, but took longer to do so. Also, she missed one extra kunai bullseye. When it came to Shino's turn, he was the first to get seemingly the highest grade in the class, with a 4 out of 5 on the shuriken and a 4 out of 5 on the kunai. Needless to say, most of everyone was impressed. But when it was Sasuke's turn, the Uchiha simply took the shuriken before executing a near-rapid quick throw with the shuriken, getting a perfect 5 out of 5 on it. As for the kunai, he got a 4 out of 5, having only missed one kunai that just almost grazed the bullseye. Sasuke Fangirl C. Wei Tio Go Sasuke Kun. Sasuke Fangirl A. We love you, Sasuke Kun. Ino. Never had a doubt, Sasuke Kun. Sakura. WHO. You were amazing, Sasuke Kun. Sakura's voice had caused some of the boys to clench their ears. She's got a bit of knack for sometimes sounding way louder than she intends to. People have lost track of whether she does it on purpose or if it's just something that accidentally occurs, like people who have a bit of a lisp. Then, finally, it was Naruto's turn, always after Sasuke. Kiba, try not to miss too much this time, Dope, unless you want to be made a laughing stock again. Boy D, honestly, why does he even bother? We all know he's going to fail. Boy B, yeah, Irika-sensei, why not just fail him, so we can continue on? Irika, big-headed jutsu, shut your disrespectful mouths. The class had immediately shut up, not wanting to be yelled at when Iruka used that jutsu. The teacher then gave Naruto a reassuring smile, hoping that he did well. Iruka, all right, Naruto, step up. Show us if you've improved any. Please. Naruto, I think you're in for a surprise, Iruka-sensei. Naruto spoke with confidence like he usually did. He then took 5 shuriken, and then proceeded to turn his attention to the training dummies. Aim for the head, or rather, the giant red circle. The blonde closed his eyes and took a deep breath. And the moment he opened his eyes, a few people seemed to think that his eyes became slightly sharper than they were originally. Like somehow, he switched personas in a way. He took aim carefully, shifting his stance a bit. And then, SHNG. Faster than anyone was expecting, the shuriken were flung. But a few things happened that they weren't expecting. For the first part, Naruto had actually hit not one, but 2 bullseyes, and the other 3 were actually pretty close. That was something no one was expecting. Naruto, of all people, improving. How did those words even go together? What had made some of them pale was the fact that all the shuriken had practically shot through the wooden dummies, leaving open slitted wounds. Naruto's eyes had then softened when he saw what he got. Naruto, hey, I actually got 2 bullseyes. My training actually is paying off. This is awesome. Iruka was stunned, shocked even, but at the same time, he felt pride bubbling up inside of him. As misplaced as it seemed, to him, it felt like Naruto was actually going to let his hidden talent prosper. He always believed the boy had a lot of potential. Maybe now he could finally focus on using said potential properly without trying too hard and injuring himself or making himself look goofy or like an idiot in the process. But what worried him was the fact that Naruto was not only able to fling one, but all 5 shuriken through the wooden dummies. Naruto, now for the next part. The blonde then took 5 kunai, but then decided to do something that had shocked them even more. The boy proceeded to place 3 kunai between the fingers of his right hand, and then 2 in his other hand. Obviously, this appeared to be one of his show-off moments, and a lot of people thought he was going to trip up and fail miserably, looking like a dope in the process. But once again, Naruto, in homage to my idol, Fwing. Naruto had flung all 5 kunai, letting them slip out of his grasp, flying towards the bullseye. And believe it or not, he actually got a 4 out of 5 on the kunai, giving him the 3rd best score in regards to the boys in the class. Almost everyone's jaws had practically dropped when they saw the kunai embedded themselves halfway into the dummies. Shino's eyebrows had raised in surprise. Even Shikamaru couldn't hide his surprise. Choji would have dropped his bag of chips if he were allowed to have any at the moment. The 5th kunai, due to being placed between his pinky and ring finger on his right. The trajectory was a little off, but what made them pale was due to the fact that it nearly went through the chest of the dummy. Iruka, we well done, Naruto. You actually are showing some improvements. That was beyond exceptional. The boy then proceeded to give his sensei a thumbs up and a big grin. Naruto, it's much easier to grow when you're a novice. Iruka-sensei. Sasuke found himself unable to hide the shock of what he just noticed. Naruto Uzumaki, the dead last of their class and foremost prankster of Konoha, who has always failed in all of these tests, managed to somehow hit 6 out of 10 bullseyes. In fact, he was rather displeased by this. The dope was way to close his score. Had he gotten a 5 out of 5 on the kunai, then he'd have only been behind the Uchiha by 2 bullseye. Kiba, holy hell, did you see that Akamaru? The dog had barked in agreement, being unable to comprehend what it had just seen. It was perplexing to say the least. The females of the class were practically gasping at what Naruto had done, with only Hinata looking on in amazement and awe. So it seemed his new look wasn't just for show. He'd actually improved some too. Despite his hardships, he truly never gave up, and now his efforts were finally being rewarded. It made her wonder if the same could be done with her. Almost the entire class, including Iruka, thought Naruto was just going to boast, only to fail indisputably. But this had just made them second guess. The dead last actually was showing signs of advancing. But now that the first part of their reevaluation/progress check was finished, it was now time for the second part. Irika, everyone, please gather around for the taijutsu portion. Naruto, mental man, their reactions were priceless. They seriously thought I was still going to fail. Man, is that how good it feels to prove someone wrong? Sonic, get used to it, Naruto, because they'll be expecting more from you now on, but that's where we still have the element of surprise. Shadow, you aren't to reveal anything too major. Our only goal for today was just to show them that their assumptions about you are wrong. After today, you treat your growth like a flat plateau until graduation. You'll continuously get the same score again and again, like how you used to fail. Understood? Naruto had joined the rest of his class, standing as the last in line. His hands were behind his head in a leisurely manner as Irika began calling out the matchups. To be frank, none of them were too interesting, as per se seeing Choji fight Kiba or Shino fight Shiko, battle of wits in taijutsu. The female students. Well, there wasn't really anything major to report there, other than the fact that the two that seemed to have some potential to excel in taijutsu were Ino and Hinata. Sakura? Well, surprisingly enough, she seemed to have the strength to dish it out, which was entirely questionable, but Naruto doubted that she'd be able to take the receiving end of it without crumbling. He assumed that his matchup was going to be the same. And surprise, surprise, Irika, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto, please step into the ring. Both boys did as they were told. Sasuke had his hands in his pocket, along with his usual brooding expression plastered across his face, which many of the female girls deemed cool. Said Uchiha could even hear most of the entire female section of the class wishing him good luck, telling him to thrash Naruto and show that despite his improvements, he'll never amount to an Uchiha. For the blonde shinobi in training, this wasn't too big of a surprise, but strangely enough, he could have sworn he heard a soft voice before he got too far. Hinata, go good luck, and Naruto-kun. The boy didn't say anything, but the moment he entered the ring, there was a smile on his face as if that were his way of indirectly thanking her without putting her on the spot. Irika, all right. Sasuke, Naruto, both of you please make the spar sign symbol. He obviously knew that both boys wouldn't do so, but to everyone's surprise again, Naruto simply stepped forward with the same smile on his face. He then extended his right arm forward with his index finger and middle finger outward. Shikamaru, and the blonde gets even more troublesome than before. Kiba, there's no way in hell that this is Naruto. Whispers began, but as Naruto continued waiting patiently, it seemed as though Sasuke wasn't going to take the initiative, which simply caused him to place his hand back down by his side and shrug. Naruto, sorry Irika-sensei, but I guess the Uchiha believes he shouldn't take orders. Guess I'll have to try and knock him down a peg, so he'll listen. Sasuke, you've never beaten me, loser. I wouldn't be so sure of yourself. Naruto, I have every right to be assured of myself. Like I told Irika-sensei before, it's much easier to progress when you're a novice. I started at the bottom of everyone here, but you know what that meant? That I was the one who held a lot of untapped potential. It was just a matter of properly taking control of it. Sasuke, bold words, but your hard work means nothing in the face of an Uchiha. Almost immediately, most of the girls in the class started swooning for Sasuke, praising him and telling him to stick it to the Uzumaki. Nonetheless, Naruto only continued to look at Sasuke with a smile on his face. The blonde then proceeded to take a moment to stretch, leaning over to his left leg, stretching his right out fully, before then switching sides to his right and doing the same with his left. Afterwards, he then proceeded to take a stance. Sasuke, despite not having his Sharingan unlocked, yet proceeded to fall into his Uchiha clan stance, Interceptor Fist, which revolves around using their dojutsu to intercept, read, and evade attacks. But the Uchiha presumed he wouldn't need his bloodline to best the dead last of all people. Naruto then slid into his own fighting stance, a style that revolved around speed, flexibility, and unpredictability, which he dubbed Senko style, the art of speed. His legs had spread out somewhat, bent at a perfect 90-degree angle at his kneecaps, with his body facing forward. His left arm was extended forward with his palm opened and fingers extended forward slightly, while his right hand by his side faced upward and his fingers bent, clenched into a firm fist. A stance seemingly said that he was ready to launch himself into the action should his opponent blink or would try to focus on him too much. Naruto, mental all right, Sonic. Shadow, how much should I show this time? Sonic, let the fight progress normally. Let Mr. Popular lead the way in the fight. Simply allow yourself to dance along to the momentum of the fight. Shadow, we'll gauge the Uchiha's potential and see if there's anything noteworthy you should pay attention to. Once I feel you've dragged the fight on long enough, go for the finisher. Naruto, mental will do, guys. Tension was thick. The dead last versus the potential Rookie of the Year. Naruto had a smile on his face, laced with determination, while Sasuke had a glare, seeking to take the dobe out as quickly as possible. Most of the girls on the sidelines continued their cheering. Ino, show him why you're the best, Sasuke-kun. Sakura, beat that idiot into the ground, Sasuke-kun. Fangirl, thrash him, Sasuke-kun. Naruto simply chuckled a little. His smile widened when he saw Sasuke's quick look of confusion. Sasuke, what's so funny, dunce? Naruto, oh, nothing. I honestly just thought of how funny it is that you have so many girls that want your attention, but you don't pay them a single mind. In all honesty, you make them seem like relatives because they've never left your side, since... Though, that brings me to question, you sure you're not gay, Sasuke? Because you've been looking at Mei rather intently for the past few minutes. The class's jaws dropped at the indication of Naruto's words. The boys, however, of the class couldn't help but snicker and laugh to themselves at the indication. The blonde obviously knew what he was doing, and it was obviously working considering the Uchiha had begun snarling at him for even implying that he was gay. Naruto, nothing's wrong with that being the case, Sasuke. As a wise Hokage once told me, acceptance is the first step to embracing. That remark had immediately almost made Sasuke impulsively dash forward, but he managed to convince himself not to. By now, though, the girls were screaming obscenities at Naruto for even trying to imply that their beloved Sasuke was homosexual. Irika wanted to say something, but refuted it. Naruto was using a viable strategy, getting into his opponent's head, making them angry, which would cause them to make errors and mistakes in the fight. And seeing an opportunity, he sliced the air in front of him to begin their bout. Irika, begin. Sasuke immediately darted forward with newly improved speed that he had developed over the 2 years. A little more so, too, after the massacre of his entire clan by his brother's hands. And right now, he could vent some of that anger on Naruto by reminding the blonde of his place beneath the Uchiha. Sasuke had immediately went for a jaw-breaking punch, only for the blonde to seemingly shift his head ever so slightly, allowing it to sail past his head. What happened next proceeded to shock the entire class. With speed, flexibility, and reaction timing that no one was expecting, despite the fact that the young Uzumaki was on the defensive, he seemed to be handling himself just fine. The punches that were thrown, Naruto had shifted his body from left to right. The palm strikes aimed for his chest and sides. He would lean backwards or for a moment shift his body to a rather odd angle that obviously required some balance to pull off. Like when Sasuke went for a roundhouse kick, Naruto had bent backwards with his legs positioned at a perfect 90 degrees angle. When he came back up, then began his deflection. Sasuke was in a state of shock at how leisurely the loser seemed to be dodging his every attack. It reminded him of someone who seemed to pay no mind to him, no matter how much he sought to be acknowledged. and the memory alone caused Sasuke's eyes to change a bit. His brows furrowed, and his expression became hatred-driven. Sasuke's speed seemed to nearly double. Now he was taking Naruto seriously, something that the blonde acted as though he was reciprocating. They both kicked off of the ground, forearms clashing against one another. One had a look of rage and disdain, and the other had a look of competition and confidence. They both then broke away from each other. Sasuke wasted no time in charging Naruto again, which the blonde followed suit with, before they settled into a rather amazing bout of taijutsu. Naruto threw punches that Sasuke managed to counter and deflect, while he evaded and dodged the onslaught that Sasuke kept trying to execute. It seemed that every punch or kick that the Uchiha threw seemed to always go into some type of combo attack, meaning he knew how to barrel down on an opponent, something that Naruto was still somewhat learning. Kiba, what the? Since when is Naruto, of all people, so good at taijutsu? Shino, even I wasn't expecting this sudden increase in prowess and talent. No one should be able to improve this much so suddenly. It makes you wonder if Naruto actually hid what he's capable of and is only beginning to show us now. Shikamaru, are you sure? 'Cause I'm pretty sure we all know that if Naruto could have moved like this, he would have been always trying to show Sasuke up. I'm not entirely sure, but something's telling me that Naruto isn't taking this seriously. Not yet, at least. Sakura, there's no way that idiot is actually making a fool out of Sasuke-kun. Seems as though the girls were in denial at what they were witnessing and almost immediately began chanting for Sasuke to hang in there, or don't give up, or even stop making Sasuke-kun look foolish. The list continues. Either way, what they were witnessing between the dead last and the Rookie of the Year was beyond exceptional. Forearms clashed, punches were traded, knees collided with another, elbows connected. Neither seemed to be letting up on the other, while Sasuke found himself growing increasingly frustrated that he's been unable to get the upper hand on Naruto despite his efforts. To him, this made absolutely no sense. Sasuke, mentally this is impossible. The loser never showed this much improvement before. No matter how hard he tried to beat me, an Uchiha, he always failed, yet now he's somehow fighting me, of all people, to a standstill. Naruto kept a critical eye on Sasuke as they broke away from each other once more. Sasuke was breathing heavily, while Naruto seemed to be staring on, before simply standing up and wiping his forehead as though he were sweating. He let go of a breath he'd been holding. Fighting without his enhanced speed as a whole is something interesting. It would allow him to take others by surprise when he actually begins to utilize that speed, but for now, it was way too early to be revealing such a feat. In fact, the 2 years of grueling training, combined with the seals he's begun to use, have shown him where he stands. If he wanted to, he could in fact wipe the floor with Sasuke, but now wasn't the time for that. He'd save that for later on, down the line, because from the looks of things now, he's got the Uchiha incredibly frustrated, so why not leave him with a feeling that'll forever irk him until graduation? The young Uzumaki raised his left hand upward. A lot of people were wondering what he was planning, but what he said next would forever shock them. Also, he did this with a smile on his face, as though he were hiding something, but what? Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto yield. I see that if I continue to fight, team will still come out on top. Yeah, Naruto Uzumaki, surrendering to Sasuke? Even the Uchiha couldn't make heads or tails on what Naruto had done. But even he could see, no, Naruto had just given him the win on purpose. And that irked the Uchiha to no end. Naruto knew he was stronger, yet chose to surrender to taunt him. Ino the hell? Sakura and Naruto Bakya. Sunavane Dorstai Satagun. Even I didn't see that coming. Kiba, okay. Now I'm positive this is no way in hell. Naruto. As if to prove it, he clapped his hands together as if to try and dispel the Jinjutsu. But right before he could say it, Naruto spoke up. Naruto, Kiba, I can't perform Jinjutsu. You of all people should know my chakra, isn't suited to that art. And even I don't know why, but it just isn't. Believe me, if I knew how to do a genjutsu, can you imagine how many pranks I would have pulled by now? That was actually a point that seemingly everyone could agree on. Due to Naruto's infamous prankster reputation, if word got out that he learned genjutsu, almost everyone would be on alert in case he tried something for his own amusement. But still, even this was something that Irika wasn't expecting. The blonde Gaki was acting way too mature. Either this was the lead up to some sick prank, or he actually was serious about what he told his sensei earlier. Irika, be very well. Your performance, however, was very exceptional, Naruto. Winner by forfeit, Sasuke Uchiha. Now Naruto, Sasuke, please make the symbol of unity. The blonde stepped forward with that same shit-eating grin on his face, and once again, to the shock of everyone, raised his right hand forward, with his index and middle finger outward, waiting for the Uchiha to follow suit. But Sasuke instead just rudely slapped Naruto's hand away. Sasuke, you threw the match on purpose. He spoke aloud for everyone to hear, which had caused nearly the entire class's eyes to widen. Was Sasuke being serious? Naruto, however, feigned innocence by tilting his head to the right. Naruto, no, I didn't. In fact, I thought you'd have taken the opportunity to belittle me when I surrendered to you. It's called swallowing your pride, something that even I still have trouble doing. But for now, I acknowledge you as the better fighter, you stubborn bastard, but don't think I won't catch up soon. Consider this my decree that one day, Uzumaki Naruto will surpass Sasuke Uchiha. When I do, my true road to becoming Hokage begins. What the hell happened to Naruto was many people's thought process. One person, though, appeared to be looking at the blonde with even greater admiration, awe, and respect. He truly defied odds and was able to fight toe-to-toe with the Academy's potential Rookie of the Year. To her, he was a pillar of what she aspired to be. Sasuke, climb as high as you want, dope. Your hard work will amount to nothing. Next time, I'll crush you. I promise you that. Naruto only looked at him before simply closing his eyes and chuckling as if the notion was hilarious. But in fact, Naruto, sure, whatever you say, that means you acknowledge and see me as a strong person if you were willing to say that to me. I am Tachitsuzuki. Sadly, though, I don't think I'll ever grow feelings for you that way. But A for effort, though. A vein appeared near the top left of Sasuke's forehead, while the girls once again began yelling at Naruto for the implication that Sasuke was gay, while the boys seemed to be cracking up, some laughing, some snickering, and others trying to hold in their laughter. Now, there was only part of the progression check left. Many people wondered what Naruto would do then. If he's gotten this far and managed to surprise them, Hado, that's enough. I've collected everything I know about your fighting style thus far. Furthermore, I could see clear as day what you were planning, so I'll warn you now. Your body is not ready for that level of speed yet. As of yet, you've barely even scratched the surface of how fast that blue idiot can go. All in all, your performance was pathetic. You barely even lasted half an hour. If I were an enemy, I could have killed you within an instant. Naruto could only grit his teeth in frustration at that thought, but took a breath to ease himself. Getting angry wouldn't solve the issue here. Shadow, though I suppose I can't fault you entirely. You haven't had anyone to properly aid you. Thus, I should be rectifying that issue even more personally now. You may have the blue idiot's speed, but as I said before, without proper control, you're an amateur at best. We may have gotten you on the road to handling the pace he runs and fights at, but you've a long way to go before you can execute the spin dash technique. By the time you make it that far, you'll possibly be ready to handle moving at Mach light speed. Also, the entire time you were fighting me, you charged straight in without thinking if I had a trap raise for you. You didn't even stop to think about the full variety of my abilities that you didn't know. From that alone, I had the fight completely in my favor and could have killed you at any time should I have desired to. Naruto, let's just say you'll soon see that there's more to me than you previously thought. Believe it. Naruto, I think you're in for a surprise, Iruka-sensei. Naruto spoke with confidence like he usually did. He then took 5 shuriken, and then proceeded to turn his attention to the training dummies. Aim for the head, or rather, the giant red circle. The blonde closed his eyes and took a deep breath. And the moment he opened his eyes, a few people seemed to think that his eyes became slightly sharper than they were originally. Like somehow, he switched personas in a way. He took aim carefully, shifting his stance a bit. And then, Sasuke, climb as high as you want, loser. Your hard work will amount to nothing. Next time I'll crush you. I promise you that. Naruto only looked at him before simply closing his eyes and chuckling as if the notion was hilarious. But in fact, Naruto, sure, whatever you say, that means you acknowledge and see me as a strong person if you were willing to say that to me. I am Suzuki. Sadly, though, I don't think I'll ever grow feelings for you that way. But A for effort, though. Naruto has shown an inkling of what he'll truly be capable of. First was the kunai and shuriken, and then he proceeded to fight Sasuke Uchiha to a standstill in taijutsu. The dead last is showing everyone at the academy that even those who were born with nothing can grow to surpass the gifted. After all, he's not skimping on life just by using his surname. However, there's one last test. Will Naruto show anything new here? Find out now. Now back to where we left off. Naruto has given everyone a little taste of what's to come in the future from him. It's not much, but word will definitely travel around the academy. Other teachers won't be happy, but it's not like they'll be able to do much. Naruto's learned that Hiruzen is slowly beginning to actually take back his actual authority a Hokage should have. It'll take some time, but he'll get there. He'd just have to bide his time like the shinobi he was born and raised to be. After the stats of everyone's matches in taijutsu were recorded, everyone proceeded to travel back inside. Naruto had his hands folded together behind his head, with his arms positioned near his ears. He was watching everyone go through their turns after being called upon. Ino Yamanaka was the one who got the highest marking in terms of kunoichi terms. Sasuke was the one who ended up with a flawless score, having earned extra points when he had showed his Iruka that he was able to perform a C-rank jutsu, or as Sasuke dubbed it, a move of the Uchiha, the Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke had gone through the specific hand signs: Snake Ram, Monkey Boar Horse Tiger. Sasuke, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu. A spew of fire had erupted from his mouth, headed straight toward a training dummy, which upon contact not only caused said dummy to explode, but it practically nearly charred the entire thing, earning yet another round of cheering, praise, and acknowledgement from his fan club. Kiba had not only performed the required henge, transformation, komi, substitution, and bunshin clone, but he had also performed a technique from his own clan, Giju Ninpo, ninja art of beast mimicry. It allowed Akamaru to turn into an exact copy of Kiba himself. Not only that, but this move served to increase both of their speed as well, which served to be incredibly impressive. All in all, those that were from a clan had their own unique jutsus to show off for extra credit. But then came Naruto's turn, and he no longer was smiling like he was earlier. In fact, he seemed displeased as he came to stand in front of Iruka. The academy teachers seemed to notice this and couldn't help but wonder what caused Naruto to begin frowning. It almost looked as though he was brooding, much like another student. Iruka, all right. Now Naruto, perform transformation, henge, substitution, korimi, and clone jutsu, bunshin no jutsu. Naruto's brows furrowed before he opened his eyes. Iruka noticed immediately that they weren't softened like before. Rather, his eyes seemed sharper now. His icy, azure eyes staring directly into his sensei's own eyes. Naruto, Iruka-sensei, this is one of the main moments of the academy when you really make me just want to ditch your lessons, you know? Iruka's eyes had widened in shock. Why would Naruto even think like that? It seemed that the blonde had gotten the attention of the other students also, including a certain heiress's attention who was looking at him in shock. Naruto, I'm not one to ever give up, and I never go back on my word, but I've come to think that either you're being overprotective of me or not in a good way, or you just get some sort of sick kick out of seeing me fail, only to then try and make it up to me by taking me out for ramen. Now, that was something not even Irika was expecting. It was no real secret that Irika had developed a bit of a bond with Naruto. Some people would either see Naruto getting scolded by Irika as though he were the Uzumaki's elder brother, or he'd be treating him to food to ease the tension, anger, or sadness that Naruto may keep bottled up within him. Irika, Naruto, what brought this on? What would even make you believe such a thing? Naruto, let's see. How about on the account that since the beginning of the academy, you haven't sought to figure out why I was and am still unable to perform those techniques? Irika, look, Naruto, I've told you before that these are basic jutsus that academy people at your level should know how to do. It's basic jutsus like these that will allow you to take your first steps in the art of ninjutsu. Plus, they give you an understanding of how to utilize your chakra. The blonde proceeded to cross his arms. His glare then became frostier, which caused Irika to tense up somewhat. Naruto, Irika-sensei, from the first day you saw me struggle with this, you never gave me any proper assistance that would have helped me overcome this setback, and even when I do fail, the best you can do is just get people to stop berating, belittling, or mocking me. 2 years, and you haven't taken any step to actually improve. You're my sensei, are you not? The teacher had flinched at the indication of Naruto's words. He couldn't help but feel hurt. What the blonde Gaki was saying was true. He was there to pick Naruto up when he was down, but it wasn't in the best of ways. It may have helped Naruto in those moments when he wasn't sure of himself or fell down, but he always thought the blonde would one day blow everyone away when he finally picked up the basics and was able to move forward. Irika, The worst part is, Irika couldn't figure out how to refute anything that Naruto was saying. It had hurt him being told off like this, by an academy student, mind you, in front of his entire class. Naruto, before the year was even over, you should have asked me if my chakra was suited for this, because it turns out I learned something extremely important. That word of emphasis had made Irika pale. No, Naruto couldn't have known. Could he have gotten the wrong idea that he may not have really cared because of it? Meanwhile, the other academy students were flabbergasted by what they were hearing, what they were seeing. Some wanted to deny that Naruto meant what he was saying, and put themselves in a denial state that it wasn't as bad as Naruto was making it out to be. The few smart people in the room, though, like Shikamaru and Shino, they had raised an eyebrow. This was definitely a new Naruto Uzumaki they were witnessing. The old loudmouth one wouldn't have dared to do anything like this. Yes, he'd run off at the mouth or equip someone as quickly as possible if a subject was about to be dropped. But this was completely different. Hinata, however, could only look at the blonde in complete and utter shock. Her hands were clasped over her mouth. Never had she believed that she'd ever seen Naruto like this. Yet despite his moment of weakness, he still stood firm. He obviously wasn't giving up, but rather was acknowledging the reality he was faced with in hopes of being able to change it for the better. Naruto, my last name is Uzumaki. Originally, I thought that just to be a surname I was born with. Worst part is, I seem to be the only one in this village that goes by the name of Uzumaki, which only serves my dismay at being a clanless orphan. I have no parents to assist me, no adopted parents who can give me the shoulder of support when I need it. I don't even have a clan where there would be people blood-related to me that can help me in my deepest moments, but I'm getting off point. My point is that as an Uzumaki, I was born with too much chakra. I'm willing to bet that I've got more chakra than everyone in your class combined, but the problem is, I don't know how to properly utilize it. What? Did you expect me just to walk into the academy one day and then somehow just magically be a master at whatever I've continuously failed on? Irika wasn't expecting this reaction from Naruto. Each sentence only served to damage the sensei's credibility with the blonde. Everyone else, however, having overheard this was, They were dumbfounded. Though, the claim that Naruto had more chakra out of all of them combined was not something they believed. More so, Kiba and Sasuke didn't believe it whatsoever. The first time those two seemed to agree on something. There's no way that Naruto's got that much chakra. C. That idiot's just making that up. A sob story isn't going to make you better than Sasuke-kun. You idiot. Soon the accusations began to pile up. However, before anything else could be said from the class that would have pushed the blonde too far, he turned a hard stare onto them, which caused some to tense, freeze, or rather flinch under the glare. It was a look that promised pain and suffering if they so much as tested him one. More time. Naruto, and whether or not you believe me is your choice. After all, it's not like any of you would take my word for it anyway. No one ever listens to the dope after all. He then turned his attention back to his academy instructor. Naruto, I'm disappointed in you, Iruka-sensei, and I apologize deeply for calling you out like this, but I think if I had kept silent and failed again, chances were you'd have likely completed the cycle of scolding me for my inability to do so. Give me the ramble again of how these jutsus are basic, and then try to cheer me up with ramen, if you were able to. My point is, put your words where your mouth is if you actually want to see me improve. Naruto will admit that during these past 2 years, he hasn't done anything to improve his chakra control. He's been focused on taijutsu improvement, further controlling his speed, and working on Fuinjutsu. He'll have to make a note now to work on his chakra control, so that he can actually use his chakra to execute jutsus. He then turned to his classmates. Naruto, I will admit in front of everyone here, as far as today goes, all I've got is improved Kordi, Daneshi ordination, WH, whatever the heck that word is. What I'm saying is, my aim in the Kunai and Shuriken throw, as well as Taijutsu, that's all I've got. But I'm still going to work forward and improve myself. After all, giving up this early wouldn't be becoming of the one claiming he'll become Hokage. Naruto, while still facing his sensei, closed his eyes and then gave an apologetic bow. Naruto, I'm going to leave for now, Iruka-sensei. You can mark me down again as a failure for all I care. It's not like you've tried to actually help me in any of these avenues of ninjutsu anyways. Forgive me for my outburst as well, but I just needed to get that off my chest. And if you decide to change your view towards me, I understand. And it was with that Naruto tucked his hands into the pockets of his pants before exiting the ninjutsu room to the hallway to leave the ninja academy. Needless to say, the entire class was bewildered by this. Before, they thought they had the blonde Uzumaki figured out, and today just revealed an entire new avenue to him that none of them knew about. Sasuke, however, found this to be increasingly frustrating. There was no way that a dobe like him could actually have more chakra than himself. He's always failed the academy's basic jutsus, while he himself was not only able to learn them, but before graduation, he's even learned the Uchiha's Great Fireball Jutsu. Now, Naruto comes along and says that the reason for him being unable to do these jutsus was simply because he has too much chakra. The mere thought alone made the Uchiha clench his fists unknowingly. He didn't know whether to make heads or tails on this yet. This Naruto was not the one he had thought he figured out. He needed to keep an open out on him from now on, and he needed to up his training as well. If he improved that much in just taijutsu, along with kunai and shuriken throwing, then he doesn't even want to think about how infuriating the dobe will be if he actually learns how to utilize his chakra. Nevertheless, Sasuke's pride seemed to reassure him that no matter how hard the blonde tries, no matter how much he trains, in front of an Uchiha like himself, who's on a quest to avenge his clan, his work would mean nothing in front of him, someone fighting and training with a purpose. It was very likely that this would leave a bit of an impact on the lessers of the class. But those who tried to see beneath Naruto or thought they knew him, well, they definitely found themselves questioning what they perceived to be true about the blonde Uzumaki now. The Hyuga heiress, however, having never seen Naruto so angry, upset, and seemingly betrayed. She was worried. She knew in her heart that Naruto wouldn't give up, but that didn't outweigh the reality. Everyone has limits. It's just a matter of how many times they're pushed. She wanted to go and check on him, and even now, she felt ashamed of herself. Ashamed for allowing herself to be taken away when she wanted to be there for him. She felt angered at herself for continuing to just watch Naruto from a distance instead of mustering up the courage to stand by his side. Be someone who he can confide in, even when he feels as though the world was against him. Time and time again, she's seen him treated unfairly, with unjust bias. And all she could do was be pulled away from the matter because she couldn't will it within herself to put her foot down to stay by his side. She'd make a note to try, and at the very least talk to him later. Will herself in any way she could. She's kept herself hidden long enough. If she doesn't help him, then who will? By now, it's probably taking everything out of the blonde not to give in to everything that's been stacked against him his entire life. Shikamaru, well, he definitely tried to talk to Naruto if the blonde wasn't being too troublesome to converse with. If he was, then he wouldn't bother. Shino, well, he'll be keeping an eye out as well. But as for everyone else, including Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and Kiba Inuzuka, yeah, they'd likely forget about this and continue on like this day never even happened in the first place. Shikamaru, and there he goes, becoming even more troublesome than before. I'll admit, I was not expecting an outburst like that, much less from Naruto. It was only now after saying that the boy couldn't help but realize that he, himself, sort of thought very little of the blonde. It was very obvious that he deserved the benefit of the doubt, and hearing that he's got no one around to help him, no parentes, no siblings, no cousins, not even distant relatives, he's got himself only. That made Shikamaru himself reflect back to one day after the academy ended. His father had come to pick him up along with the other children's parents, and Naruto was left all alone, without anyone he'd be able to come home to. Shikamaru, mentally, it'd be far too troublesome of me to say I can empathize and put myself in a situation similar to him. I don't even know how long he's been alone, and I suppose I haven't been the friendliest towards him, even when it was obvious he needs at least one person he can confide in. Troublesome blondes. Yet, this only makes me wonder, why do the adults continue to tell us to stay away from Naruto? As far as I can see, he's just like the rest of us. If anything, he's likely holding back a troublesome amount of negative feelings. And if what he said is anything to go by, him not having a family is likely why he acts out so much. The Nara was chastising himself right now. Even he couldn't think of an excuse for his laziness in this situation. Shino, much like Shikamaru, was in his own thoughts about everything. As for everyone else who wasn't Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, or Choji Akamichi, they're going through denial and are just assuming that this must have been some sort of prank Naruto had set up. There was no way there was something he'd have that was better than Sasuke Uchiha. He was the dead last and class clown. Nothing would change that, or so they continue to believe. Few hours later, atop of the Hokage monument, Naruto was currently looking over the village while sitting atop of the fourth's head. He's actually been up there ever since he left the academy. He won't deny that he may have been a little too harsh with his words, but that was something he's been meaning to get off his chest for a while. Every 10 weeks, they do a progress check to see if they've improved, but every time they get to the ninjutsu portion, he feels like he's just been purposely called out upon it and been given no proper assistance to better himself. By now, though, the academy's likely finished. Whether or not Irika comes to look for him, well, he won't care. He'll just talk to old man Hokage about it later anyways. The blonde proceeded to take in a deep breath before lying backwards, with his hands propped behind his head. His vision is now being turned to the clouds that are roaming and filling the blue sky. Such a wondrous sight. Sometimes, one could even wish for their worries, their troubles, their struggles to breeze on by like a cloud in the sky. But sadly, that's now how life works for certain things. Maybe the first thing he'd learn how to do to better utilize his chakra is learning a sensing technique that his father wrote about in his study. Honestly, though, while Naruto was allowing his mind to roam, he couldn't help but think back to something in particular, such as when he found his very first Chaos Emerald. He actually began wondering what had made him pass out. It was like his body wanted to reject the energy that dared to flood his body the very moment he touched it. But at the same time, no matter how much his body wanted to, it couldn't. So, wanting to see if he could find some answers, he closed his eyes and re-entered his mindscape. Fade out. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto, this time around, found himself in front of the cage that was separating him from the Nine Tails. He walked close enough to where, if the fox tried to reach him, only one of his nails would come near close enough to touch him. The boy then proceeded to sit down in the sewer-like water. Naruto, Jonin Tails. From the darkness, an eye proceeded to open up, revealing a slitted pupil that stared straight into the boy's soul. The bijou was now awake, and with a huff, it responded. What do you want, Runt? Naruto, I was wondering if I could ask you a question? What? Do you intend to demand some of my chakra to finally kill those that have spiked you? Naruto, you and I both know that me doing that would solve nothing. I told you before, I may hate most of this village, but being angry and wanting revenge won't make the hatred go away. If I can prove them all wrong, then the misplaced hate towards me will cease. Besides, when they learn whose progeny I am, then they'll be wanting to kiss my ass to hopefully get something from me. But they've already scapegoated me for almost an entire decade. So I can use that as an excuse to make them work for my forgiveness. I can also use it to give the entire council hell when the time comes, should the old man choose to not disband them. You are an incredibly odd one. Despite everything, you still choose to grant those insufferable humans mercy, even when knowing you have the greatest source of power at your disposal. The bijou's voice was incredibly smug, and Naruto knew that to have been the case if he was claimed and proven to be the strongest of all the tailed beasts. However, not once yet has Naruto decided to call upon the tailed beast chakra, as he didn't want to use it as a crutch to get by in life. Same with the chaos energy that he'll be learning how to wield. He'd be learning in strides, so he could use everything accordingly. He would make sure he wasn't relying on one thing in his arsenal. Naruto, I think it's obvious that you and I won't see eye to eye for now. Besides, for now I'm doomed to be the pariah of this village that's chosen to spit on my two sans wishes. And from what I've learned, I think it'd have been enjoyable for the both of us to watch my Kachan have most of the village suffer her wrath. And you claim that you don't want any revenge, despite your current statement refuting that. Naruto, okay, maybe I still do want retribution, but that will come when it's time to reveal to the village about who I am. Until then, I can only bide my time accordingly. Besides, at the very least, I'm coming along properly in Fuinjutsu. Hopefully, before I turn 10, I will finally figure out how to properly place some security seals on my home, so I don't have to worry about having it constantly violated. If they get shocked, burned, or whatnot, it'll hopefully deter them from trying to spend all of their time looking for ways to harm me, as they likely see it as getting back at you. But I'm getting off topic. I was actually wondering about the emerald I have with me. Did you perhaps by any chance know about this beforehand? That had made the bijou grow silent. Now, despite the fact that he's forced to reside within this boy's body, even the beast had to admit that the boy's willpower in never succumbing to the misplaced hatred was admirable. In that regard, he's got some respect for his jailer, but that's not enough yet to get him to call the boy by his name. In fact, this had also tied into why the boy had passed out when he had touched the emerald. That chaos energy that had lied dormant within that emerald. The main reason why the beast knew of it was because of what someone in particular told him about it. But that was many years ago, and frankly, he did not want the boy to be utilizing any other type of power that wasn't his own. In that regard, it could be inferred that the beast didn't want to share his jailer with anything else. If he was forced to reside within the boy, he'd have himself only. But even the beast knew of it to be a long shot, and it still never failed to infuriate him that a mere gem held more than enough power to rival that of a bijou in terms of massive pools of energy and destructive capabilities. You could, however, say that with Naruto wanting to properly utilize everything at his disposal and not taking anything for granted, that this was indirectly saying that he'd still be willing to cooperate with the Bijou when the time came. However, it was obvious that for now, wanting to utilize the Nine Tails' chakra of all things was out of the question. He wouldn't be able to properly control it if the beast would try to overload him with it. Even if I did, it'd be irrelevant to explain now. If that's all you wanted to ask, then leave me be now. Naruto, that's not all I wanted to talk to you about. The beast could only growl in annoyance, but it nevertheless complied. Now, what do you wish to know? Naruto, don't you ever get tired of hating everything? Like, don't you ever want to feel anything else besides hatred? The Bijou only huffed at the notion before raising its head. You do realize whom you're talking to, correct? I'm hatred given physical form, the nine-tailed fox. I'm the carnation of hatred itself. Naruto, and despite that, you didn't answer my question. You have a lot of hatred inside of you, just like me. Yes, my hate compared to yours would be like a bucket of water sitting next to the shoreline of an ocean. But still, my point is that if we're going to be forced to confide together, then we should at the very least be able to work together. The Nine Tails raised an eyebrow at the notion. Was this human suggesting what he thought he was? Are you implying that you want to be partners? What would make you think that in your entire lifespan that I'd choose to work with the person jailing me from the outside world? Naruto, well, it's not like I chose to have you sealed inside of me. In that regard, we were both doomed into this cycle for something that was completely out of our own control. Besides, I'm kind of sure that by now you didn't choose to attack the leaf willingly. That immediately made the beast's eyes widen. What was the brat implying now? But before the Bijou could growl, yell, or say anything else, the blonde spoke up again. Naruto, hear me out. After all, I'm not sure if you noticed, but before I changed my attire, with my newfound speed, it became increasingly difficult for people to keep up with me, especially if I'm pranking or hiding for people. I've used it to even sneak into a few libraries. From what I've read, it does say that the foremost aspect of your being is hatred, but it'd be stupid of me to believe that's the only piece of personality you have. Despite it, I'm sure you can love, laugh, and cry like anyone else. You just choose not to, and you don't have to admit it if you don't want to. But like you told me, you're a massive chakra with consciousness. So, if that's the case, then you can feel other types of emotions. Your hatred, however, is likely the only thing that's been seen, and like the old man told me, what humans can't control or understand. It leads them to unknowingly fear it. They fear the unknown, but only a few can face it without fear, much like how I choose to remain here and talk with you, despite knowing you could choose to try and kill me at any time. From that alone, I can say that you wouldn't have attacked my village without a reason, right? Either you did have a reason, or what you were doing was against your own judgment or will. Now, that was something that even the Nine Tails didn't expect. The brat had really changed from the way he presented himself those few years ago. He's not only matured, probably too much already, but he's displaying enough common sense to speak to him without sounding like an incompetent knucklehead or just throwing his thoughts around left and right, without realizing one is derailing the other. The fox could only huff once again before resting its head back onto its hands. You saying that doesn't change my view in the slightest. Not yet, at least. Naruto, then like I said before, I'll just have to prove to you that you can show me, just like how I said I'd earn enough respect or trust from you to call you by your name, other than Kyubi. Besides, even I'm sure you'd get tired of titles. If you're forced to live inside of me, then I'm certain that you'd want to be called by your actual name, despite what you tell me. Maybe even one day, I'll get you to see past that hatred of yours. Like I was told, if you at the very least have one person that truly cares for you, it'll go a long way. Cut the sappy crap, runt. I'm not some ingrained mortal that can change their views because of a few heartfelt words. Actions speak louder than words. The bijou likely didn't even realize what he had said in spur of the moment, due to being weirded out by Naruto's compassion. To Kami, was this boy stubborn? So much so, like his mother. Naruto, yes, sorry. Forgot that you hate stuff like that. The boy had emphasized the word hate before chuckling at the expense of the beast, whom immediately latched its left hand out, with its claws just barely being able to almost reach Naruto. The boy wasn't close enough, so it retracted its claw back into the cage. Don't poke fun of me, Naruto. Naruto. Ashi, you call me by my name. I got you to call me by my name. The bijou's eyes had widened a bit. Why was that an accomplishment? So he chose to acknowledge him by simply calling him by his name. Yet the blonde was acting like he had saved the entire shinobi world. Naruto, anyways, I'll leave you alone for now. Talk to you later, Nine Tails. Fade out. Back on the Hokage monument. Naruto's eyes had reopened, and now he was sitting back up, continuing to gaze out over the village. Sonic, it's only been 2 years, and I've already lost track of how many times you come up here. Naruto, mental, well, as the soon-to-be Hokage, it's not all that surprising that I'd find joy in simply looking out over the village that'll soon enough begin kissing my ass once they find out who my parents are. Unfortunately, it's still too early for me to say anything, so I've got to bide my time still, as much as it pains me to say. Shadow, I look forward to their displeasure and seeing how they'll try to suck up to you. Once they realize they lost out on such an opportunity, they'll try to salvage, thinking that after however many years of neglect and abuse that it wouldn't be too late to save face and make it seem like they truly didn't know that you weren't the beast that resides within you. Once again, I question this world's living organisms. Naruto, mental, yeah, but you don't gotta lecture me about the idiots I live around. QB does that enough already. Anyways, I've still got about half a year, I think, left before you guys introduce me to using chaos energy, right? Man, it's hard to believe I've come this far. But I thank you guys for sticking around with me. You two are the closest thing to family that I've got, even if you're only in my head. Makes me sound crazy when I word it like that. Shadow, do not thank us with mere words. Prove it through your actions and show us that our time spent grooming you wasn't for naught. Sonic, don't mind Shad. He's just too prideful to take a compliment. On the other hand, thank you, Naruto. And don't mention it, cause after all you've been through, I could agree that you deserve us and much more. Naruto, mental, nah, cause that'd just make me plain greedy, snobby, or stuck up. The last thing I want is to become the duck-butt Uchiha of all people. I'm taking what I can get in stride anyways. I'm rather bored right now. Think I can get in some early training from you too? Sonic, why not? Besides, I think it's my turn to mentor you this time around. Shad's been helping you with ferocity, aggressiveness, and consecutiveness. I think I should begin teaching you about using your flexibility more, along with using your legs for some unique kicks. Not to brag, but I've got quite the amount of leg strength. Naruto, mental sweet, I'll be the... He had paused when he could have sworn he had overheard something. He didn't move, but proceeded to make himself look as though he were getting up to stretch. It was only now that he may have felt as though there were a pair of eyes watching him from somewhere. More specifically from the top ground, just above the faces of the Hokage monument. He felt like he may have possibly had a guess as to who it was. So, quicker than the eye could witness, he seemingly vanished, leaving behind a small gust of dust from where he originally stood. To any other person, this could have been perceived as Naruto performing the Shunshin body flicker technique, but to certain folks, this would have been a demonstration of pure speed. The person who was stalled dash, observing Naruto from afar, seemed rather surprised from the moment he had vanished. It left her to wonder one thing. Mental H, huh? WH, where did Naruto-kun go? Her head had poked out a little more, making sure he was gone, but she had jumped in fright when she overheard a voice from behind her. Naruto, apologies, but were you by any chance looking for me? It didn't really have an underlying threat to it, more so curiosity. The blonde was a bit perplexed as to why. Hinata Hyuga, of all people, was watching him so high up. He had made sure she didn't actually fall forward and slide off. The Hyuga heiress, realizing she had been caught, could only now be worried as to if she had possibly creeped out the Uzumaki. She gulped nervously and stood up before slowly turning around and gently pressing her index fingers together. Hinata, sorry. I don't, we well. I was just... Naruto, so you were the eyes I felt watching me. Did you want to ask me something, Hinata? The girl found herself becoming nervous again, even after she promised herself she would try and talk to him this time. Yet, even after that, she still appeared to be fumbling with her confidence. She wants to talk to him, but her mouth simply won't let her speak without stuttering. Hinoto, I wanted to check on you, Naruto-kun. You were pretty upset when you left the academy. I wanted to be so sure that you were okay was all. That wasn't the answer he was expecting from her. She came to check in on him? Naruto, I'm guessing you must have been among the people that weren't expecting me to break out like that. Honestly, I got tired of it a long time ago. For someone like me, when you've had only yourself for so long, you just learn to deal. That statement alone made the Hyuga feel very bad. To her, she could have been one of the very few people who could have given Naruto a chance to confide in someone. Yet, she continues to let her shyness and lack of confidence hold her back. She may be one of the few that don't judge Naruto, but she's not one of those people that lend him a hand when he's obviously hurting. The blonde, however, seemed to notice something by the look in her eyes. Naruto, hey, what's the matter? Kanate, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. And Naruto-kun. Now, that perplexed him. What was she apologizing for? To him, the Hyuga heiress had never wronged him. She was one of the very few that simply never commented on his antics. She may have talked to him really, but she never judged him, and that was something the young Uzumaki appreciated. Naruto, huh? Why? What are you apologizing for? Hinata, because I wanted to be there for you. I know that you are suffering, but I can't help but admire you. No matter how hard things got. No, not once did I see you give up, nor give in. You always get back up, no matter how many times people push you down. Used. I wish that I could have been there, by your side, to help shoulder your pain. Naruto's eyes had widened from what he heard from Hinata. As far as he can remember, no one has ever said such a thing. The old man usually now just apologizes to Naruto for the pain and loneliness he had put him through under the belief that it was for his own good. And even then, the aged Hokage accepted the fact that the boy said it was going to be a while before he could trust him again. Irika-sensei, well, he admitted to everyone that in a way he saw the man as some type of figure in his life. But it was obvious it was more of an overprotective type of relationship between them, where Naruto doesn't have the actual support to grow. So hearing someone actually tell him they wanted to help shoulder the hate, the neglect, the loneliness he was put through, one question came to mind. Naruto, really? But you're the Hyuga heiress. Why would you want to waste your time on the villages out? But Naruto had stopped speaking the very moment a hand was placed onto his left cheekbone. Strangely enough, it granted him a feeling he's never felt before, but he didn't know how to feel because of it. All he could do was will himself to stare into the Hyuga heiress's eyes, the very eyes that matched that of a light that glistens within the darkness. Hinata, do not say such a thing about yourself, Naruto-kun. I saw that you longed for someone to help you. You wanted at least one person to be there, by your side, when you felt that the whole world was against you. You may not want to admit it, but I saw the hurt in your eyes, Naruto-kun. The young blonde couldn't bring himself to try and think of anything he could say that would refute her statement, and even if he said that it was okay or that he was fine now, then he would be lying. For a moment, he couldn't really think of anything to say, and for the longest of moments, the two just remained silent, staring into one another's eyes. Hinata began to feel the blood rush to her cheekbones, but she willed herself not to become lightheaded at the moment. Finally, the blonde spoke. He took her hand gently and removed it from his cheekbone, but instead of letting it go, his hand remained locked with her own. A soft smile graced its way onto his face. Naruto, you're the first person around my age group who actually seems to give a damn about me. Then again, I'll be honest, Hinata, a part of me is nervous that I'll only end up getting betrayed again. But at the same time, I feel like I can understand what you're saying. So, thank you, Hinata. It was said with massive sincerity. He had even given the heiress his trademark, toothy fox-like grin. It had made Hinata's heart skip a bit, but nonetheless, she willed herself to slowly nod her head. He then removed his hand from her, which allowed Hinata to begin gently pressing her index fingers together. But admittedly, she didn't want Naruto to let go of her hand. Hinata, you're welcome, Naruto-kun. The boy then proceeded to place his arms behind his head. Naruto, say Hinata, I don't think I ever paid attention enough to hear if you had something you wanted to achieve. You already know my goal is to become Hokage one day. But what about you? What's your biggest goal in life? Giving the girl his undivided attention, as well as keeping the conversation going, it prompted the heiress to look down for a moment. She remembered all too well why she's been trying to grow stronger, more adept in her family's art. Hinata and Naruto-kun, and may I be honest with you for a moment? Naruto, well, that question came out of nowhere, but seeing as how he's honestly curious about what she means. Naruto, sure. Hinata, in my clan, it isn't what you probably think it is. The Hyugas all live together. One would think that we all get along great. But that's not the truth at all. My clan is actually divided. Naruto, say what? But that doesn't make any sense. If you've all got the same abilities, same eyes, same looks, then why in Kami's hell would you be split up? The pale-eyed, timid girl took a breath before relaying her story to Naruto. Hinata, in the Hyuga clan household, we're divided into 2D different branches. The main house family, and then the branch house family. A co-cousin of mine is a part of the branch family. By that, he's essentially a servant to the main family. However, if that wasn't bad enough, there's a seal in my family, something that most of, if not all, Hyugas fear. It's called the birdcage seal. If you're a part of the branch house, you get this seal placed on your forehead by your third birthday. Essentially, it's simply just to keep our clans Byakugan FR from falling into anyone else's hands outside of our family. But the branch house feels as though it's just a reminder of how their family is split. The main house family members don't have this seal, as you can probably tell because my forehead doesn't have a seal on it. Naruto was honestly surprised by that. That made absolutely no sense. A seal is the cause of an entire clan family being divided into two? What kind of bullshit was that? A few years ago, my cousin, his name is Niji, his father died, because of an incident with Kyumogakure. The blonde perked up a little when he heard that. That was the village hidden in clouds, if he recalled. It also was tied into the story of how his father had fought someone there as well. He only wished he could have seen him in action. Still, he was yearning to hear more. Naruto, what happened? Hinata, one night. The heiress seemed to be stuttering even more than usual. Seems as though the memory still leaves a nasty taste in her mouth. Naruto, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Hinata, no. It's okay. I just try not to remember that when I said he helped myself. What I was trying to say was, I was kidnapped. Naruto's eyes had widened. She was kidnapped. Kyumogakure kidnapped her? Naruto, what? She nodded her head slowly. Hinata, if I could guess, they were after my clan's Byakugan. My father saved me. But Kyumogakure made some sort of excuse that came back upon Konoha, meaning my father had to be held accountable. Many called for his death. But Niji's father, also my uncle, He died in my father's place. And since then, Brother Niji has been very cruel to me. Now, the young Uzumaki hadn't known Hinata for long, but the fact that he now knows that someone in her own family is going out of their way to put her down caused his hands to slowly clench into tight fists. Naruto, really? Hinata, the death of his father. It weighed heavily on him. I was also what influenced my goal, too. I want to unite the main house and branch house by ridding the birdcage seal from our lives. However, admit, I'm not strong. I am weak. Naruto. She had certainly given him a lot to think about. And from what he's heard and can understand, it would make perfect sense as to why she wants to rid that seal from her clan's family. No clans should be divided against each other. But his main question now was, Naruto, why would you say you're weak, Hinata? The girl's lips had quivered in a saddened motion. She took another deep breath. Hinata, I have a little sister, Naruto-kun, but because I'm older and was the firstborn, this makes me by birthright the heiress to my clan. However, I don't really excel in my clan's juken arts. I always try my hardest to improve, but I'm not as fluent as my father wants me to be. My little sister is of age where she can begin sparring with me, and she excels in everything where I fail. Because of this, I suffer harsh criticism from my father. Brother Niji, after every loss I take, berates, mocks, and then belittles me. He says, it's fate that I'm doomed to forever be a failure. If that's not all, my clanny elders, they also don't think highly of me. They find it embarrassing that not only is my little sister better than me, but they find it appalling that my cousin, a branch house member, is capable of excelling further than their heiress fails. The mere remembrance of every single harsh call she was given by her father, by other main house members, by her clan elders, it made the heiress's eyes prickle with tears. Hinata, they feel as though my sister should be clan heiress. And if that happens, it looked as though Hinata was seconds away from breaking out into tears until something happened that she wasn't expecting. Hinata. She found herself being embraced into a soft hug, and the one responsible was none other than Naruto. His arms were wrapped around her waist softly, but his hold was firm. Hinata felt her face heat up intensely, and her lips began to quiver more. It was only due to her feelings right now that she hadn't passed out yet. Hinata, na Naruto-kun. Naruto, I'm sorry. Now she was surprised. Hinata, Ashu. Naruto, I'm sorry you're going through this, Hinata. It pisses me off that your own family treats you in such a way. Fortunately, it's not like I can intervene in clan affairs. I could go give them a piece of my mind for how you feel, but I doubt you'd want me to do that. Though if you ask me, Hinata, I don't think you're weak. That had made her flinch within his embrace. Did she hear that right? Naruto didn't think she was weak? Hinata, why you mean it? The blonde pulled away and gave her a smile. Naruto, of course I do. In a sense, you're just like me. Hinata. Hinata, I like you? Really, Naruto-kun? Naruto, yeah. You just haven't been given the proper push to further develop yourself. From what it sounds like to me, you're still at the bottom, much like how I am. Hinata. But Naruto-kun, how could you say that? You got the third highest score in the Kunai and Shuriken training, and you fought Sasuke-san to a standstill. Naruto, just because I did that doesn't really mean anything at the moment, Hinata. I didn't beat him yet, so I'd hardly call that a win in my book. If I'm being honest, I let him win. That had shocked Hinata. Naruto, let Sasuke win. That meant that the Uchiha was right. Naruto really did throw the fight on purpose. But why? Hinata. But if you knew you could beat him, why didn't you, Naruto-kun? Naruto. It would have brought too much attention to myself. Hinata. What? He could see that she was confused. Thus, he invited her to sit with him in the grass above the Hokage monument. Naruto, my goal today wasn't simply just to win. I was merely trying to make a point to the class that even a dead last like me can rise up and beat the so-called prodigy, Uchiha. You see, the thing is, even after today, I highly doubt people are going to still pay too much attention to me. Apart from Sasuke, and maybe some other teachers at the academy, that is. They'll be looking out to see how much more I improve. Thus, this gives me the element of surprise by continuing to play the role of the so-called dead last. Hinata, but why would you do that? Naruto, because I'm training to be a ninja, Hinata. Ninjas are supposed to be discreet. We strike from the shadows and save our best or strongest attacks for when the situation truly calls for it. If I were to show off everything I could do, then it'd only be a matter of time before someone develops a way to counter me. My goal is to keep them in the dark for as long as possible to keep the odds in my favor. In a sense, you could say that Sasuke is my decoy. Whether or not you admit it, he's a show-off just like me. Except, as much as I hate to admit it, he got the skills to back it, whereas I still am at the moment, don't? He keeps me out of the spotlight, so when my moment to strike comes, no one expects it. The heiress was in complete awe at what she was hearing from him. In a way, that actually did make sense. Besides, if he showed off every single secret move, who's to say someone wouldn't eventually know how to counter him if he actually needed that sometime in the future? But by then, it'd already be too late because someone was already privy to it. Naruto, what I did today, I can now either choose between letting myself repeat that score over and over, or I can screw up and act as though today was a lucky day for me, which will further allow me to continue my disguise as the dead last. Meaning by the time I become a ninja, after the Genin exams, I'll be so far ahead that I'll barely have to reveal anything, because I'll be so far ahead that what we're doing at the end of the academy will seem like child's play. Hinata, isi Naruto-kun. Naruto, and by the way, I think your goal is a nice one. You want to unite your family and stop the discrimination that goes on within your clan walls. However, to do that, you'll need to get stronger. So, how about I help train you? Hinata's eyes had widened from what she was told. Naruto-kun, the very person whom she began to admire from afar. For his will to always persevere, no matter how many times he was knocked down. He would help her become strong like him. Was she dreaming? Would he even be able to do that? Hinata. Yo, you mean it, Naruto-kun? Yo, you think I could become strong like you? Naruto. I know so, Hinata. However, if you want me to train you, I'm warning you now. I'm going to work you into the ground. And even now, I've barely scratched the surface of what you'll soon be seeing that I'm capable of. I want you to swear that you won't doubt yourself from here on out. You'll give your best to better yourself, okay? Hinata. Her eyes were practically sparkling now in admiration, respect, and adoration. He was placing so much faith and belief into her that she'd be able to grow stronger. Prove her clan wrong about her. Hinata, isue Naruto-kun. Naruto, no. From here on out, when we're alone and training, you call me Naruto-sama. When you've earned it, then I'll allow you to call me Naruto-kun. He spoke with a smirk while running his left index finger beneath his nose with a cocky grin. He honestly liked the way it sounded. It did make him happy, though, someone thought of him enough to refer to him with an affectionate suffix. It was unlike old man Hokage's way of saying it. When he heard it from the third, it filled Naruto with the warmth of a family member that he wished he had. But Hinata, when she added that suffix, it seemed to strike a little something else that he was unsure of. Naruto, you just gave me your word, Hinata. No, Hinata-chan. So from now on, I'll hold you to it, cause you know me enough to know that I never go back on my word. He then stood up and turned his attention back to the heiress. He then extended his right hand towards her. Naruto, you won't go back on your word to do your best for me either, right? The pale-eyed girl stared at his hand for a moment before looking him in the eyes. Her heart may have skipped a beat again a few times before she took a breath and gave Naruto a look that seemed to scream that fire was lit in her eyes. She took his hand as he assisted her up. Hinata, I'll never go back on my word, Naruto-kun. He couldn't help but smirk. That was probably the first time he hadn't heard her stutter. One small step in the right direction. Naruto, then, I'll need some time to develop a training regime for you. However, I want you to keep this a secret, okay? No one is to know about this, not even your family. I want you to be able to knock their beliefs of you flat on their asses. And I know, this will definitely take some time to get used to. You'll want to show the fruits of your labor the very moment you really improve. But by doing so, you lose the element of surprise on your adversary. Hinata, but why wouldn't I be able to show my own family? Naruto, think about it, Hinata-chan. The very moment you begin improving, they're likely to want to kiss your ass and learn of how you got so strong. The same way some others at the academy were with me today when they saw that I had improved. If you're wondering, I will permit at one point to show some fruits when it matters. But even then, you'll have to teach yourself how much you want to show at a given point. It's why I felt so satisfied when I saw that bastard's face when he knew I held back on him. It's going to irk him until I finally prove whether or not it was true or false. Thus, it grants me the opportunity for the element of surprise should I choose to hold out on what I can do longer until I become a ninja. She felt conflicted about this. Obviously, anyone's first thoughts for when they truly improve would be to show the fruits of their labor to their loved ones. But Naruto's point of view made sense to her as well. He had it within his power to not even defeat, but likely to humiliate Sasuke if he wanted to, but towed the line to keep his true abilities concealed. And from what he said earlier, it likely was true that those with keen eyes would try to keep an eye on him from this point forward. However, her willingness to go through with this deception much like he does would show how much trust and faith she can put into him. Besides, he was the first person to say he believes she could grow into someone strong, and he was willing to try and train her. She may not know how yet, but she has faith that Naruto will devise a way. Hinata, okay. If you believe, so Naruto-kun, then I'll do it. Naruto gave a bright smile to Hinata, which she returned with a soft, warm one. However, the moment between them ended up interrupted when Hinata's caretaker showed up. Hinata-sama, it's time for you to return home. Hayashi-sama seeks your presence for training. Naruto saw the other Hyuga, and when their eyes crossed paths, it seemed as though the man's brows may have furrowed for a moment. The young Uzumaki nearly glared at the man, remembering how many times he had told Hinata to stay away from him, just like how all the other adults do with their children in the village. Hinata, understood, Ko-san. However, I'd appreciate it if Naruto-kun was allowed to come with me. He was obviously displeased by that notion. Now, it wasn't because he saw Naruto as what was sealed inside of him, but rather it was just his status as a Jinchuriki, the heiress of the Hyuga clan conversing with the village's pariah of all people. It didn't sound that pleasant to him. Frankly, it felt like it'd open a bunch of problems they'd have to answer to later. Also, this was on the account of her father likely not approving of such a relationship with him either. Ka, Hinata-sama, you know very well that he's not looked very well upon. To associate with him, of all people, would encourage problems for us. Naruto's head hung slightly in annoyance and anger, with his hands being clenched at his sides due to how he was still being treated. And the very fact that this Hyuga was talking down to him, in front of him, telling Hinata yet again to not talk or waste her time with him, the boy's hands were clenched into fists, until something happened that he wasn't expecting. Hinata had taken Naruto's hand again, except this time, her fingers had intertwined with his own. The young blonde was surprised by the notion, but before he could even look at her, what he heard next surprised him. Hinata, I don't appreciate how illy you speak of Naruto-kun. Unlike everyone else, he's the only person that has actually accepted me. He hasn't done anything that'd make me believe he doesn't deserve my time. In fact, unlike the others in our clan, Naruto-kun wholeheartedly believes that I can become strong. He gave me hope that I too can prove myself, just like he wants to. I don't want you judging him if you haven't gotten to know him, Ko-san. and I'm not going to let you make him think negatively of me simply because you don't want me talking to him. As things currently stand, Naruto-kun is the very first friend I've made, and I'm not going to let Anu-one take this away from me. Naruto was completely blown back by what he had heard. Not only did she hardly stutter at all in that speech, but unlike himself, she was the one who considered and actually said that he was her friend. This revelation would have made Naruto probably shed a tear, but he willed himself not to. The very fact that from now on, he knows he's got someone by his side to help him shoulder the pressure he goes through every day, that was enough for him. And for the first time, Naruto had actually given her a warm, thankful, sincere smile. Naruto, thank you, Hinata-chan. Hinata, you're welcome, Naruto-kun. If the Hyuga was surprised, he didn't show it, but for the first time in forever, he saw something within his heiress's eyes. Pure, undying determination. She would outright refuse to leave without Naruto by her side. And the very fact that she mustered up the courage to talk back and show defiance with what he believed, that was something that Ko wasn't expecting. But the very fact that Hinata had done so, despite the fact that he could simply just try and take her away himself like he usually does, he could very well tell that this time around, Hinata may not act kindly if she's yanked away from Naruto again. Within the Uzumaki's mind, however, Sonic, Naruto, mentally shut up, Sonic. Don't ruin this for me. Sonic, okay, whatever you say. Ko, very well, Hinata. If that's how you feel, then I won't go against you. I humbly apologize for my words. Hinata, all is forgiven, Ko-san. The heiress then turned her attention back to the Uzumaki she was currently beside. Hinata, Naruto-kun, would you like to join us? Naruto, if you don't mind, then sure. But afterwards I may leave. He had then leaned in towards Hinata, whispering in her ear that he'd have training to do himself. So after witnessing her own training and seeing how she and her other clan members fight would allow him to hopefully construct something that was unique for Hinata to work with. This would definitely take some extra effort, juggling his own training and then constructing someone else's, but he was willing to put the extra foot forward. Hinata, I understand. She then turned her attention back to Ko and gave him a nod that she was ready. The older Hyuga nodded, but the moment he turned around, a small smile crept onto his face for a moment. Ko, very well, right this way you two. It's imperative that we don't keep her father waiting. And with that, they set off for the Hyuga household. Naruto, Irika-sensei, this is one of the main moments of the academy when you really make me just want to ditch your lessons, you know? Naruto, I'm going to leave for now, Irika-sensei. You can mark me down again as a failure for all I care. It's not like you've tried to actually help me in any of these avenues of ninjutsu anyways. Forgive me for my outburst as well, but I just needed to get that off my chest. And if you decide to change your view towards me, I understand. Mental H, huh? WH, where did Naruto-kun go? Her head had poked out a little more, making sure he was gone, but she had jumped in fright when she overheard a voice from behind her. Naruto, apologies, but were you by any chance looking for me? Naruto, you're the first person around my age group who actually seems to give a damn about me. Then again, I'll be honest, Hinata, a part of me is nervous that I'll only end up getting betrayed again. But at the same time, I feel like I can understand what you're saying. So, thank you, Hinata. Hinata, I don't appreciate how illy you speak of Naruto-kun. Unlike everyone else, he's the only person that has actually accepted me. He hasn't done anything that'd make me believe he doesn't deserve my time. In fact, unlike the others in our clan, Naruto-kun wholeheartedly believes that I can become strong. He gave me hope, that I too can prove myself, just like he wants to. I don't want you judging him if you haven't gotten to know him, Ko-san. And I'm not going to let you make him think negatively of me, simply because you don't want me talking to him. As things currently stand, Naruto-kun is the very first friend I've made, and I'm not going to let Anu-one take this away from me. Hinata has not only become Naruto's first friend, but the young Uzumaki has agreed to train her as well. However, in order to do so, Naruto needs to see and learn how the Hyugas fight. What will become of their bond? Will Hinata be able to break out of her shell? What has become of Irika due to Naruto's words? Find out now. Recap. Naruto's time at the Hyuga compound was nothing short of interesting. He was given his first real peek of how Hinata was viewed in her own home, and frankly, it pissed him off greatly. Seeing how branch members and main house members chose to disregard Hinata because of her struggles was nothing short of insulting. It's like they refused to even acknowledge that she's trying. But no, they weren't the worst. The ones that appear to be on Naruto's shit list were Hyuga Neji and the elders. These were the ones that Naruto felt no uncertain animosity for. Yes, Neji's anger may be displaced, but to insult and mock your own relative for their shortcomings? Her younger sister Hanabi appeared to just be at the age where each win would begin to stroke her ego more and more until it likely, as Naruto and Kiba put it, shoves a stick up their ass. In fact, the only one who still seemed to have some shred of care for Hinata was Hayashi, but that seemed to be given in spades and only ever shown if Hinata had somehow miraculously managed to show progress, which was very rare. Hinata's father was obviously very uncertain about letting Naruto, of all people, into his compound, not simply because of what's been sealed inside of him, but rather because he knows the boy's a troublemaker. That is something that could be seen as clear as day, and he didn't want it damaging the Hyuga's name. However, surprise, surprise, Naruto had given the clan leader his word to be on his best behavior when around the compound, unless he was with Hinata. This did allow him to see how the Hyugas fight their opponents. And frankly, Naruto could tell that their fighting style was deadly. The problem with it? They have to get in close and personal, and sometimes it may take some time to figure out how to close the gap between certain opponents. That's also counting foes that specialize in wielding a blade of some kind, or if they're a long-distance type of fighter. Naturally, because Naruto's never trained anyone, it was going to take some time to properly structurize an appropriate training regime for Hinata, but he was willing to put the effort forward for her. In all honesty, if he were to complain about anything, it would be the way that her own family treats her in the compound. But when she improves, he has no doubt they'll want to suck up to her and inquire what made her so strong and likely try to obtain said efforts for themselves. Maybe this would be useful for a type of blackmail later. Only time would tell. Needless to say, whenever a flaw was pointed out about where Hinata was struggling, Naruto would close his eyes to reflect back on what he's seen. And to be frank, even he could see that this wasn't entirely Hinata's fault. Yes, a ninja should be able to adjust with the odds that have been stacked against him, much like he himself had done, but he could obviously tell that unlike himself, the harsh criticism wouldn't do her any good without a shoulder of support being given. So, when his time came to a close, before he left, he had pointed out something he believed would actually aid Hinata. Before Naruto's departure, Hyuga Manor. Needless to say that the young Uzumaki was amazed with the special way that the Hyugas incorporate their chakra to fight opponents. But to all the other Hyugas there, it was obvious that Hinata's spirit, and will to want to improve, seemed to be stronger than what it usually was, and that was on the account of Naruto's presence being there to cheer her on when she felt like she wasn't progressing. Now, the sun was close to setting, so Naruto decided that he'd return home for now. But before he did, he had given Hinata a little bit of a chat before his leave. Naruto, you weren't half bad out there, Hinata-chan. Hinata, you really believe so, Naruto-kun? Naruto, MHM, you've got a lot to improve upon, so I wouldn't really put you down. You're at the bottom, but that just means you'll get stronger with the right guidance. The pale-eyed heiress looked down with a soft blush, while gently pressing her index fingers together. Naruto then proceeded to place both of his arms behind his head before looking up in thought for a moment. He spoke as quietly as possible, as though he were mumbling. Naruto, however, if I'm going to properly be able to help you, then I'm going to need some time to construct a proper training exercise for you. It was then that he brought his arms back down and leaned in close to her ear. If this happened at any other given time, then Hinata likely would have suffered an immense blushing fit before ultimately fainting. Luckily, she somehow willed herself to stay responsive and conscious, even if she was still blushing from how close Naruto was to her. Naruto, give me about a few days to see what I can do, and then we'll go from there. Sounds good? Hinata nodded her head slowly before the boy gave her his trademark fox-like grin. Naruto, sweet. Well then, I'll head out. I'm hungry, and I've got to get some training in. I'll see you later. At Ichiraku's Ramen, we now find our young blonde currently scarfing down on a bowl of tonkatsu miso ramen with extra pork. His cheekbones practically resembled that of a chipmunk or a squirrel. Regardless, the obvious sight was that he was enjoying his meal. Naruto, man, no one makes ramen like you guys do. Big sis I am and pops. Tucci, your kindness is always appreciated. Naruto, we're just happy to feed a young boy when he's hungry. I must say, though, I didn't expect you to start ordering vegetables with your miso ramen. Naruto, well, apparently I was told that without those stoof, that I'd end up stunting my growth or something. Apparently, from Old Man Hokage, it means that I won't grow as quickly as others. And since you're really the only place I can buy food from without being overcharged or kicked out, I figured I may as take advantage of it here. I'll admit, I still don't like it, but at least the broth and the noodles take most of the icky taste from vegetables out of it. What did you put in it this time? Well, that big slice of veggie you ate, that was daikon radish, and the other many little vegetables you had were mushrooms. Naruto, well, as long as they were sitting in the broth and noodles, then eating them wasn't so bad. Tucci, oh, that reminds me, I don't think we gotta ask yet. What's with the new look, Naruto? I'll admit, I was equally surprised as Papa, if not more so, when I saw you weren't in your orange jumpsuit. Naruto, long story short, I got a touch more serious about being a ninja. I'm teaching myself a bunch of new things, too. After all, I kind of enjoyed the attention I got, too. Only I, Konoha's #1 unpredictable ninja, would be capable of doing so. Honestly, saying that is a mouthful. I'm gonna need a new nickname that shortens that. Tucci, well, know that my daughter and I support you, and wish you luck with the future endeavors that come with being a ninja. And that made the blonde ninja in training smile softly, before giving them his trademark foxy-like grin. Naruto, thanks guys. I appreciate it. It's more than what the other villagers have done for me. Don't worry about them, Naruto. Just know that Papa and I will always see you for you, and nothing will ever change that. Okay? Naruto, again, thanks. You don't know how happy that makes me. Say, can I have one more bowl, Pops? Tucci could only chuckle softly in amusement. This boy's love for ramen truly knew no bounds. Tucci, absolutely. One more bowl of miso ramen coming right up. As Naruto began waiting once more for yet another bowl, a voice in his head began to speak. Sonic, it's good to know that these people care for you, Naruto. After witnessing firsthand what you go through on a day-to-day basis, these guys must be like a saving grace for you. Naruto, mental, you don't even know the half of it, Sonic. They were the first people to feed me when I was unable to cook for myself. Aside from ramen, the only other thing I know how to make and eat is roasted fish. I actually stumbled upon their ramen shop during a rainy day. I was soaked, hungry, and at that point, I would have gotten on my knees and begged to be given even a morsel of food. That girl you saw through my eyes, she's like a big sister to me. She was the one who saw me when I first came in, but her dad was the one who reached out beckoning me to come in. I never thought I would have seen anyone looking so heartbroken, other than the old man seeing me in such a way. She had practically demanded that her pops make me the biggest bowl of ramen they could give. And from that day forward, ramen became the food of the gods to me. Shadow, it honestly astounds me that you even choose to stick your neck out for this village after all the spite. Naruto, mental, you're not the first to say that. I, myself, thought the same way at one point too. I was even close to choosing to become the very thing they saw me as. It was really only I am, Pops, and Old Man Hokage keeping me sane. They didn't see me as a demon or specifically the Nine Tails. They're why I chose to continue strong. And to be honest, me becoming Hokage, I could say now, I've got a better reason to become it, since meeting you too. Sonic? Really? And what would that reason be? Naruto, mental. It's pretty obvious that even if I became Hokage, who's to say there wouldn't be those that still saw me as the Nine Tails? So, if it helps any, when I become Hokage, I'll have to make sure that everyone in the village is familiar with the basics of Fuinjutsu. So should there come a time anyone else suffers the same fate as me, they'll be able to know the difference between that person and what's been sealed inside of them. I could save whoever ends up suffering my fate from the loneliness and hate they'd have to go through. By becoming Hokage, I can begin taking the village's steps towards possibly ridding the stupidity this village has suffered from due to the ignorance of the other villagers. No doubt the Shodame and Nidame are rolling around in their graves if they saw how the village was treating one of their own. I'm sure my dad and mom are probably rolling around in their graves too. I'll save future parents from having to likely experience that weight of guilt. Now, Naruto couldn't see them, but that moment of silence that went on after he finished, he was pretty sure Sonic was grinning from ear to ear. And Shadow. Yeah, Naruto would bet his current bowl of ramen that he was smirking. Despite the loneliness and suffering and silence he went through, he was still looking out for others. Sonic. I am so looking forward to when they realize you are the son of their village's late leader. It'll be so funny seeing how surprised they look. Shadow. Those idiots will deserve it. Time and time again, there's been unjust because others are too stupid to see someone instead of something else. Being mistaken for someone else other than yourself can become a real pain. Sonic. Ain't that the truth? Reminds me of when I kept being constantly mistaken for you. Like we literally look nothing alike. Our cool spikes aren't even the same. Yours are spiked upward, and mine are spiked down. Naruto, mental. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Sonic, I really like those shoes of yours. They honestly look way cooler than the sandals I wear. Think I'd be able to use the emerald to make a pair like yours? Sonic felt real smug when he heard that. To be honest, his sneaks were pretty cool, and hearing that Naruto wanted to wear a pair like his own. To be frank, he felt that the blonde Uzumaki was growing more on him than Shadow. But then again, Naruto would probably take more after him if he was provoked or got angry. Sonic, how about this? When the time comes for you to graduate, if you do well, I'll give you a pair of sneakers like mine, deal? Naruto, mental, I'm pretty sure you should be worried about me possibly showing off. After all, I'm being trained by two people who honestly could probably give the old man a run for his money. Shadow, I'll give credit where it's due. That geezer likely is strong, considering he's the one that's leading this village. But until he's dealt with planetary threats, then he's second-rate in my eyes. Naruto's eyes had widened when he heard that. Not from the disrespect his surrogate grandfather was given, but rather that he's learned that the hedgehogs in his head have dealt with threats that have endangered the entire planet. Naruto, mental, I assume that's been because of the Chaos Emeralds, right? Speaking of which, I'm going to have to try and seek out the other 6 when I get the chance. Sonic, don't worry. Even with just one emerald, Naruto, once you grasp how to manipulate and utilize chaos energy, it'll likely put anything else you see to shame. And to answer your other question, not necessarily. The Earth being endangered a few times just had a cocktail of the emeralds being involved in some way from time to time. I'll tell you some stories about the baddies we've faced in our lifetime later. Honestly, with the way things are now, it makes me wonder how much time has passed since then. Don't you agree, Shad? Shadow, that's quite possibly the only time you've said something sensible that I can agree with. Naruto, mental, so remind me again, because it's been some time since we've talked about the Chaos Emerald that I found. You told me it has the power to warp time and space itself. What did you mean by that exactly? Shadow, Chaos energy is capable of various things. Like we told you when we first awoke in your subconscious, it's basically as strong as the fox, if not many times stronger than the beast that you hold inside of you. Except, unlike it, the emerald doesn't have a conscience. Unless you call us that, considering the blue hog and our slumbering within it. Regardless, when you begin to utilize it, control will be the thing you need first and foremost. Even one of the emeralds could eradicate this entire village with ease. Much faster than what the fur ball inside you did from what I've learned and heard from within you through that Hokage of yours. Now, destruction is something easy that can be done with the emerald. Reason being is that I have a few special moves that are utilized through chaos energy. However, from what I've seen, if you're going to use this energy, then it's best that you utilize those hand signs that you ninja do to call upon it, so as to not arouse suspicion when you begin using its energy. Naruto nodded to himself. Naruto, mental sounds easy enough. If anyone asks, I need to devise a way of saying that it's my own special bloodline, considering no one knows who my parents are, and that only the old man really knows what my last name really means for me. He'd be able to support my ruse. Sonic, another thing that chaos energy can do is actually heal you. However, only a select few people from when Shadow and I were alive were capable of using it in such a way. Shad and I were only able to heal ourselves and others when we accessed our super forms. Shadow could also likely do so when he removes his ring inhibitors, but whenever he does, he usually just prefers to obliterate his opponent. The other person that was capable of healing through using chaos energy was a friend of mine. He was a real knucklehead, though. Naruto, mental, that's so awesome. So, I could also be like a medic Nin as well. That just means I've got even more reason to protect the emerald. I'll have to look into seals more. Maybe there's one like the one on my stomach. If I can place the emerald inside of me through it, then I'll always have it on me, and it'll allow me to draw upon its power whenever I need. Little did Naruto know that the emerald seemed to have heard his wish, because it had glowed brightly for about a few seconds before calming. Maybe somehow in the future, he would be able to do so. Though, there was something that caught Naruto's attention before also. Naruto, mental, wait. You guys said something about a super form? What do you mean by that? Sonic. Oh, well, remember when Shadow and I told you that there are 6 other Chaos Emerald aside from the one you found? Well, when we unite all 7 emeralds, it allows us to unlock a deeper power, hence our super forms. When utilizing all 7 Chaos Emeralds, you practically have reality itself in the palms of your hand. Which is why we also told you that the Chaos Emeralds are capable of warping time and space. Because Shadow was more skilled in that category without utilizing a super form to further enhance his attacks. He'd be the one teaching you that stuff. Likely, he'll use stuff from what we've seen in the past when we faced off against our own opponents as well. Shadow, that move he's talking about is called Chaos Control. Through the use of an emerald, when I chant those words, it allows me to teleport anywhere I wish, or if I desire, I can stop time itself, essentially making me the only one capable of moving and attacking throughout the duration of stop time. I could also use the emerald to teleport throughout space and time. By that I mean, I could transport myself to a different world or dimension entirely. Naruto's mind was running so fast, it'd have likely put his own 2 feet to shame. Hearing an in-depth explanation about what the emeralds was capable of really only solidified the thought in Naruto's mind that the emerald he found was truly a blessing to him, and that he'd need to keep it protected at all times. And most definitely, when he gets the chance, he'll have to seek out the others as well. Shadow, you've less than a year left, so in a few months' time, you'd best be ready, because this energy won't be anything to laugh at. I expect that by the time you graduate, you'll have good enough control to go from there on your own. Naruto, mental guess me having seal weights will help further that then, because from the sound of it, if my body was unprepared, it'd cause strain, especially considering the fact that from what happened after I touched the emerald, my body must have absorbed enough chaos energy to where I'd be able to not only communicate with you guys, but be able to within time utilize all your abilities. By the way, Shadow, I've noticed that I've got the same rings on my wrist that you do. Why is that? Shadow, to keep it simple, you could say there's special types of restrictions for your body. When removing them, they'll allow you to boost your strength, speed, etc. It's only for a limited amount of time, though, before they have to be put back on. Essentially, for me, it's about a few minutes, but usually if I utilize it for one strong attack, then I suffer a burnout and they immediately re-embed themselves to my wrist. Though because of the fox you have inside you, you could say that they'll also correspond with the amount of energy you could draw from him as well. When we infused ourselves as part of your being, the chaos energy you absorbed in such a short period of time had to modify your cells so that your body didn't experience an unstable backlash from having too many unstable power sources locked within your body. It should be worth noting as well that the reason you had passed out when you first came into contact with the emerald was because though the emerald found you worthy, it appeared as though the fox in you wasn't too keen on anyone else residing with you. Either that, or he didn't want you having any other source of power that wasn't his. So by the inhibitor rings modifying themselves when they appear on your body, this would ensure that you don't become too dependent on wanting to simply remove the inhibitors. They serve essentially as a last choice purpose. So in a way, save them as a trump card if you absolutely need to boost your strength, if the emerald's power isn't enough, or if the furball's chakra isn't enough. The Ninetales was shouting obscenities at Shadow for being called a furball. Not that they were paying any attention to it, or due the fact that Naruto could hear it due to not communicating with it currently. Naruto, mental, so if I'm using the Ninetales as chakra, and that's not enough, or if I'm using the Chaos Emerald and that isn't enough, only when the situation truly calls for it, will I want to remove these rings from my wrists. All right. It sounds simple enough. Besides, I already had established I don't want to fall back on the Ninetales' chakra anyways. If I use it, I'll only end up proving the villagers right if I need to use the chakra of the very being that's caused them pain. Guess your training will keep me from doing so anyways. Oh, also, what's with the shoes you're wearing? They don't look anything like Sonic's. They look pretty cool too. Shadow, they're my jet shoes. Make no mistake, even without them, I'm just as fast as Sonic. However, I find their usage much more fitting than the Blue Hog sneakers. They essentially allow me to glide across the ground, no matter what terrain I'm in. Snow, rocky, forest ground, I can glide along it with ease as though I'm more so skating. I not only can control them at will, but I can also use them to fly as well. You could say they're far more useful than the Blue Idiot's shoes. Sonic, hey? Not cool, Shad. Just because you have some futuristic type of shoes doesn't make yours better than mine. Besides, I'd like to see you not use them and keep up with me. Shadow, I've done so numerous times and you know that. Don't try to play the victim with me, you insufferable hedgehog. Now, that would explain why they looked so out of the time. And Naruto would admit that they looked just as cool as Sonic's, if not more. But based on what he's heard, Shadow's jet shoes would be pretty useful too. And Shadow, seemingly picking up what Naruto may have been wondering, spoke up again. Shadow, when you graduate like the blue hedgehog says, I'll provide the bottom of your shoes with the key components of my shoes, deal? Naruto's excitement grew tenfold. Having some sort of fused type of shoes that were a combination of Sonic sneakers and Shadow's jet shoes. Honestly, the graduation for when he becomes a genin couldn't come soon enough. However, his fourth bowl was brought to him. He then smiled and prepared to eat. But right as he did, someone sat down next to him and their voice had struck a chord for Naruto. One tonkatsu ramen, please. Tucci, coming right up. It was his sensei, Irika. He must have been trying to find him. This had caused the blonde to try and focus on eating so as to not let the atmosphere become awkward. But right as he took his first bite, his sensei spoke. Irika, don't worry, Naruto. I'm not here to scold you or anything like that. In fact, I actually came to apologize to you. That caused Naruto to swallow rather abruptly with a look of confusion. Obviously, before he remembered what he had done at the academy that made him only put down his chopsticks for a moment, so he could rub the back of his head. Naruto, I appreciate it, Irika-sensei, but I don't think you need to. To be honest, part of me was telling myself I was out of line with the way I confronted you. I could have chosen to just do so after the academy was over and done with. But I guess my emotions got the better of me. Irika, no, please don't say that or apologize. Naruto. To be frank, what you said, I did deserve it. As an academy teacher, I did make sure to teach everyone, along with Mizuki, how to utilize your chakra to perform transformation, hinge, substitution, korimi, and clone bunshin, but I never once thought that any of my students would need a more in-depth approach, nor did I believe that any, or rather, you in particular would have had such a problem because of your chakra reserves. But because it's you, I understand. And as your sensei, I want to apologize for my shortcomings. And I sincerely apologize if this may have made you think I may have wanted you to fail. I assure you, I do nothing of the sort. I will say, though, you surprised me, as well as everyone else today. That, however, brought a smile to Naruto's face. Frankly, he felt a little more embarrassed now about what he had done, but no use in overthinking that anymore. That was water under the bridge now. Naruto, would you have expected anything less from this village's most unpredictable ninja? Irika, I'll admit, seeing you improve so suddenly, I'd have likely put it past you, but that's a mistake I won't be repeating ever again. I look forward to seeing your continued improvement. Honestly, after today, Naruto, considering it's only been 2 years, if you improve your grades and continue to show what you did against Sasuke, you could be a contender with him, if not surpass him and become Rookie of the Year. Naruto obviously knew he could have, but hearing Irika put such confidence in him only served to make Naruto feel a little guilty about the fact that he was going to be making it seem as though he's hit a plateau for his growth until graduation, but by doing so, he'd be able to surprise more people when he begins showing what he's capable of, but even then, he'd only show as much as he wants. Needless to say, he was looking forward to it. Still, when he looked at Irika, he feigned surprise. Naruto, you think so, Irika-sensei? Irika, I know so, Naruto. I'm even willing to bet that what you showed today was only an inkling of what you'll truly be capable of in the future. And because of that, I wish you the best of luck on your path to becoming Hokage. That response, it honestly made Naruto feel really warm. And it's a good thing he wasn't focused on eating at the moment either. So, he turned towards his sensei before doing something rather unexpected. He had hugged him, and needless to say, that had greatly surprised Irika. Iruka and Naruto? Naruto, sorry, but I just really needed a hug after that. I know I'm not one usually to be seen for this stuff, so I hope you'll keep this between us. The teacher could only chuckle softly after hearing Naruto's plea. He gently wrapped an arm around the boy and patted his back in an older brother-like fashion. Though to Naruto, this felt much more akin to a parent-child type of moment. Little did he know that Ayam and Tucci were watching the whole thing. When Naruto pulled away and refocused his attention on eating, Irika was then served his bowl. He had thanked Tucci before then blessing the meal. Irika thanks. Irika places his hands together momentarily. Irika, thank you for the food, Itadika said. He then began to eat alongside Naruto, a moment that was shared between Sensei and the student. Both were discussing quite a number of things. Most were questions about Naruto's curiosity for the life of a ninja and what it felt like to go on those types of missions. Irika had answered all of them to the best of his abilities, before also having informed Naruto that he was looking for him, so they could go to Hokage after his apology. The reason being was because if there was anyone who may have a remedy for Naruto's chakra problem, then the Hokage would have been able to solve it. Now, hearing that made Naruto smile, but it also made him want to berate himself for being such an idiot. All this time, he likely could have gone to Hokage GG for assistance, but he was too dense to even let that register within his cranium. It made him apologize to Irika, but the sensei had no ill will towards his student. So after they had their fill of ramen, with Irika paying for both of their meals, they then made their way to the Hokage Tower. At the Hokage Tower, upon arrival, Irika had actually told the receptionist at the check-in desk that he had scheduled an appointment with the Hokage regarding Naruto Uzumaki. After a brief discussion, they then began their walk up the flight of stairs before finally arriving at a pair of doors. They stuck out compared to the rest, so obviously this led to the inside of the Hokage office. Irika then knocked. Not even 5 seconds after, "Hiruzen, you may enter." It wasn't loud, but the tone held more than enough in the decree that whoever was behind the door could come in. Immediately after that, Irika and Naruto walked into the room. Upon seeing Naruto, a warm smile arose on Hiruzen's face, but at the same time, he was curious also. "Irika, thank you very much for seeing us, Lord Hokage. Do not worry, I am not here because Naruto has done something indecent. In fact, I was hoping you could assist me in solving a little issue that he brought to my attention." And needless to say, the aged shinobi's curiosity piqued at that. "Hiruzen, oh, and what exactly would that be, Naruto?"